This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Episode 15. Circe. The Mabbott Street entrance of Night Town, before which stretches an uncobbled tram siding, set with skeleton tracks, red and green will-o'-the-wisps and danger signals. Rows of grimy houses with gaping doors, rare lamps with faint rainbow fins. Round Rabbiotti's halted ice gondola, stunted men and women squabble. They grab wafers, between which are wedged lumps of coral and copper snow. Sucking, they scatter slowly. Children. The swan comb of the gondola, high-reared, forges on through the murk, white and blue under a lighthouse. Whistles call and answer. The calls.
Wait, my love, and I'll be with you.
The answers.
Round behind the stable.
A deaf-mute idiot with goggle eyes, his shapeless mouth dribbling, jerks past. Shaken in St. Vitus dance. A chain of children's hands imprisons him. The children.
Ketog, salute.
The idiot lifts a palsied left arm and gurgles.
Garahut.
The children.
Where's the great light?
The idiot, gobbing.
Gargahest.
They release him. He jerks on. A pygmy woman swings on a rope, slung between two railings, counting. A form, sprawled against a dustbin and muffled by its arm and hat, snores. Groans, grinding, growling teeth, and snores again. On a step, a gnome, totting among a rubbish tip, crouches to shoulder a sack of rags and bones. A crone, standing by with a smoky oil lamp, rams her last bottle in the maw of his sack. He heaves his booty, tugs askew his peaked cap, and hobbles off mutely. The crone makes back for her lair, swaying her lamp. A bandy child, asquat on the doorstep with a paper shuttlecock, crawls, sidling after her in spurts, clutches her skirt, scrambles up. A drunken navvy grips with both hands the railings of an area, lurching heavily. At a corner, two night watch in shoulder capes, their hands upon their staff holsters, loom tall. A plate crashes, a woman screams, a child wails. Oaths of a man roar, mutter, cease. Figures wander, lurk, peer from warrens. In a room lit by a candle stuck in a bottleneck, a slut combs out the tats from the hair of a scrofulous child. Sissy Caffrey's voice, still young, sings shrill from a lane.
I gave it to Molly because she was jolly, the leg of the duck, the leg of the duck.
Private Carr and Private Compton swagger sticks tight in their oxters, as they march unsteadily right about face, and burst together from their mouths a volleyed fart. Laughter of men from the lane. A hoarse virago retorts.
Signs on you, hairy ass. More power to the Cavan girl.
Sissy Caffrey.
More luck to me, Cavan. Coot Hill and Belturbet.
She sings.
I gave it to Nelly to stick in her belly, the leg of the duck, the leg of the duck.
Private Carr and Private Compton turn, counter-retort, their tunics blood-bright in a lamp-glow, black sockets of caps on their blonde cropped poles. Stephen Dedalus and Lynch pass through the crowd close to the redcoats. Private Compton jerks his finger.
Wait for the parson.
Private Carr turns and calls,
What-o, parson?
Sissy Caffrey, her voice soaring higher.
She has it, she got it, wherever she put it, the leg of the duck.
Stephen, flourishing the ash plant in his left hand, chants with joy the introit for Pascal time. Lynch, his jockey cap low on his brow, attends him, a sneer of discontent wrinkling his face. Stephen,
Vidi aqua me gradientem de templo latere dextro, alleluia.
The famished snaggle tusks of an elderly board protrude from a doorway. The board, her voice whispering huskily.
Psst. Come here till I tell you. Maidenhead inside. Psst.
Stephen, Altia saliquantulum.
Et omnis ad quos pervenit aqua ista.
The board spits in their trail her jet of venom.
Trinity medicals. Fallopian tube. All prick and no pence.
Edie Boardman, sniffling, crouched with Bertha supple, draws her shawl across her nostrils. Edie Boardman, bickering.
And says the one, I seen you at Faithful Place with your square pusher, the greaser off the railway, in his come-to-bed hat. Did you, says I. That's not for you to say, says I. You never seen me in the man-trap with a married islander, says I. The likes of her. Stag that one is, stubborn as a mule, and all walking with two fellows at one time, Kilbride the engine driver, and Lance Corporal Oliphant. And says the one, I seen you at Faithful Place with your square pusher, the greaser off the railway, in his come-to-bed hat. Did you, says I. That's not for you to say, says I. You never seen me in the man-trap with a married islander, says I. The likes of her. Stag that one is, stubborn as a mule, and all walking with two fellows at one time, Kilbride the engine driver, and Lance Corporal Oliphant.
Stephen, triumphaliter.
Salvi facti sunt.
He flourishes his ash plant, shivering the lamp image, shattering light over the world. A liver and white spaniel on the prowl slinks after him, growling. Lynch scares it with a kick.
So that?
Stephen looks behind.
So that gesture, not music, not odor, would be a universal language, the gifted tongues rendering visible not the lay sense, but the first entelechy, the structural rhythm.
Lynch.
Pornosophical philotheology. Metaphysics in Mecklenburg Street.
We have true written Shakespeare and henpecked Socrates. Even the all-wisest Stagirite was bitted, bridled, and mounted by a light of love.
Bah.
Anyway, who wants two gestures to illustrate a loaf and a jug? This movement illustrates the loaf and jug of bread or wine in Omar. Hold my stick.
Damn your yellow stick. Where are we going?
Lecherous links to La Belle Dame sans merci, Georgina Johnson. Damn qui latificat juventutem meam.
Stephen thrusts the ash plant on him and slowly holds out his hands, his head going back till both hands are a span from his breast. Down-turned in planes intersecting, the fingers about to part, the left being higher.
Which is the jug of bread? It skills not. That or the custom house. Illustrate thou. Here, take your crutch and walk.
They pass. Tommy Caffrey scrambles to a gas lamp and, clasping, climbs in spasms. From the top spur he slides down. Jackie Caffrey clasps to climb. The navvy lurches against the lamp. The twins scuttle off in the dark. The navvy, swaying, presses a forefinger against a wing of his nose, and ejects from the farther nostril a long liquid jet of snot. Shouldering the lamp, he staggers away through the crowd with his flaring cresset. Snakes of river fog creep slowly. From drains, clefts, cesspools, middens, arise on all sides stagnant fumes. A glow leaps in the south beyond the seaward reaches of the river. The navvy, staggering forward, cleaves the crowd and lurches towards the tram siding. On the farther side, under the railway bridge, Bloom appears, flushed, panting, cramming bread and chocolate into a side pocket. From Gillen's hairdresser's window, a composite portrait shows him gallant Nelson's image. A concave mirror at the side presents to him love-lorn, long-lost, lugubru bulu-whom. Grave Gladstone sees him level, bloom for bloom. He passes, struck by the stare of truculent Wellington, but in the convex mirror grin, unstruck, the bonham eyes and fat chuck cheek chops of Jolly Poldy, the Rix-Dix Doldy. At Antonio Pabaiotti's door, Bloom halts, sweated under the bright arc lamp. He disappears. In a moment he reappears and hurries on. Bloom.
Fish and taters. N.G. Ah.
He disappears into Olhausen's, the pork butcher's, under the downcoming roll shutter. A few moments later he emerges from under the shutter, puffing poldy, blowing blue-hoom. In each hand he holds a parcel, one containing a lukewarm pig's crubeen, the other a cold sheep's trotter, sprinkled with whole pepper. He gasps, standing upright. Then, bending to one side, he presses a parcel against his ribs, and groans.
Stitch in my side. Why did I run?
He takes breath with care, and goes forward slowly towards the lamp-set siding. The glow leaps again.
What is that? A flasher? Searchlight.
He stands at Cormac's corner, watching.
Aurora Borealis or a steel foundry? Ah, the brigade, of course. South side, anyhow. Big blaze. Might be his house. Beggar's Bush. We're safe.
He hums cheerfully.
London's burning, London's burning. On fire, on fire.
He catches sight of the navvy, lurching through the crowd at the farther side of Talbot Street.
I'll miss him. Run, quick. Better cross here.
He darts to cross the road. Urchins shout.
Mind out, mister.
Two cyclists with lighted paper lanterns a-swing swim by him, grazing him, their bells rattling.
Halty, 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 all.
Bloom halts erect, stung by a spasm.
Ow!
He looks round, darts forward suddenly. Through rising fog, a dragon sand-strewer, travelling at caution, slews heavily down upon him, its huge red headlight winking, its trolley hissing on the wire. The motorman bangs his foot gong.
Bang, bang, blah, back, blood, bug, blue.
The brake cracks violently. Bloom, raising a policeman's white-gloved hand, blunders stiff-legged out of the track. The motorman, thrown forward, pug-nosed on the guide wheel, yells as he slides past over chains and keys.
Hey, shit breechers, are you doing the hat trick?
Bloom trick leaps to the curbstone and halts again. He brushes a mudflake from his cheek with a parcelled hand.
No thoroughfare. Close shave that, but cured the stitch. Must take up Sandow's exercises again. On the hands down, insure against street accident, too. The providential.
He feels his trouser pocket.
Poor Mama's panacea. He'll easily catch and track or bootlace in a cog. Day the wheel of the Black Maria peeled off my shoe at Leonard's Corner. Third time is the charm. Shoe trick. Insolent driver. I ought to report him. Tension makes him nervous. Might be the fellow balked me this morning with that horsey woman. Same style of beauty. Quick of him all the same. The stiff walk. True words spoken in jest. That awful cramp in Lad Lane. Something poisonous I ate. Emblem of luck. Why? Probably lost cattle. Mark of the beast.
He closes his eyes an instant.
Bit light in the head. Monthly or effect of the other. Brain fog fag. That tired feeling. Too much for me now. Ow!
A sinister figure leans on plaited legs against Aubern's wall. A visage unknown, injected with dark mercury. From under a wide-leaved sombrero, the figure regards him with evil eye. Bloom.
Buenas noches, Señorita Blanca. ¿Qué calle es esta?
The figure, impassive, raises a signal arm.
Password. Sraid Mabot.
Haha. Merci. Esperanto. Slan lieth.
He mutters,
Gaelic League spy sent by that fire-eater.
He steps forward. A sack-shouldered ragman bars his path. He steps left. Ragsack man left.
I beg.
He swerves, sidles, step aside, slips past and on.
Keep to the right, right, right. If there is a signpost planted by the touring club at Step-Aside, who procured that public boon? I, who lost my way and contributed to the columns of the Irish Cyclist, the letter headed in darkest Step-Aside. Keep to the right. Rags and bones at midnight. Offense, more likely. First place murderer makes for. Wash off his sins of the world.
Jackie Caffrey, hunted by Tommy Caffrey, runs full tilt against Bloom.
Oh!
Shocked, on weak hams he halts. Tommy and Jackie vanish there. Bloom pats with parcelled hands, watch, fob pocket, book pocket, purse pocket, sweets of sin, potato soap. Bloom.
Beware of pickpockets. Old thieves dodge. Collide, then snatch your purse.
The retriever approaches, sniffing, nose to the ground. A sprawled form sneezes. A stooped, bearded figure appears, garbed in the long caftan of an elder in Zion, and a smoking cap with magenta tassels. Horned spectacles hang down at the wings of the nose. Yellow poison streaks are on the drawn face. Rudolph.
Second half crown. Waste money today. I told you not go with drunken goy ever, so you catch no money.
Bloom hides the crubeen and trotter behind his back, and, crestfallen, feels warm and cold feet meet.
Ja, ich weiß, Papachi.
What you making down this place? Have you no soul?
With feeble vulture talons, he feels the silent face of Bloom.
Are you not my son, Leopold, the grandson of Leopold? Are you not my dear son, Leopold, who left the house of his father and left the God of his fathers, Abraham and Jacob?
Bloom, with precaution.
I suppose so, father. Mosenthal, all that's left of him.
Rudolph, severely.
One night they bring you home drunk as dog after spend your good money. What you call them running chaps?
Bloom, in youth's smart blue Oxford suit, with white vest slips, narrow-shouldered, in brown alpine hat, wearing gent's sterling silver Waterbury keyless watch, and double curb Albert, with seal attached. One side of him coated with stiffening mud.
Harrier's father, only that once.
Once? Mud head to foot, cut your hand open, lockjaw. They make you kaput, Leopold Leben. You watch them chaps.
They challenged me to a sprint.
Weakly.
It was muddy. I slipped.
Go in, knockheads.
With contempt.
Nice spectacles for your mother.
Mama.
Ellen Bloom, in pantomime dame's stringed mob cap, widow Twankey's crinoline and bustle, blouse with mutton leg sleeves buttoned behind, grey mittens and cameo brooch, her plaited hair in a crispine net, appears over the staircase banisters, a slanted candlestick in her hand, and cries out in shrill alarm,
"Oh, blessed Redeemer, what have they done to him? My smelling salts!"
She hauls up a reef of skirt and ransacks the pouch of her striped blay petticoat. A file, an Agnus Dei, a shrivelled potato, and a celluloid doll fall out.
Sacred Heart of Mary, where were you at all, at all?
Bloom, mumbling, his eyes downcast, begins to bestow his parcels in his filled pockets, but desists, muttering. A voice, sharply,
Baldy!
Bloom.
Who?
He ducks and wards off a blow clumsily.
At your service.
He looks up. Beside her mirage of date palms, a handsome woman in Turkish costume stands before him. Opulent curves fill out her scarlet trousers and jacket, slashed with gold. A wide yellow cummerbund girdles her. A white yashmak, violet in the night, covers her face, leaving free only her large, dark eyes and raven hair. Bloom.
Molly.
Marion.
Welly? Mrs. Marion, from this out, my dear man, when you speak to me.
Satirically.
Has poor little hubby cold feet, waiting so long?
Bloom shifts from foot to foot.
No, not the least little bit.
He breathes in deep agitation, swallowing gulps of air, questions, hopes, crubbines for her supper, things to tell her, excuse, desire, spellbound. A coin gleams on her forehead. On her feet are jewelled toe rings. Her ankles are linked by a slender fetter chain. Beside her a camel, hooded with a turreting turban, waits. A silk ladder of innumerable rungs climbs to his bobbing howdah. He ambles near with disgruntled hind quarters. Fiercely she slaps his haunch, her gold curb wrist bangles, angriling, scolding him in Moorish.
Nebercada! Femininum!
The camel, lifting a foreleg, plucks from a tree a large mango fruit, offers it to his mistress, blinking, in his cloven hoof, then droops his head and, grunting with uplifted neck, fumbles to kneel. Bloom stoops his back for leapfrog.
I can give you, as your business manager, Mrs. Marion, if you...
So, you notice some change.
Her hands passing slowly over her trinketed stomacher, a slow friendly mockery in her eyes.
Oh, poly. You're a poor old stick in the mud. Go and see life. See the wide world.
I was just going back for that lotion white wax, orange flower water. Shop closes early on Thursday, but the first thing in the morning...
He pats diverse pockets.
This moving kidney. Ah!
He points to the south, then to the east. A cake of new clean lemon soap arises, diffusing light and perfume.
We're a capital couple, our Bloom and I. He brightens the earth, I polish the sky.
The freckled face of Swaney, the druggist, appears in the disk of the soap sun.
Try and a penny, please.
Yes, for my wife, Mrs. Marion. Special recipe.
Marion, softly.
Poldy.
Yes, ma'am?
Ti trema un poco il cuore.
In disdain she saunters away, plump as a pampered pouter pigeon, humming the duet from Don Giovanni.
Are you sure about that volio? The pronunciation.
He follows, followed by the sniffing terrier. The elderly bawd seizes his sleeve, the bristles of her chin mole glittering. The bawd.
10 shillings a maidenhead. Fresh thing was never touched. 15. There's no one in it, only her old father that's dead drunk.
She points. In the gap of her dark den, furtive, rain-bedraggled Bridie Kelly stands. Bridie.
Hatch Street. Any good in your mind?
With a squeak she flaps her bat shawl and runs. A burly rough pursues with booted strides. He stumbles on the steps, recovers, plunges into gloom. Weak squeaks of laughter are heard. Weaker, the bawd, her wolf eyes shining.
He's getting his pleasure. You won't get a virgin in the flash houses. 10 shillings. Don't be all night before the police in plain clothes sees us. 67 is a bitch.
Leering, Gertie MacDowell limps forward. She draws from behind, ogling, and shows coyly her bloodied clout.
With all my worldly goods, I, thee, and thou,
she murmurs.
You did that. I hate you.
Bloom.
I? When? You're dreaming. I never saw you.
The bawd.
Leave the gentleman alone, you cheat. Writing the gentleman false letters. Street-walking and soliciting. Better for your mother take the strap to you at the bedpost, hussy like you.
Gertie to Bloom.
When you saw all the secrets of my bottom drawer.
She paws his sleeve, slobbering.
Dirty married man. I love you for doing that to me.
She glides away, crookedly. Mrs. Breen, in man's frieze overcoat, with loose bellows pockets, stands in the causeway, her roguish eyes wide open, smiling in all her herbivorous buck teeth. Mrs. Breen.
Mister.
Madam, when we last had this pleasure by letter dated the 16th instant...
Mr. Bloom, you down here in the haunted sin? I caught you nicely. Scamp.
Not so loud, my name. Whatever do you think of me? Don't give me away. Walls have ears. How do you do? It's ages since You're looking splendid. Absolutely it. Seasonable weather we are having this time of year. Black refracts heat. Shortcut home here. Interesting quarter. Rescue of fallen women. Magdalene Asylum. I am the secretary.
Now don't tell a big fib.
Holds up a finger.
I know somebody won't like that. Oh, just wait till I see Morley.
Slyly.
Account for yourself just for a minute, or woe betide you.
Bloom looks behind.
She often said she'd like to visit. Slumming. The exotic, you see. Negro servants in livery, too, if she had money. Othello, black brute. Eugene Stratton. Even the bones and corner man at the Livermore Christie's. Bohee brothers, sweep for that matter.
Tom and Sam Bohee, coloured coons in white duck suits, scarlet socks, upstarched Sambo chokers, and large scarlet asters in their buttonholes, leap out. Each has his banjo slung. Their paler, smaller negroid hands jingle the twing-twang wires. Flashing white Kaffir eyes and tusks, they rattle through a breakdown in clumsy clogs. Twinging, singing, back-to-back, toe-heel, heel-toe, with smack-fat clacking nigger lips.
There's someone in the house with Dinah. There's someone in the house I know. There's someone in the house with Dinah, playing on the old banjo.
They whisk black masks from raw babby faces. Then, chuckling, chortling, trumming, twanging, they diddle-diddle cakewalk dance away. Bloom, with a sour, tenderish smile.
A little frivol, shall we, if you are so inclined? Would you like me, perhaps, to embrace you just for a fraction of a second?
Mrs. Breen screams gaily.
Oh, you rock! You ought to see yourself.
For old sake's sake. I only meant a square party, a mixed marriage mingling of our different little conjugals. You know I had a soft corner for you.
Gloomily.
'Twas I sent you that valentine of the dear gazelle.
Glory, Alice, you two look a holy show. Killing simply.
She puts out her hand inquisitively.
But you're hiding behind your back. Tell us, there's a dear.
Bloom seizes her wrist with his free hand.
Josie Powell, that was, prettiest Deb in Dublin. How time flies by. Do you remember, harking back in a retrospective arrangement, old Christmas night, Georgina Simpson's housewarming, while they were playing the Irving Bishop game, finding the pin blindfold and thought-reading? Subject, what is in this snuff-box?
You were the lion of the night with your stereo-comic recitation, and you looked the part. You were always a favourite of the ladies.
Bloom, squire of dames, in dinner jacket, with watered silk facings, blue Masonic badge in his buttonhole, black bow and mother-of-pearl studs, a prismatic champagne glass tilted in his hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ireland, home and beauty.
The dear days beyond recall, love's old sweet song.
Bloom, meaningfully dropping his voice.
I confess I'm teapot with curiosity to find out whether some person's something is a little teapot at present.
Mrs. Breen, gushingly.
Tremendously teapot! And I'm simply teapot all over me.
She rubs sides with him.
Out to the parlour mystery games and the crackers from the tree we sat in the staircase ottoman. Under the mistletoe, to his company.
Bloom, wearing a purple Napoleon hat with an amber half-moon, his fingers and thumb passing slowly down to her soft, moist, meaty palm, which she surrenders gently.
The witching hour of night. I took the splinter out of his hand carefully, slowly.
Tenderly, as he slips on her finger a ruby ring.
La si darem la mano.
Mrs. Breen, in a one-piece evening frock executed in moonlight blue, a tinsel sylph's diadem on her brow with her dance-card fallen beside her moon-blue satin slipper, curves her palm softly, breathing quickly.
Voglio, you're hot, you're scalding, to left hand nearest the heart.
When you made your present choice, they said it was Beauty and the Beast. I can never forgive you for that.
His clenched fist at his brow.
Think what it means. All you meant to me then.
Hoarsely.
Woman, it's breaking me.
Dennis Breen, white tall-hatted with Wisdom Healy's sandwich boards, shuffles past them in carpet slippers, his dull beard thrust out, muttering to right and left. Little Alf Bergen, coated in the pall of the ace of spades, dogs him to left and right, doubled in laughter. Alf Bergen points jeeringly at the sandwich boards.
You pay up.
Mrs. Breen to Bloom.
Hijinks below stairs.
She gives him the glad eye.
Why didn't you kiss the spot to make it well? You wanted to.
Bloom, shocked.
Molly's best friend? Could you?
Mrs. Breen, her pulpy tongue between her lips, offers a pigeon kiss.
The answer is a lemon. Have your little present for me there.
Bloom, offhandedly.
Kosher. A snack for supper. The home without potted meat is incomplete. I was at Leah, Mrs. Bandman Palmer, trenchant exponent of Shakespeare. Unfortunately, threw away the program. Rattling good place round there for pig's feet. Feel.
Richie Goulding, 3 ladies' hats pinned on his head, appears weighted to one side by the black legal bag of Collis and Ward, on which a skull and crossbones are painted in white lime-wash. He opens it, and shows it full of polonies, kippered herrings, Findon haddies, and tight-packed pills. Richie.
Best value and dub.
Bald Pat, bothered beetle, stands on the curbstone folding his napkin, waiting to wait. Pat advances with a tilted dish of spilling gravy.
Steak and kidney, bottle of lager. Wait till I wait.
Richie.
Good God. In all.
With hanging head he marches doggedly forward. The navvy, lurching by, gores him with his flaming pronghorn. Richie, with a cry of pain, his hand to his back.
Ah, bright lights.
Bloom points to the navvy.
A spy. Don't attract attention. I hate stupid crowds. I am not on pleasure bent. I am in a grave predicament.
Mrs. Breen.
Humbugging and delithering as per usual with a cock and bull story.
I want to tell you a little secret about how I came to be here, but you must never tell. Not even Molly. I have a most particular reason.
Mrs. Breen, all agog.
Oh, not for worlds.
Let's walk on, shall us?
Let's.
The board makes an unheeded sign. Bloom walks on with Mrs. Breen. The terrier follows, whining piteously, wagging his tail. The board.
Jew-man's melt.
Bloom, in an oatmeal sporting suit, a sprig of woodbine in the lapel, tony buff shirt, shepherd's plaid St. Andrew's cross scarfty, white spats, fawn dustcoat on his arm, tawny red brogues, field glasses in bandolier, and a grey billycock hat.
Do you remember a long time, years and years ago, just after Millie, Marionette we called her, was weaned, when we all went together to Ferry House races, was it?
Mrs. Breen, in smart Saxe tailor-made, white velour hat and spider veil.
Leopardstown.
I mean Leopardstown. And Molly won 7 shillings on a 3-year-old named Nevertell, and coming home along by Fox Rock in that old 5-seater Chanderadon of a wagonette. You were in your heyday then, and you had on that new hat of white velours with a surround of mole fur that Mrs. Hayes advised you to buy because it was marked down to 19 and 11, a bit of wire and an old rag of velveteen, and I'll lay you what you like she did it on purpose.
She did, of course. The cat. Don't tell me. Nice adviser.
Because it didn't suit you 1/4 as well as the other ducky little Tammy toque with the bird of paradise wing in it that I admired on you, and you honestly looked just too fetching in it, though it was a pity to kill it, you cruel naughty creature, little mite of a thing with a heart the size of a full stop.
Mrs. Breen squeezes his arm, simpers.
Not it cruel I was.
Bloom, low, secretly, ever more rapidly.
And Molly was eating a sandwich of spiced beef out of Mrs. Joe Gallagher's lunch basket. Frankly, though, she had her advisers or admirers. I never cared much for her style. She was...
True.
Yes. And Molly was laughing because Rogers and Maggot O'Reilly were mimicking a cock as we passed a farmhouse, and Marcus Tertius Moses, the tea merchant, drove past us in a gig with his daughter. Dancer Moses was her name, and the poodle in her lap bridled up, and you asked me if I ever heard or read or knew or came across.
Yes.
She fades from his side. Followed by the whining dog, he walks on towards Hell's Gates. In an archway, a standing woman, bent forward, her feet apart, pisses cowily. Outside a shuttered pub, a bunch of loiterers listen to a tale which their broken-snouted gaffer rasps out with raucous humour. An armless pair of them flop, wrestling, growling, in maimed, sodden play fight. The gaffer crouches, his voice twisted in his snout.
And when Carnes came down from the scaffolding in Beaver Street, what was he doing it into only the bucket of porter that was waiting on the shavings for dear one's plasterers?
The loiterers guffaw with cleft palates.
Oh, jays.
Their paint-speckled hats wag, spattered with size and lime of their lodges. They frisk limblessly about him. Bloom.
Coincidence, too. They think it funny. Anything but that. Broad daylight, trying to walk. Lucky no woman.
The loiterers.
Jays, that's a good un. Gobbler salts, or jays into the men's porter.
Bloom passes. Cheap whores, singly, coupled, shawled, dishevelled, call from lanes, doors, corners.
Are you going far, queer fellow? How's your middle leg? Got a march on you? Hey, come here till I stiffen it for you.
He plodges through their sump towards the lighted street beyond. From a bulge of window curtains a gramophone rears a battered brazen trunk. In the shadow a shebeen keeper haggles with the navvy and the two redcoats. The navvy belching.
Where's the bloody house?
The shebeen keeper.
Purden Street. Shilling a bottle of stout. Respectable woman.
The navvy, gripping the two redcoats, staggers forward with them.
Come on, you British Army.
Private Carr, behind his back.
He ain't half balmy.
Private Compton laughs.
Ho, what ho?
Private Carr to the navvy.
Portobello Barracks Canteen. You asked for car. Just car.
The navvy shouts.
We are the boys of Wexford.
Private Compton.
Say, what price the Sergeant Major?
Private Carr.
Bennett, he's my pal. I love old Bennett.
The navvy shouts.
The galling chain and free our native land.
He staggers forward, dragging them with him. Bloom stops, at fault. The dog approaches, his tongue out lolling, panting. Bloom.
Wild goose chase, this. Disorderly houses. Lord knows where they are gone. Drunks cover distance double quick. Nice mix-up. Scene at Westland Row. Then jump in first class with third ticket. Then too far. Train with engine behind. Might have taken me to Malahide or a siding for the night or collision. Second drink does it. Once is a dose. What am I following him for? Still, he's the best of that lot. If I hadn't heard about Mrs. Beaufoy, Purefoy, I wouldn't have gone and wouldn't have met. Kismet. He'll lose that cash. We're leaving office here. Good biz for cheap jacks, organs. What do ye lack? Soon got, soon gone. Might have lost my life, too, with that man, gong, wheel, track, trolley, glare, juggernaut, only for presence of mind. Can't always save you, though. If I had passed Trulock's window that day, 2 minutes later, would have been shot. Absence of body. Still, if bullet only went through my coat, get damages for shock. 500 pounds. What was he? Kildare Street Club toff. God help his gamekeeper.
He gazes ahead, reading on the wall a scrawled chalk legend. Wet dream. and a phallic design.
Odd. Molly drawing on the frosted carriage pane at Kingstown. What's that like?
Gaudy doll women loll in the lighted doorways, in window embrasures, smoking bird's-eye cigarettes. The odour of the sick sweet weed floats toward him in slow, round, ovaling wreaths. The wreaths.
Sweet are the sweet, sweets of sin.
My spine's a bit limp. Go or turn? And this food? Eat it and get all pig sticky. Absurd I am. Waste of money. 1 and 8 too much.
The retriever drives a cold, snivelling muzzle against his hand, wagging his tail.
Strange how they take to me. Even that brute today. Better speak to him first. Like women, they like rencontre. Stinks like a polecat. Chacun son gout. He might be mad. Dog days. Uncertain in his movements. Good fellow. Fido. Good fellow. Gary Owen.
The wolf dog sprawls on his back, wriggling obscenely with begging paws, his long black tongue lolling out.
Influence of his surroundings. Given have done with it. Provided nobody.
Calling encouraging words, he shambles back, with a furtive poacher's tread, dogged by the setter into a dark, stale-stunk corner. He unrolls one parcel, and goes to dump the crabine softly, but holds back and feels the trotter.
Sizable for 3 but then I have it in my left hand. Calls for more effort. Why? Smaller from want of use. Oh, let it slide. 2 and 6.
With regret, he lets the unrolled crabine and trotter slide. The mastiff mauls the bundle clumsily and gluts himself with growling greed, crunching the bones. 2 rain-caped watch approach, silent, vigilant. They murmur together.
Bloom, of bloom, for bloom, bloom.
Each lays hand on Bloom's shoulder. First watch.
Caught in the act. Commit no nuisance.
Bloom stammers.
I am doing good to others.
A covey of gulls, storm petrels, rises hungrily from liffey slime with Banbury cakes in their beaks.
Contrary, cave.
Bloom.
The friend of man, trained by kindness.
He points. Bob Doran, toppling from a high bar stool, sways over the munching spaniel.
Dowser, give us the paw. Give the paw.
The bulldog growls, his scruff standing, a gobbet of pig's knuckle between his molars, through which rabid scum spittle dribbles. Bob Doran fills silently into an area. Second watch.
Prevention of cruelty to animals.
Bloom, enthusiastically.
A noble work. I scolded that tram driver on Harold's Cross Bridge for illusing the poor horse with his harness scab. Bad French I got for my pains. Of course it was frosty in the last tram. All tales of circus life are highly demoralizing.
Signor Maffei, passion pale in lion tamer's costume, with diamond studs in his shirt front, steps forward, holding a circus paper hoop, a curling carriage whip, and a revolver with which he covers the gorging boarhound. Signor Maffei, with a sinister smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, my educated greyhound! It was I broke in the bucking brung to Ajax with my patient spiked saddle for carnivores. Lash under the belly with a knotted thong. Block tackle and a strangling pulley will bring your lion to heel, no matter how fractious. Even Leo Ferox there, the Libyan man-eater. A red-hot crowbar and some liniment rubbing on the burning pot produced Fritz of Amsterdam, the thinking hyena.
He glares.
I possess the Indian sign. The glint of my eye does it with these breast sparklers.
With a bewitching smile.
I now introduce Mademoiselle Ruby, the pride of the ring.
First watch.
Come. Name and address.
Bloom.
I have forgotten for the moment. Ah, yes.
He takes off his high-grade hat, saluting.
Dr. Bloom, Leopold, dental surgeon. You have heard of von Bloom Pasha? Umpteen millions. Donnerwetter. Owns half Austria. Egypt. Cousin.
First watch.
Proof.
A card falls from inside the leather headband of Bloom's hat. Bloom, in red fez, Cardi's dress coat with broad green sash, wearing a false badge of the Legion of Honor, picks up the card hastily and offers it.
Allow me. My club is the Junior Army and Navy. Solicitors. Messrs. John Henry Menton, 27 Bachelor's Walk.
First watch. Reads.
Henry Flower, no fixed abode, unlawfully watching and besetting.
Second watch.
An alibi? You are cautioned.
Bloom produces from his heart pocket a crumpled yellow flower.
This is the flower in question. It was given me by a man I don't know his name.
Plausibly.
You know that old joke, Rose of Castile? Bloom. The change of name. Virag.
He murmurs privately and confidentially.
We are engaged, you see, Sergeant. Lady in the case. Love entanglement.
He shoulders the second watch gently.
Dash it all, it's a way we gallants have in the Navy. Uniform that does it.
He turns gravely to the first watch.
Still, of course, you do get your Waterloo sometimes. Drop in some evening and have a glass of old Burgundy.
To the second watch, gaily.
I'll introduce you, Inspector. She's game. Do it in the shake of a lamb's tail.
A dark, mercurialized face appears, leading a veiled figure, the dark Mercury.
The castle is looking for him. He was drummed out of the army.
Martha, thick-veiled, a crimson halter round her neck, a copy of the Irish Times in her hand. In tone of reproach, pointing.
Henry, Leopold, Lionel, thou lost one. Clear my name.
First watch, sternly.
Come to the station.
Bloom, scared, hats himself, steps back, then plucking at his heart and lifting his right forearm on the square, he gives the sign and due guard of fellow craft.
No, no, worshipful master, light of love, mistaken identity. The Lyons mail. Le Cirque and Du Bosque. You remember the child's fratricide case? We medical men. By striking him dead with a hatchet. I am wrongfully accused. Better one guilty escape than 99 wrongfully condemned.
Martha, sobbing behind her veil.
Breach of promise. My real name is Peggy Griffin. He wrote to me that he was miserable. I'll tell my brother that Bective rug a fullback on you, heartless flirt.
Bloom, behind his hand.
She's drunk. The woman is inebriated.
He murmurs vaguely the pass of Ephraim.
Shitberleith.
Second watch, tears in his eyes. To Bloom.
You ought to be thoroughly well ashamed of yourself.
Gentlemen of the jury, let me explain. A pure mare's nest. I am a man misunderstood. I am being made a scapegoat of. I am a respectable married man, without a stain on my character. I live in Eccles Street. My wife? I am the daughter of a most distinguished commander, a gallant, upstanding gentleman. What do you call him? Major General Brian Tweedy. One of Britain's fighting men who helped to win our battles. Got his majority for the heroic defense of Rorke's Drift.
First watch.
Regiment.
Bloom turns to the gallery.
The Royal Dublins, boys, the salt of the earth, known the world over. I think I see some old comrades in arms up there among you. The RDF, with our own Metropolitan Police, guardians of our homes, the pluckiest lads and the finest body of men, as physique, in the service of our sovereign.
A voice.
Turncoat, up the boars! Who booed Joe Chamberlain?
Bloom, his hand on the shoulder of the first watch.
My old dad, too, was a JP. I'm as staunch a Britisher as you are, sir. I fought with the colours, for king and country in the absent-minded war under General Gow in the Park, and was disabled at Spion Kop and Bloemfontein, was mentioned in dispatches. I did all a white man could.
With quiet feeling.
Jim Bludso, holder nozzle again the bank.
First watch.
Profession or trade?
Well, I follow a literary occupation, author, journalist. In fact, we are just bringing out a collection of prize stories of which I am the inventor, something that is an entirely new departure. I am connected with the British and Irish press. If you ring up...
Miles Crawford strides out jerkily, a quill between his teeth. His scarlet beak blazes within the aureole of his straw hat. He dangles a hank of Spanish onions in one hand, and holds, with the other hand, a telephone receiver nozzle to his ear. Miles Crawford, his cock's wattles wagging.
Hello? 7784. Hello? Freeman's Urinal and Weekly Oswipe here. Paralyze Europe. You which? Blue bags? Well, who writes? Is it Bloom?
Mr. Philip Beaufoy, pale-faced, stands in the witness box, in accurate morning dress, out breast pocket with peak of handkerchief showing, creased lavender trousers, and patent boots. He carries a large portfolio labelled Matcham's Masterstrokes. Beaufoy drawls,
No, you aren't. Not by a long shot if I know it. I don't see it, that's all. No born gentleman, no one with the most rudimentary promptings of a gentleman, would stoop to such particularly loathsome conduct. One of those, my lord, a plagiarist, a soapy sneak masquerading as literature. It's perfectly obvious that with most inherent baseness, he has grabbed some of my best-selling copy. Really gorgeous stuff, a perfect gem, the love passages which are beneath suspicion, the Beaufoy books of love and great possessions, with which your lordship is doubtless familiar, are a household word throughout the kingdom.
Bloom murmurs with hangdog meekness, glum.
That bit about the laughing witch hand in hand I take exception to, if I may.
Beaufoy, his lip up-curled, smiles superciliously on the court.
You funny ass, you. You're too beastly awful weird for words. I don't think you need to over-excessively disincommodate yourself in that regard. My literary agent, Mr. J.B. Pinker, is in attendance. I presume, my lord, we shall have the usual witnesses' fee, shan't we? We are considerably out of pocket over this bally pressman Johnny, this jackdaw of Reims, who has not even been to university.
Bloom, indistinctly.
University of Life. Bad art.
Beaufoy shouts,
It's a damnably foul lie, showing the moral rottenness of the man.
He extends his portfolio.
We have here damning evidence. The corpus delicti, my lord, a specimen of my maturer work disfigured by the hallmark of the beast.
A voice from the gallery.
Moses, Moses, king of the Jews, wiped his arse in the Daily News.
Bloom, bravely.
Overdrawn.
Beaufoy.
You low-clad. You ought to be ducked in the horse pond, you rotter.
To the court.
Why look at the man's private life, leading a quadruple existence, street angel and house devil, not fit to be mentioned in mixed society, the arch conspirator of the age.
Bloom, to the court.
And he, a bachelor. How?
First watch.
The Keene versus Bloom. Call the woman Driscoll.
The crier.
Mary Driscoll, scullery maid.
Mary Driscoll, a slipshod servant girl, approaches. She has a bucket on the crook of her arm and a scouring brush in her hand. Second watch.
Another? Are you of the unfortunate class?
Mary Driscoll indignantly.
I'm not a bad one. I bear a respectable character, and was 4 months in my last place. I was in a situation, £6 a year, and my chances with Fridays out, and I had to leave owing to his carryings on.
First watch.
What do you tax him with?
He made a certain suggestion, but I thought more of myself, as poor as I am.
Bloom, in a house jacket of ripple cloth, flannel trousers, heelless slippers, unshaven, his hair rumpled, softly.
I treated you white. I gave you mementos, smart emerald garters far above your station. Incautiously I took your part when you were accused of pilfering. There's a medium in all things. Play cricket.
As God is looking down on me this night, if ever I laid my hand on them oysters.
The offence complained of? Did something happen?
He surprised me in the rear of the premises, Your Honour, when the missus was out shopping one morning with a request for a safety pin. He held me, and I was discoloured in 4 places as a result. And he interfered, twixt my clothing.
She counter-assaulted.
I had more respect for the scouring brush, so I had. I remonstrated with him, your lord, and he remarked, "Keep it quiet."
General laughter. George Fottrell, Clerk of the Crown and Peace, resonantly.
Order in the court. The accused will now make a bogus statement.
Bloom, pleading not guilty and holding a full-blown water-lily, begins a long, unintelligible speech. They would hear what counsel had to say in his stirring address to the grand jury. He was down and out, but though branded as a black sheep, if he might say so, he meant to reform, to retrieve the memory of the past in a purely sisterly way, and return to nature as a purely domestic animal. A 7-month child, he had been carefully brought up and nurtured by an aged, bedridden parent. There might have been lapses of an erring father, but he wanted to turn over a new leaf, and now, when at long last in sight of the whipping-post, to lead a homely life in the evening of his days, permeated by the affectionate surroundings of the heaving bosom of the family. An acclimatized Britisher, he had seen that summer eve from the footplate of an engine-cab of the Loop Line Railway Company, while the rain refrained from falling glimpses, as it were, through the windows of loveful households in Dublin City. An urban district of scenes truly rural, of happiness of the better land, with Dockrell's wallpaper at 1 9d a dozen. Innocent British-born bairns lisping prayers to the sacred infant, youthful scholars grappling with their pen-sums, or model young ladies playing on the pianoforte or anon, all with fervour reciting the family rosary round the crackling Yule log, while in the boreens and green lanes the colleens with their swains strolled, what times, the strains of the organ-toned melodeon Britannia, metal-bound with 4 acting stops and 12-fold bellows, a sacrifice, greatest bargain ever. Renewed laughter. He mumbles incoherently. Reporters complain that they cannot hear. Longhand and shorthand, without looking up from their notebooks.
Loosen his boots.
Professor McHugh, from the press table, coughs and calls,
"Cough it up, man. Get it out in bits."
The cross-examination proceeds. Ray, Bloom, and the bucket. A large bucket. Bloom himself. Bowel trouble. In Beaver Street gripe, yes. Quite bad. A plasterer's bucket. By walking stiff-legged. Suffered untold misery. Deadly agony. About noon. Love or burgundy. Yes, some spinach. Crucial moment. He did not look in the bucket. Nobody. Rather a mess. Not completely. A Titbits back number. Uproar and catcalls. Bloom, in a torn frock-coat, stained with whitewash, dinged silk hat sideways on his head, a strip of sticking-plaster across his nose, talks inaudibly. J. O'Molloy, in barrister's grey wig and stuff gown, speaking with a voice of pained protest.
This is no place for indecent levity at the expense of an erring mortal disguised in liquor. We are not in a beer garden, nor at an Oxford rag, nor is this a travesty of justice. My client is an infant, a poor foreign immigrant who started scratch as a stowaway and is now trying to turn an honest penny. The trumped-up misdemeanour was due to a momentary aberration of heredity, brought on by hallucination, such familiarities as the alleged guilty occurrence being quite permitted in my client's native place, the land of the Pharaoh. Prima facie, I put it to you that there was no attempt at carnally knowing. Intimacy did not occur, and the offence complained of by Driscoll, that her virtue was solicited, was not repeated. I would deal in especial with atavism. There have been cases of shipwreck and somnambulism in my client's family. If the accused could speak, he could a tale unfold, one of the strangest that have ever been narrated between the covers of a book. He himself, my lord, is a physical wreck from cobbler's weak chest. His submission is that he is of Mongolian extraction and irresponsible for his actions. Not all there, in fact.
Bloom, barefoot, pigeon-breasted, in Lascar's vest and trousers, apologetic toes turned in, opens his tiny mole's eyes, and looks about him dazedly, passing a slow hand across his forehead. Then he hitches his belt sailor fashion, and with a shrug of oriental obeisance salutes the court, pointing one thumb heavenward.
Him makey very much a fine night.
He begins to lilt simply.
Lily, poor little child, blingy pigfoot every night, pay to shilly.
He is howled down. J.J. O'Malloy, hotly, to the populace.
This is a long-hand fight. By Hades, I will not have any client of mine gagged and badgered in this fashion by a pack of curs and laughing hyenas. The Mosaic Code has superseded the law of the jungle. I say it, and I say it emphatically, without wishing for one moment to defeat the ends of justice. Accused was not accessory before the act, and prosecutrix has not been tampered with. The young person was treated by defendant as if she were his very own daughter.
Bloom takes J.J. O'Malloy's hand and raises it to his lips.
I shall call rebutting evidence to prove up to the hilt that the hidden hand is again at its old game. When in doubt, persecute Bloom. My client, an innately bashful man, would be the last man in the world to do anything ungentlemanly which injured modesty, could object to or cast a stone at a girl who took the wrong turning when some dastard, responsible for her condition, had worked his own sweet will on her. He wants to go straight. I regard him as the whitest man I know. He is down on his luck at present owing to the mortgaging of his extensive property at Agendath Natheum in faraway Asia Minor, slides of which will now be shown.
To Bloom.
I suggest you will do the handsome thing.
Bloom.
A penny in the pound.
The image of the Lake of Kinnereth, with blurred cattle cropping in silver haze, is projected on the wall. Moses Dlugach, ferret-eyed albino, in blue dungarees, stands up in the gallery, holding in each hand an orange citron and a pork kidney. Dlugach, hoarsely.
Bleibtreustrasse, Berlin, W13.
J.J. O'Malloy steps onto a low plinth and holds the lapel of his coat with solemnity. His face lengthens, grows pale and bearded, with sunken eyes, the blotches of phthisis and hectic cheekbones of John F. Taylor. He applies his handkerchief to his mouth and scrutinizes the galloping tide of rose-pink blood. J.J. O'Malloy, almost voicelessly.
Excuse me, I am suffering from a severe chill, have recently come from a sick bed. A few well-chosen words.
He assumes the avine head, foxy moustache, and proboscidal eloquence of Seymour Bushe.
When the angel's book comes to be opened, if aught that the pensive bosom has inaugurated of so transfigured and of so transfiguring deserves to live, I say accord the prisoner at the bar the sacred benefit of the doubt.
A paper with something written on it is handed into court. Bloom, in court dress.
Can give best references. Messrs. Callan Coleman, Mr. Wisdom Healy J.P., my old chief Joe Cuff, Mr. V.B. Dillon, ex-Lord Mayor of Dublin. I have moved in the charmed circle of the highest. Queens of Dublin society.
Carelessly.
I was just chatting this afternoon at the Vice-Regal Lodge to my old pals, Sir Robert and Lady Ball, Astronomer Royal of the Levy. Sir Bob, I said?
Mrs. Yelverton Barry, in low corsaged opal ball dress and elbow-length ivory gloves, wearing a sable-trimmed brick-quilted dolman, a comb of brilliants and panache of osprey in her hair.
Arrest him, Constable. He wrote me an anonymous letter in Prentice backhand when my husband was in the North Riding of Tipperary on the Munster circuit, signed James Lovebirch. He said that he had seen from the gods my peerless globes as I sat in a box in the Theatre Royal at a command performance of La Cigale. I deeply inflamed him, he said. He made improper overtures to me to misconduct myself at 4:30 p.m. on the following Thursday, Dunsink time. He offered to send me through the post a work of fiction by Monsieur Paul de Kock, entitled The Girl with the Three Pairs of Stays.
Mrs. Bellingham, in cap and seal coney mantle, wrapped up to the nose, steps out of her brougham and scans through tortoise-shell quizzing glasses, which she takes from inside her huge opossum muff.
Also to me. Yes, I believe it is the same objectionable person. Because he closed my carriage door outside Sir Thornley Stoker's one sleety day, during the cold snap of February '93, when even the grit of the waste pipe and the ball stop in my Bath cistern were frozen. Subsequently, he enclosed a bloom of Edelweiss, called on the Heights, as he said, in my honor. I had it examined by a botanical expert, and elicited the information that it was a blossom of the home-grown potato plant, purloined from a forcing case of the model farm.
Mrs. Yelverton Barry.
Shame on him.
A crowd of sluts and ragamuffins surges forward, screaming.
Stop, thief! Hurrah there, Bluebeard! 3 cheers for Aikimo!
Second watch. Produces handcuffs.
Here are the derbies.
Mrs. Bellingham.
He addressed me in several handwritings with fulsome compliments as a Venus in furs, and alleged profound pity for my frost-bound coachman Palmer, while in the same breath he expressed himself as envious of his ear-flaps and fleety sheepskins, and of his fortunate proximity to my person when standing behind my chair, wearing my livery, and the armorial bearings of the Bellingham escutcheon, garnished sable, a buck's head coupe d'or. He lauded most extravagantly my nether extremities, my swelling calves in silk hose drawn up to the limit, and eulogized glowingly my other hidden treasures in priceless lace, which, he said, he could conjure up. He urged me, stating that he felt it was his mission in life to urge me, to defile the marriage bed, to commit adultery at the earliest possible opportunity.
The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Tallboys, in Amazon costume, hard hat, jack-boots cock-spurred, vermilion waistcoat, fawn musketeer gauntlets with braided drums, long train held up, and hunting crop with which she strikes her welt constantly.
Also me, because he saw me on the polo ground of the Phoenix Park at the match, all Ireland versus the rest of Ireland. My eyes, I know, shone divinely as I watched Captain Slogger Dennehy of the Inskillings win the final chukker on his darling cob centaur. This plebeian Don Juan observed me from behind a hackney car, and sent me in double envelopes an obscene photograph, such as are sold after dark on Paris boulevards, insulting to any lady. I have it still. It represents a partially nude senorita, frail and lovely, his wife, as he solemnly assured me, taken by him from nature, practising illicit intercourse with a muscular torero, evidently a blackguard. He urged me to do likewise, to misbehave, to sin with officers of the garrison. He implored me to soil his letter in an unspeakable manner, to chastise him as he richly deserves, to bestride and ride him, to give him a most vicious horse-whipping.
Mrs. Bellingham.
Me too.
Mrs. Yelverton Barry.
Me too.
Several highly respectable Dublin ladies hold up improper letters received from Bloom. The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys stamps her jingling spurs in a sudden paroxysm of fury.
I will, by the God above me. I'll scourge the pigeon-livered cur as long as I can stand over him. I'll flay him alive.
Bloom, his eyes closing, quails expectantly.
Here?
He squirms.
Again?
He pants, cringing.
I love the danger.
The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys.
Very much so. I'll make it hot for you. I'll make you dance Jack Latten for that.
Mrs. Bellingham.
Tan his breech well, the upstart. Write the stars and stripes on it.
Mrs. Yelverton Barry.
Disgraceful. There's no excuse for him. A married man.
Bloom.
All these people. I meant only the spanking idea. A warm, tingling glow without effusion. Refined birching to stimulate the circulation.
The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys laughs derisively.
Oh, did you, my fine fellow? Well, by the living God, you'll get the surprise of your life now, believe me. The most unmerciful hiding a man ever bargained for. You have lashed the dormant tigress in my nature into fury.
Mrs. Bellingham shakes her muff and quizzing glasses vindictively.
Make him smart, Hannah dear. Give him ginger. Thrash the mongrel within an inch of his life. The cat o' nine tails. Geld him. Vivisect him.
Bloom, shuddering, shrinking, joins his hands with hangdog mien.
Oh, cold. Oh, shivery. It was your ambrosial beauty. Forget, forgive. Kismet. Let me off this once.
He offers the other cheek. Mrs. Yelverton Barry. Severely.
Don't do so on any account, Mrs. Talboys. He should be soundly trounced.
The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys, unbuttoning her gauntlet violently.
I'll do no such thing. Pig dog and always was ever since he was pupped. To dare address me. I'll flog him black and blue in the public streets. I'll dig my spurs in him up to the rowel. He is a well-known cuckold.
She swishes her hunting crop savagely in the air.
Take down his trousers without loss of time. Come here, sir. Quick. Ready?
Bloom, trembling, beginning to obey.
The weather has been so warm.
Davy Stevens, ringlitted, passes with a bevy of barefoot newsboys.
Messenger of the Sacred Heart, an evening telegraph with St. Patrick's Day supplement, containing the new addresses of all the cuckolds in Dublin.
The Very Reverend Canon O'Hanlon, in cloth of gold cope, elevates and exposes a marble timepiece. Before him, Father Conroy and the Reverend John Hughes, S.J., bend low. The timepiece, unportaling.
Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
The brass quoits of a bed are heard to jingle. The quoits.
Cheek-tack, chicka-chicka-cheek-tack.
A panel of fog rolls back rapidly, revealing rapidly in the jury box the faces of Martin Cunningham, foreman, silk-hatted, Jack Power, Simon Dedalus, Tom Kernan, Ned Lambert, John Henry Menton Miles Crawford, Lenehan, Paddy Leonard, Nosey Flynn, McCoy, and the featureless face of a nameless one. The nameless one.
Bareback riding. Wait for age. Gob, he organized her.
The jurors, all their heads turned to his voice.
Really?
The nameless one snarls.
Ours over tip. 100 shillings to 5.
The jurors, all their heads lowered in assent.
Most of us thought as much.
First watch.
He is marked man. Another girl's plate cut. Wanted, Jack the Ripper. £1,000 reward.
Second watch. Awed, whispers.
And in black, a Mormon, anarchist.
The crier, loudly.
Whereas Leopold Bloom, of no fixed abode, is a well-known dynamitard, forger, bigamist, bard, and cuckold, and a public nuisance to the citizens of Dublin. And whereas at this commission of assizes the most honourable...
His Honour Sir Frederick Falconer, Recorder of Dublin, in judicial garb of grey stone, rises from the bench, stone-bearded. He bears in his arms an umbrella sceptre. From his forehead arise starkly the mosaic ram's horns. The Recorder.
I will put an end to this white slave traffic, and rid Dublin of this odious pest. Scandalous.
He dons the black cap.
Let him be taken, Mr. Sub-Sheriff, from the dock where he now stands, and detained in custody in Mountjoy prison during his Majesty's pleasure, and there be hanged by the neck until he is dead, and therein fail not at your peril, or may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Remove him.
A black skull-cap descends upon his head. The sub-sheriff, Long John Fanning, appears, smoking a pungent Henry Clay. Long John Fanning scowls, and calls with rich rolling utterance,
"Who'll hang Judas Iscariot?"
H. Rumbold, master barber, in a blood-coloured jerkin and tanner's apron, a rope coiled over his shoulder, mounts the block. A life-preserver and a nail-studded bludgeon are stuck in his belt. He rubs grimly his grappling hands, knobbed with knuckle-dusters. Rumbold, to the Recorder with sinister familiarity.
"Hanging Harry, your Majesty. The Mersey terror. 5 guineas a jugular. Neck or nothing."
The bells of George's church toll slowly, loud, dark, iron.
Hi-ho! Hi-ho!
Bloom, desperately.
Wait. Stop. Gulls. Good heart. I saw. Innocence. Girl in the monkey house. Zoo. Lewd chimpanzee.
Breathlessly.
Pelvic basin. Her artless blush unmanned me.
Overcome with emotion.
I left the precincts.
He turns to a figure in the crowd, appealing.
Hines, may I speak to you? You know me. That 3 shillings you can keep. If you want a little more.
Hines, coldly.
"You are a perfect stranger."
Second watch points to the corner.
The bomb is here.
First watch.
"Infernal machine with a time fuse."
Bloom.
No. Pig's feet. I was at a funeral.
First watch draws his truncheon.
"Liar!"
The beagle lifts his snout, showing the grey scorbutic face of Paddy Dignam. He has gnawed all. He exhales a putrid, carcass-fed breath. He grows to human size and shape. His dachshund coat becomes a brown mortuary habit. His green eye flashes, bloodshot. Half of one ear, all the nose, and both thumbs are ghoul-eaten. Paddy Dignam, in a hollow voice.
"That is true. It was my funeral. Dr. Finnew came, pronounced life extinct when I succumbed to the disease from natural causes."
He lifts his mutilated ashen face moonwards and bays lugubriously. Bloom, in triumph.
You hear?
"Bloom, I am Paddy Dignam's spirit. List, list, oh, list."
The voice is the voice of Esau.
Second watch blesses himself.
How is that possible?
First watch.
"It is not in the penny catechism."
"By metempsychosis. Spooks."
A voice.
"Oh, rocks."
"Once I was in the employ of Mr. J.H. Manton, solicitor, commissioner for oaths and affidavits of 27 bachelor's work. Now I am defunct, the wall of the heart hypertrophied. Hard lines. The poor wife was awfully cut up. How is she bearing it? Keep her off that bottle of sherry."
He looks round him.
"A lamp. I must satisfy an animal need. That buttermilk didn't agree with me."
The portly figure of John O'Connell, caretaker, stands forth, holding a bunch of keys tied with crape. Beside him stands Father Coffey, chaplain, toad-bellied, wry-necked, in a surplice and bandana nightcap, holding sleepily a staff-twisted poppies. Father Coffey, yawns, then chants with a hoarse croak.
Nomine Jacobs Vobiscuits. Amen.
John O'Connell foghorns stormily through his megaphone.
Dynam, Patrick T, deceased.
Paddy Dignam, with pricked-up ears, winces.
Overtones.
He wriggles forward and places an ear to the ground.
My master's voice.
John O'Connell.
Burial docket letter number UP 85,000, Field 17, House of Keys, Plot 101.
Paddy Dignam listens with visible effort, thinking, his tail stiff-pointed, his ears cocked.
Pray for the repose of his soul.
He worms down through a coal-hole, his brown habit trailing its tether over rattling pebbles. After him toddles an obese grandfather rat on fungus turtle paws under a grey carapace. Dignam's voice, muffled, is heard baying underground.
Dignam's dead and gone below.
Tom Rochford, robin-breasted, in cap and breeches, jumps from his two-columned machine. Tom Rochford, a hand to his breastbone, bows.
Reuben J. Aflorin, I find him.
He fixes the manhole with a resolute stare.
My turn now on. Follow me up to Carlo.
He executes a daredevil salmon leap in the air, and is engulfed in the coal-hole. Two discs on the columns wobble, eyes of naught. All recedes. Bloom plodges forward again through the sump. Kisses chirp. Amid the rifts of fog a piano sounds. He stands before a lighted house, listening. The kisses, winging from their bowers, fly about him, twittering, warbling, cooing. The kisses, warbling,
Leo.
twittering,
Licky, licky, micky, sticky for Leo.
cooing.
Yum, yum, wum, wum.
Warbling,
Big, come big. Pirouette, Leopold.
twittering,
Lily.
warbling.
Oh, Leo.
They rustle, flutter upon his garments, alight, bright, giddy flecks, silvery sequins, bloom.
A man's touch. Sad music. Church music. Perhaps here.
Zoe Higgins, a young whore, in a sapphire slip closed with 3 bronze buckles, a slim black velvet fillet round her throat, nods, trips down the steps and accosts him. Zoe.
Are you looking for someone? He's inside with his friend.
Bloom.
Is this Mrs. Max?
No, 81. Mrs. Cohen's. You might go farther and fare worse. Mother Slipper Slapper.
Familiarly.
She's on the job herself tonight, with the vet, her tipster that gives her all the winners and pays for her son in Oxford. Working overtime, but her luck's turned today.
Suspiciously.
You're not his father, are you?
Not I.
You both in black. Has little Mousie any tickles tonight?
His skin, alert, feels her fingertips approach. A hand glides over his left thigh.
How's the nuts?
Offside. Curiously, they are on the right. Heavier, I suppose. 1 in a million, my tailor, Messiah, says.
Zoe, in sudden alarm.
You've a hard chance.
Not likely.
I feel it.
Her hand slides into his left trouser pocket and brings out a hard black shriveled potato. She regards it and Bloom with dumb, moist lips.
A talisman. Heirloom.
For Zoe? For keeps? For being so nice, eh?
She puts the potato greedily into a pocket, then links his arm, cuddling him with supple warmth. He smiles uneasily. Slowly, note by note, Oriental music is played. He gazes in the tawny crystal of her eyes, ringed with kohl. His smile softens.
You'll know me the next time.
Bloom, forlornly.
I never loved a dear gazelle, but it was sure to.
Gazelles are leaping, feeding on the mountains. Near are lakes. Round their shores file shadows black of cedar groves. Aroma rises, a strong hair-growth of resin. It burns. The Orient, a sky of sapphire cleft by the bronze flight of eagles. Under it lies the woman city, nude, white, still, cool in luxury. A fountain murmurs among damask roses. Mammoth roses murmur of scarlet wine grapes. A wine of shame, lust, blood, exudes, strangely murmuring. Zoe, murmuring, sings song with the music, her odalisque lips lusciously smeared with salve of swine fat and rose-water.
Shorak ani wenowak. Benoit Yerushalayim.
Bloom, fascinated.
I thought you were of good stock by your accent.
And you know what Thought did?
She bites his ear gently with little gold-stopped teeth, sending on him a cloying breath of stale garlic. The roses draw apart, disclose a sepulchre of the gold of kings and their mouldering bones. Bloom draws back, mechanically caressing her right bub with a flat, awkward hand.
Are you a Dublin girl?
Zoe catches a stray hair deftly and twists it to her coil.
No bloody fear. I'm English. Have you a swagger root?
Bloom, as before.
Rarely smoke, dear. Cigar now and then. Childish device.
Lewdly.
The mouth can be better engaged than with a cylinder of rank weed.
Go on, make a stump speech out of it.
Bloom, in workman's corduroy overalls, black gansey with red floating tie and a patchy cap.
Mankind is incorrigible. Sir Walter Raleigh brought from the New World that potato and that weed, the one a killer of pestilence by absorption, the other a poisoner of the ear, eye, heart, memory, will, understanding, all. That is to say, he brought the poison 100 years before another person, whose name I forget, brought the food. Suicide, lies, all our habits. Why, look at our public life.
Midnight chimes from distant steeples.
Turn again, Leopold, Lord Mayor of Dublin.
Bloom, in alderman's gown and chain.
Electors of Erin Quay, Inns Quay, Rotunda, Mountjoy, and North Dock. Better run a tram line, I say, from the cattle market to the river. That's the music of the future. That's my program. Cui bono? But our buccaneering Vanderdeckens in their phantom ship of finance.
An elector.
3 times 3 for our future Chief Magistrate.
The aurora borealis of the torchlight procession leaps. The torchbearers.
Hooray!
Several well-known burgesses, city magnates and freemen of the city, shake hands with Bloom and congratulate him. Timothy Harrington, late thrice Lord Mayor of Dublin, imposing in mayoral scarlet, gold chain and white silk tie, confers with Councillor Lorcan Sherlock. Locum tenens. They nod vigorously in agreement. Late Lord Mayor Harrington, in scarlet robe, with mace, gold mayoral chain, and large white silk scarf.
That Alderman Sir Leo Bloom's speech be printed at the expense of the ratepayers. That the house in which he was born be ornamented with a commemorative tablet. And that the thoroughfare hitherto known as Cow Parlour, off Cork Street, be henceforth designated Boulevard Bloom.
Councillor Lorcan Sherlock.
Carried unanimously.
Bloom, impassionedly.
These Flying Dutchmen, or Lying Dutchmen, as they recline in their upholstered poop, casting dice, what reck they? Machines is their cry, their chimera, their panacea, labor-saving apparatuses, supplanters, bugbears, manufactured monsters for mutual murder, hideous hobgoblins produced by a horde of capitalistic lusts upon our prostituted labor. The poor man starves while they are grassing their royal mountain stags or shooting pheasants and partridges in their purblind pomp of pelf and power. But their reign is rover forever and ever and ev.
Prolonged applause. Venetian masts, maypoles, and festal arches spring up. A streamer bearing the legends Cade Mila Folche and Ma Tob Melech Israel spans the street. All the windows are thronged with sightseers, chiefly ladies. Along the route the regiments of the Royal Dublin Fusiliers, the King's Own Scottish Borderers, the Cameron Highlanders, and the Welsh Fusiliers, standing to attention, keep back the crowd. Boys from high school are perched on the lamp-posts, telegraph poles, window-sills, cornices, gutters, chimney-pots, railings, rain-spouts. Whistling and cheering, the pillar of the cloud appears. A fife and drum band is heard in the distance, playing the Col Nidre. The beaters approach with imperial eagles hoisted, trailing banners and waving oriental palms. The chryselephantine papal standard rises high, surrounded by pennons of the civic flag. The van of the procession appears, headed by John Howard Parnell, City Marshal, in a chessboard tabard, the Athlone Pursuivant and Ulster King of Arms. They are followed by the Right Honourable Joseph Hutchinson, Lord Mayor of Dublin, his Lordship the Lord Mayor of Cork, their worships the Mayors of Limerick, Galway, Sligo and Waterford, 28 Irish representative peers, sirdars, grandees and maharajas bearing the cloth of estate, the Dublin Metropolitan Fire Brigade, the chapter of the Saints of Finance in their plutocratic order of precedence, the Bishop of Down and Connor, His Eminence Michael Cardinal Logue, Archbishop of Armagh, Primate of all Ireland, His Grace the Most Reverend Dr. William Alexander, Archbishop of Armagh, Primate of all Ireland, the Chief Rabbi, the Presbyterian Moderator, the heads of the Baptist, Anabaptist, Methodist and Moravian chapels, and the Honorary Secretary of the Society of Friends. After them march the guilds and trades and train bands with flying colours, coopers, bird fanciers, millwrights, newspaper canvassers, law scriveners, masseurs, vintners, truss-makers, chimney-sweeps, lard refiners, tabernet and poplin weavers, farriers, Italian warehousemen, church decorators, boot-jack manufacturers, undertakers, silk mercers, lapidaries, salesmasters, cork-cutters, assessors of fire losses, dyers and cleaners, export bottlers, fellmongerers, ticket-writers, heraldic seal engravers, horse repository hands, bullion brokers, cricket and archery outfitters, riddle makers, egg and potato factors, hosiers and glovers, plumbing contractors. After them march gentlemen of the bedchamber, Black Rod, Deputy Garter, Gold Stick, the Master of Horse, the Lord Great Chamberlain, the Earl Marshal, the High Constable, carrying the Sword of State, St. Stephen's Iron Crown, the Chalice and Bible. 4 buglers on foot blow a sennet. Beef-eaters reply, winding clarions of welcome. Under an arch of triumph, Bloom appears, bareheaded, in a crimson velvet mantle, trimmed with ermine, bearing St. Edward's staff, the orb and sceptre with the dove, the katana. He is seated on a milk-white horse with long, flowing crimson tail, richly caparisoned, with golden headstall. Wild excitement. The ladies from their balconies throw down rose petals. The air is perfumed with essences. The men cheer. Bloom's boys run amid the bystanders with branches of hawthorn and wren bushes. Bloom's boys.
The wren, the king of all birds, St. Stephen's Day was caught in the furs.
A blacksmith murmurs,
For the honour of God, and is that Bloom? He scarcely looks 31.
A pavior and flagger.
That's the famous Bloom now, the world's greatest reformer. Hats off.
All uncover their heads, Women whisper eagerly. A millionairess, richly.
Isn't he simply wonderful?
A noblewoman, nobly.
All that man has seen.
A feminist, masculinely.
Anton.
A bell hanger.
A classic face. He has the forehead of a thinker.
Bloom's weather. A sunburst appears in the northwest. The Bishop of Down and Connor.
I here present your undoubted Emperor-President and King Chairman, the most serene and potent and very puissant ruler of this realm. God save Leopold I!
God save Leopold I!
Bloom, in dalmatic and purple mantle, to the Bishop of Down and Connor, with dignity.
Thanks, somewhat eminent sir.
William, Archbishop of Armagh, in purple stock and shovel hat.
Will you to your power cause law and mercy to be executed in all your judgments in Ireland and territories thereunto belonging?
Bloom, placing his right hand on his testicles, swears,
So may the Creator deal with me. All this I promise to do.
Michael, Archbishop of Armagh, pours a cruse of hair oil over Bloom's head.
Gaudium magnum annuntio vobis. Habemus conficentem. Leopold, Patrick, Andrew, David, George, be thou anointed.
Bloom assumes a mantle of cloth of gold and puts on a ruby ring. He ascends and stands on the stone of destiny. The representative peers put on at the same time their 28 crowns. Joy bells ring in Christ Church, St. Patrick's, George's, and gay Malahide. Myrus bazaar fireworks go up from all sides, with symbolical phallopyrotechnic designs. The peers do homage one by one, approaching and genuflecting. The peers.
I do become your liege, man of life, and limb to earthly worship.
Bloom holds up his right hand, on which sparkles the Koh-i-Noor diamond. His palfrey neighs. Immediate silence. Wireless intercontinental and interplanetary transmitters are set for reception of message.
My subjects, we hereby nominate our faithful charger, Copula Felix, hereditary Grand Vizier, and announce that we have this day repudiated our former spouse and have bestowed our royal hand upon the Princess Selene, the splendor of night.
The former morganatic spouse of Bloom is hastily removed in the Black Maria. The Princess Selene, in moon-blue robes, a silver crescent on her head, descends from a sedan chair borne by 2 giants. An outburst of cheering. John Howard Parnell raises the royal standard.
Illustrious Bloom, successor to my famous brother.
Bloom embraces John Howard Parnell.
We thank you from our heart, John, for this right royal welcome to Green Erin, the promised land of our common ancestors.
The freedom of the city is presented to him, embodied in a charter. The keys of Dublin, crossed on a crimson cushion, are given to him. He shows all that he is wearing green socks. Tom Kernan.
You deserve it, Your Honor.
On this day, 20 years ago, we overcame their hereditary enemy at Ladysmith. Our howitzers and camel swivel guns played on his lines with telling effect. Half a league onward, they charge. All is lost now. Do we yield? No! We drive them headlong. Lo! We charge! Deploying to the left, our light horse swept across the heights of Plevna, and uttering their war cry, Bona fide Sabaoth, sabred the Saracen gunners to a man.
The Chapel of Freeman Typesetters.
Hear, hear.
John Wise Nolan.
There's the man that got away, James Stevens.
A blue-coat schoolboy.
Bravo!
An old resident.
You're a credit to your country, sir. That's what you are.
An apple woman.
He's a man like Ireland wants.
Bloom.
My beloved subjects, a new era is about to dawn. I, Bloom, tell you verily it is even now at hand. Yea, on the word of a Bloom, Ye shall ere long enter into the golden city which is to be, the new Blumusalem in the Nova Hibernia of the future.
32 workmen wearing rosettes from all the counties of Ireland, under the guidance of Derwin the Builder, construct the new Blumusalem. It is a colossal edifice with crystal roof, built in the shape of a huge pork kidney, containing 40,000 rooms. In the course of its extension, several buildings and monuments are demolished. Government offices are temporarily transferred to railway sheds. Numerous houses are razed to the ground. The inhabitants are lodged in barrels and boxes, all marked in red with the letters L.B. Several paupers filled from a ladder. A part of the walls of Dublin, crowded with loyal sightseers, collapses. The sightseers dying. They die. A man in a brown mackintosh springs up through a trapdoor. He points an elongated finger at Bloom.
Don't you believe a word he says. That man is Leopold Mackintosh, the notorious fire-raiser. His real name is Higgins.
Shoot him! Dog of a Christian! So much for Mackintosh.
A cannon shot. The man in the mackintosh disappears. Bloom with his sceptre strikes down poppies. The instantaneous deaths of many powerful enemies, graziers, members of Parliament, members of standing committees, are reported. Bloom's bodyguard distribute Maundy money, commemoration medals, loaves and fishes, temperance badges, expensive Henry Clay cigars, free cow bones for soup, rubber preservatives in sealed envelopes tied with gold thread, butterscotch, pineapple rock, billet doux in the form of cocked hats, ready-made suits, porringers of toad in the hole, bottles of Jay's fluid, purchase stamps, 40 days indulgences, spurious coins, dairy-fed pork sausages, theatre passes, season tickets available for all tram lines, coupons of the Royal and Privileged Hungarian Lottery, penny dinner counters, cheap reprints of The World's 12 Worst Books, Froggy and Fritz, Politic, Care of the Baby, Infantilic, 50 Meals for 7 and 6, Culinic, Was Jesus a Sun Myth, Historic, Expel That Pain, Medic, Infant's Compendium of the Universe, Cosmic, Let's All Chortle, Hilaric, Canvassers Vade Mecum, Journalic, Love Letters of Mother Assistant, Erotic, Who's Who in Space, Astric, Songs That Reached Our Heart, Melodic, Pennywise's Way to Wealth, Parsimonic. A general rush and scramble. Women press forward to touch the hem of Bloom's robe. The Lady Gwendolen Dubedat bursts through the throng, leaps on his horse and kisses him on both cheeks amid great acclamation. A magnesium flashlight photograph is taken. Babes and sucklings are held up. The women.
Little father, little father.
The babes and sucklings.
Clap, clap hands till Polly comes home. Cakes in his pocket for Leo alone.
Bloom, bending down, popes baby Boardman gently in the stomach. Baby Boardman hiccups, curdled milk flowing from his mouth. Bloom, shaking hands with a blind stripling.
My more than brother.
Placing his arms round the shoulders of an old couple.
Dear old friends.
He plays Pussy Four Corners with ragged boys and girls.
Beep, bo peep.
He wheels twins in a perambulator.
Tic-tac-toe, would you set a shoe?
He performs juggler's tricks, draws red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet silk handkerchiefs from his mouth.
Roig biv, 32 feet per second.
He consoles a widow.
Absence makes the heart grow younger.
He dances the Highland fling with grotesque antics.
Leg it, ye devils!
He kisses the bedsores of a palsied veteran.
Honourable wounds.
He trips up a fit policeman.
UP, up. UP, up.
He whispers in the ear of a blushing waitress and laughs kindly.
Ah, naughty, naughty.
He eats a raw turnip offered him by Maurice Butterley, farmer.
Fine, splendid.
He refuses to accept 3 shillings offered him by Joseph Hines, journalist.
My dear fellow, not at all.
He gives his coat to a beggar.
Please accept.
He takes part in a stomach race with elderly male and female cripples.
Come on, boys! Wriggle it, girls!
The citizen, choked with emotion, brushes aside a tear in his emerald muffler.
May the good God bless him.
The ram's horns sound for silence. The standard of Zion is hoisted. Bloom uncloaks impressively, revealing obesity, unrolls a paper and reads solemnly,
Aleph, Beth, Gimel, Daleth, Haggadah, Tephilim, Kosher, Yom Kippur, Hanukkah, Rosh Hashanah, Beni Brith, Bar Mitzvah, Mazath, Azkenazim, Meshuggah, Talith.
An official translation is read by Jimmy Henry, Assistant Town Clerk.
The Court of Conscience is now open. His Most Catholic Majesty will now administer open air justice. Free medical and legal advice, solution of doubles and other problems. All cordially invited. Given at this our loyal city of Dublin in the year 1 of the paradisical era.
Paddy Leonard.
What am I to do about my rates and taxes?
Bloom.
Pay them, my friend.
Paddy Leonard.
Thank you.
Nosy Flynn.
Can I raise a mortgage on my fire insurance?
Bloom. Obdurately.
Sirs, take notice that by the law of torts you are bound over in your own recognizances for 6 months in the sum of £5.
J. O'Malloy.
A Daniel, did I say? Nay, a Peter O'Brien.
Nosy Flynn.
Where do I draw the £5?
Pisser Burke.
For bladder trouble?
Bloom.
Acid nit hydrochlor dill, 20 minims. Tinct nux vom, 5 minims. Extra Taraxel lick, 30 minims. Ac dis ter indi.
Chris Callinan.
What is the parallax of the subsolar elliptic of Aldebaran?
Pleased to hear from you, Chris. K2.
Joe Hines.
Why aren't you in uniform?
When my progenitor of sainted memory wore the uniform of the Austrian despot in a dank prison, where was yours?
Ben Dollard.
Pansies.
Embellish. Beautify. Suburban gardens.
When twins arrive.
Father, pater, dad, starts thinking.
Larry O'Rourke.
An 8-day license for my new premises. You remember me, Sir Leo, when you were in number 7. I'm sending around a dozen of stout for the missus.
Bloom, coldly.
You have the advantage of me. Lady Bloom accepts no presents.
Crofton.
This is indeed a festivity.
Bloom, solemnly.
You call it a festivity. I call it a sacrament.
Alexander Keyes.
When will we have our own house of keys?
I stand for the reform of municipal morals and the plain 10 commandments. New worlds for old. Union of all, Jew, Moslem, and Gentile. 3 acres and a cow for all children of nature. Saloon motor hearses. Compulsory manual labor for all. All parks open to the public day and night. Electric dish scrubbers. Tuberculosis, lunacy, war, and mendicancy now must cease. General amnesty, weekly carnival with masked license, bonuses for all, Esperanto the universal language, with universal brotherhood. No more patriotism of bar spongers and dropsical impostors. Free money, free rent, free love, and a free lay church in a free lay state.
O'Madden Burke.
Free fox in a free hen roost.
Davy Byrne, yawning.
Mixed races and mixed marriage.
Lenihan.
What about mixed bathing?
Bloom explains to those near him his schemes for social regeneration. All agree with him. The keeper of the Kildare Street Museum appears, dragging a lorry on which are the shaking statues of several naked goddesses. Venus Callipyge, Venus Pandemos, Venus Metempsychosis, and plaster figures also naked, representing the new 9 muses: commerce, operatic music, amour, publicity, manufacture, liberty of speech, plural voting, gastronomy, private hygiene, seaside concert entertainments, painless obstetrics, and astronomy for the people. Father Farley.
He's an Episcopalian, an agnostic, an anything Hungarian, seeking to overthrow our holy faith.
Mrs. Riordan tears up her will.
I'm disappointed in you, you bad man.
Mother Grogan removes her boot to throw it at Bloom.
You beast! You abominable person!
Nosy Flynn.
Give us a tune, Bloom. One of the old sweet songs.
Bloom, with rollicking humour.
I vowed that I never would leave her. She turned out a cruel deceiver, with a tooraloom, 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 tooraloom.
Happy Holohan.
Good old Bloom. There's nobody like him after all.
Paddy Leonard.
Stage Irishman.
Bloom.
What railway opera is like a tram line in Gibraltar? The Rose of Castile.
Laughter. Lenehan.
Plagiarist. Down with Bloom.
The veiled Sybil. Enthusiastically.
I'm a Bloomite, and I glory in it. I believe in him in spite of all. I'd give my life for him, the funniest man on earth.
Bloom winks at the bystanders.
I bet she's a bonny lassie.
Theodore Purifoy, in fishing cap and oilskin jacket.
He employs a mechanical device to frustrate the sacred ends of nature.
The veiled Sybil stabs herself.
My hero god!
She dies. Many most attractive and enthusiastic women also commit suicide by stabbing, drowning, drinking prussic acid, aconite, arsenic, opening their veins, refusing food, casting themselves under steamrollers from the top of Nelson's Pillar into the great vat of Guinness's brewery, asphyxiating themselves by placing their heads in gas ovens, hanging themselves in stylish garters, leaping from windows of different stories. Alexander J. Dowie, violently.
Fellow Christians and anti-Bloomites, the man called Bloom is from the roots of hell, a disgrace to Christian men. A fiendish libertine from his earliest years, this stinking goat of Mendes gave precocious signs of infantile debauchery, recalling the cities of the plain with a dissolute grandam. This vile hypocrite, bronzed with infamy, is the white bull mentioned in the Apocalypse. A worshipper of the scarlet woman, intrigue is the very breath of his nostrils. The stake faggots and the cauldron of boiling oil are for him. Caliban!
The mob.
Lynch him! Roast him! He's as bad as Parnell was. Mr. Fox!
Mother Grogan throws her boot at Bloom. Several shopkeepers from Upper and Lower Dorset Street throw objects of little or no commercial value. Ham bones, condensed milk tins, unsaleable cabbage, stale bread, sheep's tails, odd pieces of fat. Bloom, excitedly.
This is midsummer madness, some ghastly joke again. By heaven, I am guiltless as the unsunned snow. It was my brother Henry. He is my double. He lives in number 2 Dolphin's Barn. Slander, the viper has wrongfully accused me. Fellow countrymen, Sgel in ban bata koisli gun kapal. I call on my old friend, Dr. Malachi Mulligan, sex specialist, to give medical testimony on my behalf.
Dr. Mulligan, in motor jerkin, green motor goggles on his brow.
Dr. Bloom is bisexually abnormal. He has recently escaped from Dr. Eustace's private asylum for demented gentlemen. Born out of bedrock hereditary epilepsy is present, the consequence of unbridled lust. Traces of elephantitis have been discovered among his ascendants. There are marked symptoms of chronic exhibitionism. Ambidexterity is also latent. He is prematurely bald from self-abuse, perversely idealistic in consequence, a reformed rake, and has metal teeth. In consequence of a family complex, he has temporarily lost his memory, and I believe him to be more sinned against than sinning. I have made a pervaginal examination. and after application of the acid test to 5,427 anal, axillary, pectoral, and pubic hairs, I declare him to be Virgo intacta.
Bloom holds his high-grade hat over his genital organs. Dr. Madden.
Hypospadia is also marked. In the interest of coming generations, I suggest that the parts affected should be preserved in spirits of wine in the National Teratological Museum.
Dr. Crothers.
I have examined the patient's urine. It is albuminoid. Salivation is insufficient. The patellar reflex intermittent.
Dr. Punch Costello.
The fedor judaicus is most perceptible.
Dr. Dixon reads a bill of health.
Professor Bloom is a finished example of the new womanly man. His moral nature is simple and lovable. Many have found him a dear man, a dear person. He is a rather quaint fellow on the whole, coy, though not feeble-minded in the medical sense. He has written a really beautiful letter, a poem in itself, to the court missionary of the Reformed Priests' Protection Society, which clears up everything. He is practically a total abstainer, and I can affirm that he sleeps on a straw litter and eats the most Spartan food, cold dried grocer's peas. He wears a hair shirt of pure Irish manufacture, winter and summer, and scourges himself every Saturday. He was, I understand, at one time a first-class misdemeanant in Glencree Reformatory. Another report states that he was a very posthumous child. I appeal for clemency in the name of the most sacred word our vocal organs have ever been called upon to speak. He is about to have a baby.
General commotion and compassion. Women faint. A wealthy American makes a street collection for Bloom. Gold and silver coins, blank checks, banknotes, jewels, treasury bonds, maturing bills of exchange, IOUs, wedding rings, watch chains, lockets, necklaces, and bracelets are rapidly collected. Bloom.
Oh, I so want to be a mother.
Mrs. Thornton, in nurse tender's gown.
Embrace me tight, dear. You'll be soon over it. Tight, dear.
Bloom embraces her tightly, and bears 8 male yellow and white children. They appear on a red-carpeted staircase adorned with expensive plants. All the octuplets are handsome, with valuable metallic faces, well-made, respectably dressed, and well-conducted, speaking 5 modern languages fluently, and interested in various arts and sciences. Each has his name printed in legible letters on his shirt front: Nazadoro, Goldfinger, Chrysostomos, Main Doree, Silver Smile, Silber Selber, Vifagent, Panargyros. They are immediately appointed to positions of high public trust in several different countries, as managing directors of banks, traffic managers of railways, chairmen of limited liability companies, vice-chairman of hotel syndicates. A voice.
Bloom, are you the Messiah Ben Joseph or Ben David?
Bloom, darkly.
You have said it.
Brother Buzz.
Then perform a miracle like Father Charles.
Bantam Lions.
Prophesy who will win the St. Leger.
Bloom walks on a net, covers his left eye with his left ear, passes through several walls, climbs Nelson's pillar, hangs from the top ledge by his eyelids, eats 12 dozen oysters, shells included, heals several sufferers from King's Evil, contracts his face so as to resemble many historical personages: Lord Beaconsfield, Lord Byron, Wat Tyler, Moses of Egypt, Moses Maimonides, Moses Mendelssohn, Henry Irving, Rip Van Winkle, Kossuth, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Baron Leopold Rothschild, Robinson Crusoe, Sherlock Holmes, Pasteur. Turns each foot simultaneously in different directions. Bids the tide turn back. eclipses the sun by extending his little finger. Brini, papal nuncio, in papal zouave's uniform, steel cuirasses as breastplate, arm plates, thigh plates, leg plates, large profane moustaches and brown paper mitre.
Leopoldi autem generatio. Moses begat Noah, and Noah begat Eunuch. And Eunuch begat Ohaloran, and Ohaloran begat Guggenheim, and Guggenheim begat Agendoth, and Agendoth begat Netheim, and Netheim begat Lehi-Hirsch, and Lehi-Hirsch begat Jezerum, and Jezerum begat Mackay, and Mackay begat Ostrolopski, and Ostrolopski begat Smerdas, and Smerdas begat Weiss, and Weiss begat Schwartz, and Schwartz begat Adrianopoli, and Adrianopoli begat Aranquez, and Aranquez begat Louis Lawson, and Louis Lawson begat Ichabodon-Nosor, and Ichabodon-Nosor begat O'Donnell Magnus, and O'Donnell Magnus begat Crispbaum, and Crispbaum begat Ben-Maimon, and Ben-Maimon begat Dusty Rhodes, and Dusty Rhodes begat Benamor, and Benamor begat Joan Smith, and Joan Smith begat Savorgnanovich, and Savorgnanovich begat Jasperstone, and Jasperstone begat Vingtaetunium, and Vingtaetunium begat Sombate, and Sombate begat Virag, and Virag begat Bloom. Et vocabitur nomen eius Emmanuel.
A dead hand writes on the wall.
Bloom is a cod.
Crab, in bushranger's kit.
What did you do in the cattle creep, behind Kilbarrack?
A female infant shakes a rattle.
And on the Valleybound Bridge.
A holly bush.
And in the Devil's Glen.
Bloom blushes furiously all over, from fronds to nates, 3 tears filling from his left eye.
Spare my past.
The Irish evicted tenants, in body coats, knee breeches, with Donnybrook fair shillelaghs.
Shambach him!
Bloom, with ass's ears, seats himself in the pillory with crossed arms, his feet protruding. He whistles Don Giovanni a Cenateco. Artane orphans, joining hands, caper round him. Girls of the prison gate mission, joining hands, caper round in the opposite direction. The Artane orphans.
You hig, you hog, you dirty dog, you think the ladies love you.
The prison gate girls.
If you see Kay, tell him he may, see you with tea, tell him from me.
Hornblower, in ephod and hunting cap, announces,
And he shall carry the sins of the people to Azazel, the spirit which is in the wilderness, and to Lilith, the night hag. And they shall stone him and defile him, yea, or from Agendath Natem, and from Mizraim in the land of Ham.
All the people cast soft pantomime stones at Bloom. Many bona fide travellers and ownerless dogs come near him and defile him. Mastiansky and Kitron approach in gabardines, wearing long earlocks. They wag their beards at Bloom.
Belial, Lamlane of Istria, the false Messiah. Abulafia, recant.
George R. Messias, Bloom's tailor, appears, a tailor's goose under his arm, presenting a bill.
To alteration, 1 pair trousers, 11 shillings.
Bloom rubs his hands cheerfully.
Just like old times. Poor Bloom.
Reuben J. Dodd, black-bearded Iscariot, bad shepherd, bearing on his shoulders the drowned corpse of his son, approaches the pillory. Reuben J. whispers hoarsely.
The squeak is out. A split is gone for the flatties. Nip the first rattler.
The fire brigade.
Flop.
Brother Buzz invests Bloom in a yellow habit with embroidery of painted flames and high pointed hat. He places a bag of gunpowder round his neck and hands him over to the civil power, saying,
Forgive him his trespasses.
Lieutenant Myers of the Dublin Fire Brigade, by general request, sets fire to Bloom. Lamentations. The Citizen.
Thank heaven.
Bloom, in a seamless garment marked IHS, stands upright amid phoenix flames.
Weep not for me, O daughters of Erin.
He exhibits to Dublin reporters traces of burning. The daughters of Erin, in black garments, with large prayer books and long lighted candles in their hands, kneel down and pray.
Kidney of Bloom, pray for us. Flower of the Bath, pray for us. Mentor of Menton, pray for us. Canvasser of the Freemen, pray for us. Charitable Mason, pray for us. Wandering Soap, pray for us. Sweets of Sin, pray for us. Music without words, pray for us. Reprover of the citizen, pray for us. Friend of all frillies, pray for us. Midwife most merciful, pray for us. Potato preservative against plague and pestilence, pray for us.
A choir of 600 voices, conducted by Vincent O'Brien, sings the chorus from Handel's Messiah, Alleluia, for the Lord God omnipotent reigneth, accompanied on the organ by Joseph Glynn. Bloom becomes mute, shrunken, carbonized. Zoe.
Talk away till you're black in the face.
Bloom, in Corbine, with clay pipe stuck in the band, dusty brogues, an emigrant's red handkerchief bundle in his hand, leading a black bog oak pig by a Gohn, with a smile in his eye.
Let me be going now, woman of the house, for by all the goats in Connemara, I'm after having the father and mother of a baiting.
With a tear in his eye.
All insanity, patriotism, sorrow for the dead, music, future of the race, to be or not to be, life's dream is o'er. End it peacefully, they can live on.
He gazes far away, mournfully.
I am ruined. A few pastilles of aconite, the blinds drawn, a letter, then lie back to rest.
He breathes softly.
No more. I have lived. Farewell.
Zoe, stiffly, her finger in her neck fillet.
Honest? Till the next time.
She sneers.
Suppose you got up the wrong side of the bed, or came too quick with your best girl. Oh, I can read your thoughts.
Bloom, bitterly.
Man and woman, love, what is it? A cork in a bottle. I'm sick of it. Let everything rip.
Zoe, in sudden sulks.
I hate a rotter that's insincere. Give a bleeding whore a chance.
Bloom, repentantly.
I am very disagreeable. You are a necessary evil. Where are you from? London?
Zoe, glibly.
Hogs Norton, where the pigs play the organs. I'm Yorkshire born.
She holds his hand, which is feeling for her nipple.
I say, Tommy Tittlemouse, stop that and begin worse. Have you cash for a short time? 10 shillings?
Bloom smiles, nods slowly.
More, Ori, more.
And more's mother?
She pats him off-handedly with velvet paws.
Are you coming into the music room to see our new Pagnola? Come, and I'll peel off.
Bloom, feeling his occiput dubiously, with the unparalleled embarrassment of a harassed peddler, gauging the symmetry of her peeled pears.
Somebody would be dreadfully jealous if she knew. The green-eyed monster.
Earnestly.
You know how difficult it is. I needn't tell you.
Zoe, flattered.
What the eye can't see, the heart can't grieve for.
She pats him.
Come.
Laughing witch, the hand that rocks the cradle.
Babby.
Bloom, in baby linen and pelisse, big-headed, with a caul of dark hair, fixes big eyes on her fluid slip, and counts its bronze buckles with a chubby finger, his moist tongue lolling and lisping.
1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
The buckles.
Love me not. Love me.
Zoe.
Silent means consent.
With little parted talons, she captures his hand, her forefinger giving to his palm the past touch of secret monitor, luring him to doom.
Hot hands, cold gizzard.
He hesitates amid scents, music, temptations. She leads him towards the steps, drawing him by the odour of her armpits, the vice of her painted eyes, the rustle of her slip, in whose sinuous folds lurks the lion reek of all the male brutes that have possessed her. The male brutes, exhaling sulphur of rut and dung, and ramping in their loose box, faintly roaring, their drugged heads swaying to and fro. Zoe and Bloom reach the doorway, where two sister whores are seated. They examine him curiously from under their pencilled brows, and smile to his hasty bow. He trips awkwardly. Zoe, her lucky hand instantly saving him.
Oops, sir. Don't fall upstairs.
Bloom.
The just man falls 7 times.
He stands aside at the threshold.
After you is good manners.
Ladies first, gentlemen after.
She crosses the threshold. He hesitates. She turns and, holding out her hands, draws him over. He hops. On the antlered rack of the hall hang a man's hat and waterproof. Bloom uncovers himself, but, seeing them, frowns, then smiles, preoccupied. A door on the return landing is flung open. A man in purple shirt and grey trousers, brown-socked, passes with an ape's gait, his bald head and goatee beard upheld, hugging a full water-jug jar, his two-tailed black braces dangling at heels. Averting his face quickly, Bloom bends to examine on the hall table the spaniel eyes of a running fox. Then, his lifted head sniffing, follows Zoe into the music room. A shade of mauve tissue paper dims the light of the chandelier. Round and round a moth flies, colliding, escaping. The floor is covered with an oilcloth mosaic of jade and azure and cinnabar rhomboids. Footmarks are stamped over it, in all senses, heel to toe, heel to hollow, toe to toe, feet locked, a morris of shuffling feet without body phantoms, all in a scrimmage higgledy-piggledy. The walls are tapestried with a paper of yew fronds and clear glades. In the grate is spread a screen of peacock feathers. Lynch squats cross-legged on the hearthrug of matted hair, his cap back to the front. With a wand he beats time slowly. Kitty Ricketts, a bony, pallid whore in navy costume, doe-skin gloves rolled back from a coral wristlet, a chain purse in her hand, sits perched on the edge of the table, swinging her leg and glancing at herself in the gilt mirror over the mantelpiece. A tag of her corset lace hangs slightly below her jacket. Lynch indicates mockingly the couple at the piano. Kitty coughs behind her hand.
She's a bit imbecilic.
She signs with a waggling forefinger.
Blem blem.
Lynch lifts up her skirt and white petticoat with his wand. She settles them down quickly.
Respect yourself.
She hiccups, then bends quickly her sailor hat, under which her hair glows red with henna.
Oh, excuse.
Zoe.
More limelight, Charlie.
She goes to the chandelier and turns the gas full cock. Kitty peers at the gas jet.
What ails it tonight?
Lynch, deeply.
Enter a ghost and hobgoblins.
Zoe.
Clap on the back for Zoe.
The wand in Lynch's hand flashes, a brass poker. Stephen stands at the pianola, on which sprawl his hat and ash plant. With 2 fingers he repeats once more the series of empty fifths. Laurie Talbot, a blonde, feeble, goose-fat whore, in a tattered Himalayan gown of mildewed strawberry, lolls spread-eagle in the sofa corner, her limp forearm pendant over the bolster, listening. A heavy sty droops over her sleepy eyelid. Kitty hiccups again with a kick of her horsed foot.
Oh, excuse.
Zoe, promptly.
Your boy's thinking of you. Tie a knot on your shift.
Kitty Ricketts bends her head. Her boa uncoils, slides, glides over her shoulder, back, arm, chair, to the ground. Lynch lifts the curled caterpillar on his wand. She snakes her neck, nestling. Stephen glances behind at the squatted figure, with its cap back to the front. Stephen.
As a matter of fact, it is of no importance whether Benedetto Marcello found it or made it. The right is the poet's rest. It may be an old hymn to Demeter, or also illustrate Coela Inerant Gloriam Domini. It is susceptible of nodes or modes as far apart as Hyperphrygian and Mixolydian, and of texts so divergent as priests high-hooping round David's, that is, Circe's, or what am I saying, Ceres' altar, and David's tip from the stable to his chief bassoonist about the all-rightness of his almightiness. Mais nom de nom, that is another pair of trousers. Jetez la gomme. Faut que jeunesse se passe.
He stops, points at Lynch's cap, smiles, laughs.
Which side is your knowledge, Bump?
The cap, with saturnine spleen.
Bah! It is because it is. Woman's reason. Jew-Greek is Greek-Jew. Extremes meet. Death is the highest form of life. Bah!
You remember fairly accurately all my errors, boasts, mistakes. How long shall I continue to close my eyes to disloyalty? Whetstone.
Bah!
Here's another for you.
He frowns.
The reason is because the fundamental and the dominant are separated by the greatest possible interval which...
Which? Finish. You can't.
Interval which...
With an effort.
Is the greatest possible ellipse consistent with the ultimate return, the octave, which...
Which?
Outside, the gramophone begins to blare The Holy City.
What went forth to the ends of the world to traverse not itself, God, the sun, Shakespeare, a commercial traveller, having itself traversed in reality itself, becomes that self. Wait a moment. Wait a second. Damn that fellow's noise in the street. Self which in itself was ineluctably preconditioned to become. Echo.
Lynch, with a mocking whinny of laughter, grins at Bloom and Zoe Higgins.
What a learned speech, eh?
Zoe, briskly.
God help your head. He knows more than you have forgotten.
With obese stupidity, Florrie Talbot regards Stephen. Florrie.
They say the last day is coming this summer.
Kitty.
No.
Zoe explodes in laughter.
Great unjust God.
Florrie, offended.
Well, it was in the papers about Antichrist. Oh, my foot's tickling.
Ragged, barefoot newsboys, jogging a wagtail kite, patter past, yelling.
Stop, press edition. Result of the rocking horse races. Sea serpent in the Royal Canal. Safe arrival of the Antichrist.
Stephen turns and sees Bloom.
A time, times, and half a time.
Reuben I. Antichrist, wandering Jew, a clutching hand open on his spine, stumps forward. Across his loins is slung a pilgrim's wallet, from which protrude promissory notes and dishonoured bills. Aloft over his shoulder he bears a long boat-pole, from the hook of which the sodden huddled mass of his only son, saved from Liffey waters, hangs from the slack of its breeches. A hobgoblin in the image of Punch Costello, hip-shot, crook-backed, hydrocephalic, pronathic, with receding forehead and alley sloper nose, tumbles in somersaults through the gathering darkness. All.
What?
The hobgoblin, his jaws chattering, capers to and fro, goggling his eyes, squeaking, kangaroo-hopping, with outstretched clutching arms, then all at once thrusts his lipless face through the fork of his thighs.
Il vient, c'est moi, l'homme qui rit, l'homme primigène.
He whirls round and round with dervish howls.
Sieurs et dames, faites vos jeux.
He crouches, juggling. Tiny roulette planets fly from his hands.
Les jeux sont faits.
The planets rush together, uttering crepitant cracks.
Rien ne va plus.
The planet's buoyant balloons sail, swollen, up and away. He springs off into vacuum, Florrie, sinking into torpor, crossing herself secretly.
The end of the world.
A female, tepid effluvium leaks out from her. Nebulous obscurity occupies space. Through the drifting fog without, the gramophone blares over coughs and feet shuffling.
Jerusalem, open your gates and sing, Hosanna.
A rocket rushes up the sky and bursts. A white star fills from it, proclaiming the consummation of all things and second coming of Elijah. A long and infinite invisible tightrope, taut from zenith to nadir, the end of the world. A two-headed octopus in gillies, kilts, busby and tartan fillybegs whirls through the murk, head over heels, in the form of the 3 legs of man. The end of the world, with a Scotch accent.
While dance the Kilro, the Kilro, the Kilro.
Over the possing drift and choking breath coughs, Elijah's voice, harsh as a corncrake's, jars on high. Perspiring in a loose lawn surplice with funnel sleeves, he is seen, verger-faced, above a rostrum, about which the banner of Old Glory is draped. He thumps the parapet.
No yapping, if you please, in this booth. Jake Crane, Creole Sue, Dove Campbell, Abe Kirshner, do your coughing with your mouths shut. Say, I am operating all this trunk line. Boys, do it now. God's time is 12:25. Tell Mother you'll be there. Rush your order and you play a slick ace. Join on right here. Book through to Eternity Junction, the non-stop run. Just one word more. Are you a god or a doggone clod? If the second advent came to Coney Island, are we ready? Florrie Christ, Stephen Christ, Zoe Christ, Bloom Christ, Kitty Christ, Lynch Christ. It's up to you to sense. It's up to you to sense that cosmic force. Have we cold feet about the cosmos? No. Beyond the side of the angels, be a prism. You have that something within, the higher self. You can rub shoulders with a Jesus, a Gautama, an Ingersoll. Are you all in this vibration? I say you are. You once nobble that congregation and a buck joy ride to heaven becomes a back number. You got me. It's a life brightener, sure. It's the hottest stuff ever was. It's the whole pie with jam in. It's just the cutest, snappiest line out. It is immense, super sumptuous. It restores. It vibrates. I know, and I'm some vibrator. Joking apart and getting down to bed rock. A.J. Christa Dowie and the harmonial philosophy. Have you got that? Okay. 77 West 69th Street. Got me? That's it. You call me up by sun phone any old time. Bumboozers, save your stamps.
He shouts.
Now then, our glory song. All join heartily in the singing. Encore.
He sings. The gramophone, drowning his voice.
Jerusalem in your high
The disc rasps gratingly against the needle. The three whores, covering their ears, squawk. Elijah, in rolled-up shirt-sleeves, black in the face, shouts at the top of his voice, his arms uplifted.
Big brother, up there, Mr. President, you hear what I done just been saying to you? Certainly I sort of believe strong in you, Mr. President. I certainly am thinking now Miss Higgins and Miss Ricketts got religion way inside them. Certainly seems to me I don't never see no wusser scared female than the way you been, Miss Flora, just now as I done seed you. Mr. President, you come along and help me save our sisters dear.
He winks at his audience.
Our Mr. President, he twigged the whole lot, and he ain't saying nothing.
Kitty Kate.
I forgot myself. In a weak moment I erred and did what I did on Constitution Hill. I was confirmed by the bishop and enrolled in the Brown Scapular. My mother's sister married a Montmorency. It was a working plumber was my ruination when I was pure.
Zoe Fanny.
I let him lair a bit into me for the fun of it.
Florrie Teresa.
It was in consequence of a port wine beverage on top of a Hennessy's three-star. I was guilty with Whelan when he slipped into the bed.
Stephen.
In the beginning of the world, in the end of the world without end. Blessed be the 8 Beatitudes.
The Beatitudes, Dixon, Madden, Crothers, Costello, Lenihan, Bannon, Mulligan and Lynch, in white surgical students' gowns, 4 abreast, goose-stepping, tramp, fist passed in noisy marching. The Beatitudes, incoherently.
Beer, beef, battle dog, Bible, Buzzenham, Barnum, Buggerum, Bishop.
Leicester, in Quaker grey knee-breeches and broad-rimmed hat, says discreetly,
"Here's our friend. I need not mention names. See thou the light."
He corantos by. Best enters in hairdresser's attire, shinily laundered, his locks in curl-papers. He leads John Eglinton, who wears a mandarin's kimono of nankeen yellow, lizard-lettered, and a high pagoda hat. Best, smiling, lifts the hat and displays a shaven poll, from the crown of which bristles a pigtail toupee tied with an orange top-knot.
"I was just beautifying him, don't you know? A thing of beauty, don't you know, Yeats says. Or I mean, Kate says."
John Eglinton produces a green-capped dark lantern and flashes it towards a corner, with carping accent.
"Aesthetics and cosmetics are for the boudoir. I'm out for truth. Plain truth for a plain man. Tandragee wants the facts and means to get them."
In the cone of the searchlight behind the coal scuttle, Olave, holy-eyed, the bearded figure of Marnanan Maclear, broods, chin on knees. He rises slowly. A cold sea-wind blows from his druid mouth. About his head writhe eels and elvers. He is encrusted with weeds and shells. His right hand holds a bicycle pump. His left hand grasps a huge crayfish by its 2 talons. Marnanan Maclear, with a voice of waves.
I, the Archean of the gods, occult Pomander of Hermes Trismegistos,
with a voice of whistling sea wind.
Punarjanam Passivunja. I won't have my leg pulled. 'Tis been said by one, beware the left, the cult of Shakti.
With a cry of storm birds.
Shakti, Shiva! You're kidding, father!
He smites with his bicycle pump the crayfish in his left hand. On its cooperative dial glow the 12 signs of the zodiac. He wails with the vehemence of the ocean.
Bum! Jaja! I am the light of the homestead. I am the dreamery, creamery, butter.
A skeleton Judas hand strangles the light. The green light wanes to mauve. The gas jet wails whistling. Zoe runs to the chandelier and, crooking her leg, adjusts the mantle.
Who has a fag as I'm here?
Lynch, tossing a cigarette onto the table.
Here.
Zoe, her head perched aside in mock pride.
Is that the way to hand the pot to a lady?
She stretches up to light the cigarette over the flame, twirling it slowly, showing the brown tufts of her armpits. Lynch, with his poker, lifts boldly a side of her slip. Bare from her garters up, her flesh appears under the sapphire a Nixie's green. She puffs calmly at her cigarette.
Can you see the beauty spot of my behind?
I'm not looking.
No.
Makes sheep's eyes.
You wouldn't do a less thing. Would you suck a lemon?
Squinting in mock shame, she glances with sidelong meaning at Bloom, then twists round towards him, pulling her slip free of the poker. Blue fluid again flows over her flesh. Bloom stands, smiling desirously, twirling his thumbs. Kitty Ricketts licks her middle finger with her spittle, and, gazing in the mirror, smooths both eyebrows. Lipoti Virag, basilicogrammate, shoots rapidly down through the chimney flue, and struts 2 steps to the left on gawky pink stilts. He is sausaged into several overcoats, and wears a brown mackintosh, under which he holds a roll of parchment. In his left eye flashes the monocle of Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell. On his head is perched an Egyptian pshent. 2 quills project over his ears. Virag, heels together, bows.
My name is Virag Lipoti of Tsombateli.
He coughs thoughtfully, dryly.
Promiscuous nakedness is much in evidence hereabouts, eh? Inadvertently, her back view revealed the fact that she is not wearing those rather intimate garments of which you are a particular devotee. The injection mark on the thigh I hope you perceived. Good.
Bloom.
Grandpapachi, but...
Virag.
Number 2, on the other hand, she of the cherry rouge and coiffeuse white, whose hair owes not a little to our tribal elixir of gopher wood, is in walking costume and tightly stays by her sit, I should opine. Backbone in front, so to say. Correct me, but I always understood that the act so performed by skittish humans with glimpses of lingerie appealed to you in virtue of its exhibitionisticity. In a word, hippogriff. Am I right?
She is rather lean.
Absolutely.
Not unpleasantly.
Well observed, and those pannier pockets of the skirt and slightly peg-top effect are devised to suggest bunchiness of hip. A new purchase at some monster sale for which a gull has been mulcted. Meretricious finery to deceive the eye. Observe the attention to details of dust specks. Never put on you tomorrow what you can wear today. Parallax.
With a nervous twitch of his head.
Did you hear my brain go snap? Polysyllabax.
Bloom, an elbow resting in a hand, a forefinger against his cheek.
She seems sad.
Hoax.
Cynically, his weasel teeth bared yellow, draws down his left eye with a finger, and barks hoarsely.
Beware of the flapper and bogus mournful, lily of the alley. All possess bachelor's button discovered by Rualdus Columbus. Tumble her, Columbo her, chameleon.
More genially.
Well then, permit me to draw your attention to item number 3. There is plenty of her visible to the naked eye. Observe the mass of oxygenated vegetable matter on her skull. What ho! She bumps. The ugly duckling of the party, long casted and deep in keel.
Bloom, regretfully.
When you come out without your gun.
We can do you all brands, mild, medium, and strong. Pay your money, take your choice. How happy could you be with either?
With?
Liam. Look.
His tongue up-curling.
Her beam is broad. She is coated with quite a considerable layer of fat. Obviously mammal in weight of bosom, you remark that she has in front, well to the fore, 2 protuberances of very respectable dimensions, inclined to fall in the noonday soup plate, while on her rear lower down are 2 additional protuberances, suggestive of potent rectum and tumescent for palpation, which leave nothing to be desired save compactness. Such fleshy parts are the product of careful nurture. When co-op fattened, their livers reach an elephantine size. Pellets of new bread with fenugreek and gumbenjamin swamped down by potions of green tea endow them during their brief existence with natural pincushions of quite colossal blubber. That suits your book, eh? Flesh-hot spots of Egypt to hanker after. Wallow in it. Lycopodium.
His throat twitches.
Slap bang! There he goes again.
The sty I dislike.
Virag arches his eyebrows.
Contact with a gold ring, they say. Argumentum ad feminam, as we said in old Rome and ancient Greece, in the consulship of Diplodocus and Ithesisiosaurus. For the rest, Eve's sovereign remedy. Not for sale. Hire only. Huguenot.
He twitches.
It is a funny sound.
He coughs encouragingly.
But possibly it is only a wart. I presume you shall have remembered what I will have taught you on that head. Wheaten meal with honey and nutmeg.
Bloom, reflecting.
Wheaten meal with lycopodium and syllabax. This searching ordeal. It has been an unusually fatiguing day. A chapter of accidents. Wait. I mean, wart's blood spreads warts, you said?
Virag, severely, his nose hard-humped, his side eye winking.
Stop twirling your thumbs, and have a good old thunk. See, you have forgotten. Exercise your mnemotechnic. La causa è santa. Ta-da! Ta-da!
Aside.
He will surely remember.
Rosemary also, did I understand you to say, or willpower over parasitic tissues? Then nay, no, I have no inkling. The touch of a dead hand cures. Nemno?
I say so.
Excitedly.
I say so. E'en so. Technic.
He taps his parchment roll energetically.
This book tells you how to act with all descriptive particulars. Consult Index for agitated fear of aconite, melancholy of muriatic, priapic pulsatilla. Virag is going to talk about amputation. Our old friend Caustic. They must be starved. Snip off with horsehair under the denned neck. But to change the venue to the Bulgar and the Basque, have you made up your mind whether you like or dislike women in male habiliments?
With a dry snigger.
You intended to devote an entire year to the study of the religious problem and the summer months of 1886 to square the circle and win that million. Pomegranata, from the sublime to the ridiculous, is just a step. Pyjamas, let us say, or stockingette gusseted knickers, closed, or, put we the case, those complicated combinations, cami knickers.
He crows derisively.
Kitty, 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 kitty.
Bloom surveys uncertainly the 3 whores, then gazes at the veiled mauve light, hearing the ever-flying moth.
I wanted then to have now concluded. Night dress was never, hence this. But tomorrow is a new day, will be. Past was is today. What now is, will then morrow as now was be past yesterday.
Virag prompts in a pig's whisper.
Insects of the day spend their brief existence in a reiterated coition, lured by the smell of the inferiorly pulchritudinous female possessing extendified pudendal nerve in dorsal region. Pretty Poll?
His yellow parrot beak gabbles nasally.
They had a proverb in the Carpathians in or about the year 5550 of our era. 1 tablespoonful of honey will attract friend Bruin more than 6 barrels of first-choice malt vinegar. Bears a buzz, bothers bees. But of this apart, another time we may resume. We were very pleased, we others.
He coughs, and, bending his brow, rubs his nose thoughtfully with a scooping hand.
Yeah. You shall find that these night insects follow the light. An illusion, for remember their complex, unadjustable eye. For all these knotty points, see the 17th book of my Fundamentals of Sexology, or The Love Passion, which Dr. L.B. says is the book sensation of the year. Some, to example, there are again whose movements are automatic. Perceive. That is his appropriate sun. Night bird, night sun, night town. Taste me, Charlie.
He blows into Bloom's ear.
Buzz.
Bee or blue bottle, 2 other, day butting shadow on wall, dazed self, then me, wandered, dazed down shirt, good job I.
Virag, his face impassive, laughs in a rich feminine key.
Splendid! Spanish fly in his fly, or mustard plaster on his debor.
He gobbles gluttonously with turkey wattles.
Oh, bubbly jock, bubbly jock. Where are we? Open sesame. Cometh forth.
He unrolls his parchment rapidly and reads, his glowworm's nose running backwards over the letters which he claws.
Stay, good friend, I bring thee thy answer. Red Bank oysters will shortly be upon us. I am the best of cook. Those succulent bivalves may help us, and truffles of Perigord, tubers dislodged through Mr. Omnivore's porker, were unsurpassed in cases of nervous debility or viragitis. Though they stink, yet they sting.
He wags his head with cackling raillery.
Jocular, with my eyeglass in my ocular.
He sneezes.
Amen.
Bloom, absently.
Ocularly, woman's bivalve case is worse. Always open sesame. The cloven sex. Why they fear vermin, creeping things, yet Eve in the serpent contradicts. Not a historical fact. Obvious analogy to my idea. Serpents, too, are gluttons for woman's milk. Wind their way through miles of omnivorous forest to suck succulent her breasts dry. Like those bubbly jocular Roman matrons one reads of in Elephantuliasis.
Virag, his mouth projected in hard wrinkles, eyes stonily forlornly closed, psalms in outlandish monotone.
That the cows, with those distended udders that they have been in the known...
I am going to scream. I beg your pardon. Ah? So.
He repeats.
Spontaneously to seek out the saurian's lair in order to entrust their teats to his avid suction. Ant milks aphis.
Profoundly.
Instinct rules the world, in life, in death.
Virag, head askew, arches his back, and hunched wing shoulders, peers at the moth out of blear bulged eyes, points a horning claw, and cries,
Who's moth? Who's dear Gerald? Dear Jer, that you? Oh dear, he is Gerald. Oh, I much fear he shall be most badly burned. Will some please Persian, not now impediment, so catastrophic smit agitation of first-class table numpkin?
He mews.
Puss, 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 puss.
He sighs, draws back, and stares sideways down with drooping underjaw.
Well, well, he doth rest anon.
He snaps his jaws suddenly on the air. The moth.
I'm a tiny, tiny thing, ever flying in the spring, round and round a ring-a-ring. Long ago I was a king, now I do this kind of thing. On the wing, bing!
He rushes against the mauve shade, flapping noisily.
Pretty, 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 pretty petticoat.
From left upper entrance, with 2 gliding steps, Henry Flower comes forward to left front centre. He wears a dark mantle and drooping plumed sombrero. He carries a silver-stringed inlaid dulcimer and a long-stemmed bamboo Jacob's pipe, its clay bowl fashioned as a female head. He wears dark velvet hose and silver-buckled pumps. He has the romantic Saviour's face, with flowing locks, thin beard and moustache. His spindle legs and sparrow feet are those of the tenor Mario, Prince of Candia. He settles down his goffered ruffs, and moistens his lips with a passage of his amorous tongue. Henry, in a low dulcet voice, touching the strings of his guitar.
There is a flower that bloometh.
Virag, truculent, his jowl set, stares at the lamp. Grave Bloom regards Zoe's neck. Henry Gallant turns with pendant dewlap to the piano. Stephen, to himself.
Play with your eyes shut. Imitate Pa, filling my belly with husks of swine. Too much of this. I will rise and go to my... Expect this is the... Steve, thou art in a parlous way. Must visit old Deasy or telegraph. Our interview of this morning has left on me a deep impression. Through our ages. We'll write fully tomorrow. I'm partially drunk, by the way.
He touches the keys again.
Minor chord comes now. Yes. Not much, however.
Almidano Artifoni holds out a baton roll of music with vigorous moustache work.
Ci rifletta. Lei rovina tutto.
Laurie.
Sing us something. Love's old sweet song.
Stephen.
No voice. I am a most finished artist. Lidge, did I show you the letter about the lute?
Laurie, smirking.
The bird that can sing and won't sing.
The Siamese twins, Philip Drunk and Philip Sober, 2 Oxford dons with lawn-mowers, appear in the window embrasure. Both are masked with Matthew Arnold's face. Philip Sober.
Take a fool's advice. All is not well. Work it out with the butt end of a pencil like a good young idiot. £3.12 you got, 2 notes, 1 sovereign, 2 crowns, if youth but knew. Mooney's on V, Mooney's sore mare, the Myra, Larchett's, Hollis Street Hospital, Burke's. Eh? I am watching you.
Philip Drunk, impatiently.
Ah, bosh, man, go to hell. I paid my way. If I could only find out about octaves, reduplication of personality. Who was it told me his name?
His lawnmower begins to purr.
Ah, yes, Zoe Mu Sasagapo. Have a notion I was here before. When was it? Not Atkinson. His card I have somewhere. Mac somebody. Mac. I have it. He told me about... Hold on. Swinburne, was it? No.
Laurie.
And the song?
Stephen.
Spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak.
Are you out of Maynooth? You're like someone I knew once.
Out of it now.
To himself.
Clever.
Philip Drunk and Philip Sober, their lawn-mowers purring with a rigadoon of grass-halms.
Clever ever. Out of it, out of it. By the by, have you the book, the thing, the ash plant? Yes, there it. Yes. Clever ever, out of it now. Keep in condition. Do like us.
Zoe.
There was a priest down here 2 nights ago, to do his bit of business with his coat buttoned up. You needn't try to hide, I says to him. I know you've a Roman collar.
Virag.
Perfectly logical from his standpoint. Fall of man.
Harshly, his pupils waxing.
To hell with the Pope. Nothing new under the sun. I am the virag who disclosed the sex secrets of monks and maidens, why I left the Church of Rome. Read the priest, the woman, and the confessional. Penrose, flippity-gibbet.
He wriggles.
Woman, undoing with sweet purder her belt of rush rope, offers her all-moist Ione to man's lingam. Short time after, man presents woman with pieces of jungle meat. Woman shows joy and covers herself with feather skins. Man loves her yoni fiercely with big lingam, the stiff one. Ah, coactus volui. Then giddy woman will run about. Strong man grasps woman's wrist. Woman squeals, bites, sucks. Man, now fierce angry, strikes woman's fat yadgana.
He chases his tail. He stops, sneezes. He worries his butt. Lynch.
I hope you gave the good father a penance. 9 glorious for shooting a bishop.
Zoe spouts walrus smoke through her nostrils.
He couldn't get a connection. Only, sensation. A dry rush.
Bloom.
Poor man.
Zoe, lightly.
Only for what happened him.
How?
Virag, a diabolic rictus of black luminosity contracting his visage, cranes his scraggy neck forward. He lifts a mooncalf nozzle and howls.
Verflucht de Gohn. He had a father, 40 fathers. He never existed. Pig God. He had 2 left feet. He was Judas Yasha, a Libyan eunuch, the Pope's bastard.
He leans out on tortured forepaws, elbows bent rigid, his eye agonizing in his flat skull neck, and yelps over the mute world.
Son of a whore. Apocalypse.
Kitty.
And Mary Shortall, that was in the lock with the pox she got from Jimmy Pigeon in the blue caps, had a child off him that couldn't swallow and was smothered with the convulsions in the mattress. And we all subscribed for the funeral.
Philip drunk, gravely.
Qui vous a mis dans cette fichue position, Philippe?
Philip sober, gaily.
C'était la sacre pigeon, Philippe.
Kitty unpins her hat and sets it down calmly, patting her henna hair, and a prettier, a daintier head of winsome curls was never seen on a whore's shoulders. Lynch puts on her hat. She whips it off. Lynch laughs.
And to such delights as Metchnikoff inoculated anthropoid apes.
Florrie nods.
Locomotor a taxi.
Zoe gaily.
Oh, my dictionary.
Lynch.
3 wise virgins.
Virag, ague shaken, profuse yellow spawn foaming over his bony epileptic lips.
She sold love philters, white wax, orange flower. Panther, the Roman centurion, polluted her with his genitories.
He sticks out a flickering, phosphorescent scorpion tongue, his hand on his fork.
Messiah, he burst her tympanum.
With gibbering baboon's cries, he jerks his hips in the cynical spasm. Ben Jumbo Dollard, rubicund, muscle-bound, hairy-nostrilled, huge-bearded, cabbage-eared, shaggy-chested, shock-maned, fat-papped, stands forth, his loins and genitals tightened into a pair of black bathing bag slops. Ben Dollard, knackering castanet bones in his huge padded paws, yodels jovially in bass barrel tone.
When love absorbs my ardent soul.
The virgins, Nurse Callan and Nurse Quigley, burst through the ring-keepers and the ropes and mob him with open arms. The virgins, gushingly.
Big Ben! Ben, my tree!
A voice.
Hold that fellow with the bad breeches!
Ben Dollard smites his thigh in abundant laughter.
Hold him now.
Henry, caressing on his breast a severed female head, murmurs,
Thine heart, mine love.
He plucks his lute strings.
When I first saw
Virag, sloughing his skins, his multitudinous plumage molting.
Rats!
He yawns, showing a coal-black throat, and closes his jaws by an upward push of his parchment roll.
After having said which, I took my departure. Farewell. Fare thee well. Dreck.
Henry Flower combs his moustache and beard rapidly with a pocket comb, and gives a cowslick to his hair. Steered by his rapier, he glides to the door, his wild harp slung behind him. Virag reaches the door in 2 ungainly stilt hops, his tail cocked, and deftly claps sideways on the wall a pus-yellow fly-bill, butting it with his head. The fly-bill.
K11. Post no bills. Strictly confidential. Dr. High Franks.
Henry.
all is lost now.
Virag unscrews his head in a trice and holds it under his arm. Virag's head.
Quack!
Exeunt severally. Stephen, over his shoulder to Zoe.
You would have preferred the fighting parson who founded the Protestant error. But beware Antisthenes, the dog sage, and the last end of Arius Heresiarchus, the agony in the closet.
Lynch.
All one and the same God to her.
Stephen, devoutly.
And sovereign lord of all things.
Laurie, to Stephen.
I'm sure you're a spoiled priest, or a monk.
Lynch.
He is, a cardinal's son.
Stephen.
Cardinal Sin, monks of the screw.
His Eminence, Simon Stephen Cardinal Daedalus, primate of all Ireland, appears in the doorway, dressed in red soutane, sandals, and socks. 7 dwarf Simeon acolytes, also in red, cardinal sins, uphold his train, peeping under it. He wears a battered silk hat sideways on his head. His thumbs are stuck in his armpits, and his palms outspread. Round his neck hangs a rosary of corks, ending on his breast in a corkscrew cross. Releasing his thumbs, he invokes grace from on high with large wave gestures, and proclaims with bloated pomp,
Conservius lies captured. He lies in the lowest dungeon, with manacles and chains around his limbs, weighing upwards of 3 tons.
He looks at all for a moment, his right eye closed tight, his left cheek puffed out. Then, unable to repress his merriment, he rocks to and fro, arms akimbo, and sings with broad, rollicking humour.
Oh, the poor little fellow. His legs, they were yellow. He was plump, fat, and heavy, and brisk as a snake. But some bloody savage, to grease his white cabbage, he murdered an old fly-teased, duck-loving drake.
A multitude of midges swarms white over his robe. He scratches himself with crossed arms at his ribs, grimacing, and exclaims,
I'm suffering the agony of the damned. By the hokey fiddle, thanks be to Jesus, those funny little chaps are not unanimous. If they were, they'd whack me off the face of the bloody globe.
His head aslant, he blesses curtly with fore and middle fingers, imparts the Easter kiss, and double shuffles off comically, swaying his hat from side to side, shrinking quickly to the size of his train-bearers. The dwarf acolytes, giggling, peeping, nudging, ogling, Easter-kissing, zigzag behind him. His voice is heard mellow from afar, merciful male melodious.
Shall carry my heart to thee, shall carry my heart to thee, and the breath of the balmy night shall carry my heart to thee.
The trick door-handle turns. Zoe.
The devil is in that door.
A male form passes down the creaking staircase, and is heard taking the waterproof and hat from the rack. Bloom starts forward involuntarily, and, half-closing the door as he passes, takes the chocolate from his pocket and offers it nervously to Zoe. Zoe sniffs his hair briskly.
Thank your mother for the rabbits. I'm very fond of what I like.
Bloom. hearing a male voice in talk with the whores on the doorstep, pricks his ears.
If it were he, after? Or because not? Or the double event?
Zoe tears open the silver foil.
Fingers was made before forks.
She breaks off and nibbles a piece, gives a piece to Kitty Ricketts, and then turns kittenishly to Lynch.
No objection to French lozenges?
He nods. She taunts him.
Have it now, or wait till you get it.
He opens his mouth, his head cocked. She whirls the prize in left circle. His head follows. She whirls it back in right circle. He eyes her.
Catch.
She tosses a piece. With an adroit snap, he catches it and bites it through with a crack. Kitty, chewing.
The engineer I was with at the bazaar does have lovely ones, full of the best liqueurs. And the viceroy was there with his lady. The gas we had on the toffs hobby horses. I'm giddy still.
Bloom, in Svengali's fur overcoat, with folded arms and Napoleonic forelock, frowns in ventriloquial exorcism, with piercing eagle glance towards the door. Then, rigid, with left foot advanced, he makes a swift pass with impelling fingers, and gives the sign of past master, drawing his right arm downwards from his left shoulder.
Go, 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 I conjure you, whoever you are.
A male cough and tread are heard passing through the mist outside. Bloom's features relax. He places a hand in his waistcoat, posing calmly. Zoe offers him chocolate. Bloom, solemnly.
Thanks.
Zoe.
Do as you're bid. Here.
A firm, heel-clacking tread is heard on the stairs. Bloom takes the chocolate.
Aphrodisiac? Tansy and pennyroyal. But I bought it. Vanilla, calms, or mnemo? Confused light confuses memory. Red influences lupus. Colors affect women's characters, any they have. This black makes me sad. Eat and be merry for tomorrow.
He eats.
Influence taste too, mauve. But it is so long since I... Seems new. Afro. That priest. Must come. Better late than never. Try truffles at Andrew's.
The door opens. Bella Cohen, a massive whore mistress, enters. She is dressed in a three-quarter ivory gown, fringed round the hem with tasselled selvage, and cools herself flirting a black horn fan, like Minnie Hawke in Carmen. On her left hand are wedding and keeper rings. Her eyes are deeply carboned. She has a sprouting moustache. Her olive face is heavy, slightly sweated, and full-nosed with orange-tainted nostrils. She has large, pendant beryl eardrops. Bella.
My word, I'm all of a muck sweat.
She glances round her at the couples. Then her eyes rest on Bloom with hard insistence. Her large fan winnows wind towards her heated face, neck, and embonpoint. Her falcon eyes glitter. The fan, flirting quickly, then slowly.
Married, I see.
Bloom.
Yes, partly. I have mislaid.
The fan, half opening, then closing.
And the missus is master. Petticoat government.
Bloom looks down with a sheepish grin.
That is so.
The fan, folding together, rests against her left eardrop.
Have you forgotten me?
Yes. Yo.
The fan, folded akimbo against her waist.
Is me her was you dreamed before? Was then she him you a since knew? Am all them and the same now we?
Bella approaches, gently tapping with the fan. Bloom, wincing.
Powerful being. In my eyes, read that slumber which women love.
The fan, tapping.
We have met. You are mine. It is fate.
Exuberant female.
Cowed.
Enormously, I desiderate your domination. I am exhausted, abandoned, no more young. I stand, so to speak, with an unposted letter bearing the extra regulation fee before the too-late box of the General Post Office of Human Life. The door and window open at a right angle cause a draft of 32 feet per second, according to the law of falling bodies. I have felt this instant a twinge of sciatica in my left gluteal muscle. It runs in our family. Poor dear Papa, a widower, was a regular barometer from it. He believed in animal heat. A skin of tabby lined his winter waistcoat. Near the end, remembering King David and the Sunamite, he shared his bed with Athos, faithful after death. A dog's spittle, as you probably...
He winces. Richie Golding, bag-weighted, passes the door.
Marking his catch, best value in dub, fed for princes, liver and kidney.
The fan, tapping.
All things end. Be mine, now.
Bloom, undecided.
All now? I should not have parted with my talisman. Rain, exposure at dewfall on the sea rocks, a peccadillo at my time of life. Every phenomenon has a natural cause.
The fan points downwards slowly.
You may.
Bloom looks downwards and perceives her unfastened bootlace.
We are observed.
The fan points downwards quickly.
You must.
Bloom, with desire, with reluctance.
I can make a true black knot. Learned when I served my time and worked the mail order line for Kellett's. Experienced hand. Every knot says a lot. Let me, in courtesy, I knelt once before today. Ah!
Bella raises her gown slightly, and, steadying her pose, lifts to the edge of a chair a plump buskined hoof and a full pastern, silk-socked. Bloom, stiff-legged, aging, bends over her hoof, and with gentle fingers draws out and in her laces, murmurs lovingly,
To be a shoe-fitter in Manfield's was my love's young dream, the darling joys of sweet button-hooking. To lace up, criss-crossed to knee-length, the dressy kid footwear, satin-lined, so incredibly, impossibly small, of Clyde Road ladies. Even their wax model Raymond I visited daily to admire her cobweb hose and stick of rhubarb toe, as worn in Paris.
The hoof.
Smell my hot goat hide, feel my royal wet.
Bloom, cross-lacing.
Too tight?
The hoof.
If you bungle, Handy, I'll kick your football in.
Not to lace the wrong eyelet as I did the night of the bazaar dance. Bad luck. Hooked in wrong tash of her, person you mentioned. That night she met. Now.
He knots the lace. Bella places her foot on the floor. Bloom raises his head. Her heavy face, her eyes, strike him in mid-brow. His eyes grow dull, darker, and pouched. His nose thickens. Bloom mumbles,
Awaiting your further orders, we remain, gentlemen.
Bellow, with a hard basilisk stare, in a baritone voice.
Hound of dishonor.
Bloom, infatuated.
Empress.
Bellow, his heavy cheek-chops sagging.
Adorer of the adulterous rump.
Bloom, plaintively.
Hugeness.
Dung devourer.
Bloom, with sinews semi-flexed.
Magnificence.
Bellow.
Down.
He taps her on the shoulder with his fan.
Incline feet forward. Slide left foot 1 pace back. You will fall. You are falling on the hands down.
Bloom, her eyes upturned in the sign of admiration, closing, yaps.
Truffles.
With a piercing epileptic cry, she sinks on all fours, grunting, snuffling, rooting at his feet, then lies, shamming dead, with eyes shut tight, trembling eyelids, bowed upon the ground in the attitude of most excellent master. Bello, with bobbed hair, purple gills, fit moustache rings round his shaven mouth, in mountaineer's puttees, green silver-buttoned coat, sports skirt and alpine hat, with moorcock's feather, his hands stuck deep in his breeches pockets, places his heel on her neck and grinds it in.
Footstool, feel my entire weight. Bow, bond slave, before the throne of your despot's glorious heels, so glistening in their proud erectness.
Bloom, enthralled, bleats.
I promise never to disobey.
Bello, laughs loudly.
Holy smoke, you little know what's in store for you. I'm the Tartar, to settle your little lot and break you in. I'll bet Kentucky cocktails all around I shame it out of you, old son. Cheek me, I dare you, if you do tremble in anticipation of heel discipline to be inflicted in gym costume.
Bloom creeps under the sofa and peeps out through the fringe. Zoe, widening her slip to screen her.
She's not here.
Bloom, closing her eyes.
She's not here.
Florrie, hiding her with her gown.
She didn't mean it, Mr. Bello. She'll be good, sir.
Kitty.
Don't be too hard on her, Mr. Bello. Sure you won't, ma'am, sir.
Bello, coaxingly.
Come, ducky dear, I want a word with you, darling, just to administer correction. Just a little heart-to-heart talk, sweetie.
Bloom puts out her timid head.
There's a good girlie now.
Bello grabs her hair violently and drags her forward.
I only want to correct you for your own good on a soft, safe spot. How's that tender behind? Oh, ever so gently, pet. Begin to get ready.
Bloom, fainting.
Don't tear my...
Bello, savagely.
The nose ring, the pliers, the bastinado, the hanging hook, the knout I'll make out of you. Kiss while the flutes play, like the Nubian slave of old. You're in for it this time. I'll make you remember me for the balance of your natural life.
His forehead veins swollen, his face congested.
I shall sit on your ottoman saddleback every morning after my thumping good breakfast of Masterson's fat ham rashers and a bottle of Guinness's porter. and suck the thumping good stock exchange cigar while I read the licensed victualler's gazette. Very possibly I shall have you slaughtered and skewered in my stables and enjoy a slice of you, with crisp crackling from the baking tin, basted and baked, like suckling pig, with rice, and lemon or currant sauce. It will hurt you.
He twists her arm. Bloom squeals, turning turtle.
Don't be cruel, nurse. Don't.
Bello, twisting.
Another.
Oh, it's hell itself. Every nerve in my body aches like mad.
Goodbye, the rumping, jumping general. That's the best bit of news I've heard these 6 weeks. Here, don't keep me waiting, damn you.
He slaps her face.
You're after hitting me. I'll tell.
Hold him down, girls, till I squat on him.
Zoe.
Yes, walk on him. I will.
Florrie.
I will. Don't be greedy.
Kitty.
No, me. Lend him to me.
The brothel cook, Mrs. Keogh, wrinkled, grey-bearded, in a greasy bib, men's grey and green socks and brogues, flour smeared, a rolling-pin stuck with raw pastry in her bare red arm and hand, appears at the door. Mrs. Keogh, ferociously.
Can I help?
They hold and pinion Bloom. Bello squats with a grunt on Bloom's upturned face, puffing cigar smoke, nursing a fat leg.
I see Keating Clay is elected vice chairman of the Richmond Asylum. And by the by, Guinness's preference shares are at 16.75. Curse me for a fool that didn't buy that lot Craig and Gardner told me about. Just my infernal luck, curse it. And that goddamn outsider throwaway at 20-1.
He quenches his cigar angrily on Bloom's ear.
Where's that goddamn cursed ashtray?
Bloom, goaded, buttock smothered.
Oh, monsters! Cruel one!
Ask for that every 10 minutes. Beg. Pray for it as you never prayed before.
He thrusts out a figged fist and foul cigar.
Here, kiss that. Both. Kiss!
He throws a leg astride, and, pressing with horseman's knees, calls in a hard voice.
Gee up, a cock horse to Banbury Cross. I'll ride him for the Eclipse Stakes.
He bends sideways and squeezes his mount's testicles roughly, shouting,
Ho! Off we pop! I'll nurse you in proper fashion.
He horse rides cock-horse, leaping in the saddle.
The lady goes a pace, and the coachman goes a trot, and the gentleman goes a gallop, a gallop.
Florrie pulls at Bello.
Let me on him now. You had enough. I asked before you.
Zoe, pulling at Florrie.
Me! Are you not finished with him yet, Suckeress?
Bloom, stifling.
Can't.
Well, I'm not. Wait.
He holds in his breath.
Curse it, here. This bung's about to burst.
He uncorks himself behind, then, contorting his features, farts loudly.
Take that.
He recorks himself.
Yes, by jingo, 16.75.
Bloom, a sweat breaking out over him.
Not man.
He sniffs.
Woman.
Bello stands up.
No more blow hot and cold. What you longed for has come to pass. Henceforth you are unmanned and mine in earnest, a thing under the yoke. Now for your punishment, Frock. You will shed your male garments. You understand, Ruby Cohen, and don that shot silk luxuriously rustling over head and shoulders. And quickly, too.
Silk, mistress said.
Shrinks.
Oh, crinkly, scrapey. Must I tip-touch it with my nails?
As they are now, so will you be.
Points to his whores.
Wigged, singed, perfume sprayed, rice powdered, with smooth shaven armpits. Tape measurements will be taken next to your skin. You will be laced with cruel force in device-like corsets of soft dove coutil, with whalebone busk to the diamond-trimmed pelvis, the absolute outside edge, while your figure, plumper than when at large, will be restrained in net-tight frocks, pretty 2-ounce petticoats and fringes and things stamped, of course, with my house flag. Creations of lovely lingerie for Alice, and nice scent for Alice. Alice will feel the pull. Martha and Mary will be a little chilly at first in such delicate thigh casing, but the frilly flimsiness of lace round your bare knees will remind you.
Bloom, a charming soubrette with dauby cheeks, mustard hair, and large male hands and nose, leering mouth.
I tried her things on only twice, a small prank in Hollis Street. When we were hard up, I washed them to save the laundry bill. My own shirts I turned, it was the purest thrift.
Bello jeers.
Little jobs that made mother pleased, eh? And showed off coquettishly in your domino at the mirror behind close-drawn blinds, your unskirted thighs and head-coats udders and various poses of surrender, eh? I have to laugh. That second-hand black opera top shift. And short trunk-led naughties all split up the stitches at her last rape that Mrs. Miriam Dandrade sold you from the Shelburne Hotel, eh?
Miriam. Black. Demi-mondaine.
It's Christ almighty, it's too tickling this. You were a nice-looking Miriam when you clipped off your backgate hairs and lay swooning. In the thing across the bed is Mrs. Dandrade, about to be violated by Lieutenant Smythe, Mr. Philip Augustus Blockwell, M.P., Signor Lacci d'Aremo, the robust tenor, Blue-Eyed Bert, the lift boy, Henry Fleury of Gordon Bennett fame, Sheridan, the quadroon Croesus, the varsity wet Bob 8 from Old Trinity, Ponto, her splendid Newfoundland, and Bob's Dowager Duchess of Manor Hamilton. Christ, wouldn't it make a Siamese cat laugh?
Bloom, her hands and features working.
It was Gerald converted me to be a true corset lover when I was female impersonator in the high school play Vice Versa. It was dear Gerald. He got that kink, fascinated by sister stays. Now, dearest Gerald uses pinky grease paint and gilds his eyelids. Cult of the beautiful.
Bellow, with wicked glee.
Beautiful! Give us a breather, when you took your seat with womanish care, lifting your billowy flounces on the smooth-worn throne.
Science, to compare the various joys we each enjoy.
Earnestly.
And really, it's better the position, because often I used to wet.
No insubordination. The sawdust is there in the corner for you. I gave you strict instructions, didn't I? Do it standing, sir. I'll teach you to behave like a gentleman. If I catch a trace of your swaddles, ha-ha, by the ass of the Dorns, you'll find I'm a martinet. The sins of your past are rising against you, many hundreds.
The sins of the past, in a medley of voices.
He went through a form of clandestine marriage with at least one woman in the shadow of the Black Church. Unspeakable messages he telephoned mentally to Miss Dunn at an address in Dollier Street, while he presented himself indecently to the instrument in the call box. By word and deed he frankly encouraged the nocturnal strumpet to deposit fecal and other matter in an unsanitary outhouse attached to empty premises. In 5 public conveniences he wrote penciled messages offering his nuptial partner to all strong-membered males. And by the offensively smelling vitriol works did he not pass night after night, by loving courting couples to see if and what and how much he could see? Did he not lie in bed, the gross bore, gloating over a nauseous fragment of well-used toilet paper presented to him by a nasty harlot, stimulated by gingerbread and a postal order?
Was that the most revolting piece of obscenity in all your career of crime? Go the whole hog. Puke it out. Be candid for once.
Mute, inhuman faces throng forward, leering, vanishing, gibbering. Booloo-hoom. Poldy-cock, bootlaces a penny, Cassidy's hag, blind stripling, Larry Rhinoceros, the girl, the woman, the whore, the other, the...
Don't ask me. Our mutual faith. Pleasant Street. I only thought the half of the... I swear on my sacred oath.
Answer, repugnant wretch. I insist on knowing. Tell me something to amuse me. Smut. Or a bloody good ghost story. Or a line of poetry. Quick, quick, quick. Where? How? What time? With how many? I give you just 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
Bloom, docile, gurgles.
I re-pug-nosed and re-repugnant.
Oh, get out, you skunk. Hold your tongue. Speak when you're spoken to.
Master.
Bows.
Mistress. Man-tamer.
He lifts his arms. His bangle bracelets fill. Bellow, satirically.
By day you espouse and bat our smelling underclothes also when we ladies are unwell, and swab out our latrines with dress pinned up and a dishclout tied to your tail. Won't that be nice?
He places a ruby ring on her finger.
And there now, with this ring I thee own. Say thank you, mistress.
Thank you, mistress.
You will make the beds, get my tub ready, empty the piss pots in the different rooms, including old Miss Keogh's, the cook's, a sandy one. Aye, and rinse the 7 of them well, mind, or lap it up like champagne. Drink me piping hot. Hop! You will dance attendance, or I'll lecture you on your misdeeds, Miss Ruby, and spank your bare butt right well, miss, with a hairbrush. You'll be taught the error of your ways. At night, your well-creamed braceleted hands will wear 43 button gloves now powdered with talc, and having delicately scented fingertips. For such favors knights of old laid down their lives. My boys will be no end charmed to see you so ladylike, the colonel above all, when they come here the night before the wedding to fondle my new attraction in gilded heels. First I'll have a go at you myself. A man I know on the turf named Charles Alberta Marsh. I was in bed with him just now, and another gentleman out of the Hanover and Petty back office is on the lookout for a maid of all work and a short knock. Swell the bust, smile, droop shoulders. What offers?
He points.
For that lot, trained by owner to fetch and carry, basket in mouth.
He bares his arm and plunges it, elbow deep, in Bloom's vulva.
There's fine depth for you. What, boys, that give you a hard-on?
He shoves his arm in a bidder's face.
Here, wet the deck and wipe it round.
A bidder.
A florin?
Dillon's lackey rings his handbell.
Brang!
A voice.
1 and 8 too much.
Charles Alberta Marsh.
Must be virgin. Good breath. Clean.
Bellow. Gives a rap with his gavel.
2 bar. Rock-bottom figure and cheap at the price. 14 hands high. Touch and examine his points. Handle him. This downy skin, these soft muscles, these tender flesh. And if I had only my gold piercer here, and quite easy to milk. 3 new-laid gallons a day. A pure stock-getter, due to lay within the hour. His sire's milk record was 1,000 gallons of whole milk in 40 weeks. Whoa, my jewel! Bag up! Whoa!
He brands his initial C on Bloom's croup.
So, warranted Cohen. What advance on 2 bob, gentlemen?
A dark-visaged man, in disguised accent.
100 pounds sterling.
Voices, subdued.
For the Caliph, Harun al-Rashid.
Bellow, gaily.
Right, let them all come. The scanty, daringly short skirt riding up at the knee to show a peep of white pantalette is a potent weapon, and transparent stockings, emerald gartered, with the long straight seam trailing up beyond the knee, appeal to the better instincts of the blasé man about town. Learn the smooth mincing walk on 4-inch Louis Kahn's heels, the Grecian bend with provoking croup, the thighs fluescent, knees modestly kissing. Bring all your powers of fascination to bear on them. Pander to their Gamoran vices.
Bloom bends his blushing face into his armpit and simpers with forefinger in mouth.
Oh, I know what you're hinting at now.
What else are you good for, an impotent thing like you?
He stoops, and, peering, pokes with his fan rudely under the fat suet folds of Bloom's haunches.
Up, up, Manx cat, what have we here? Where's your curly teapot gone to, or who docked it on you, cocky Ollie? Sing, birdie, sing. It's as limp as a boy of 6's doing his poolie behind a cart. Buy a bucket or sell your pump. Can you do a man's job?
Eccles Street.
Bellow, sarcastically.
I wouldn't hurt your feelings for the world, but there's a man of brawn in possession there. The tables are turned, my gay young fellow. He is something like a full-grown outdoor man. Well for you, you muff, if you had that weapon with knobs and lumps and warts all over it. He's shot as bolt, I can tell you. Foot to foot, knee to knee, belly to belly, bubs to breasts. He's no eunuch. A shock of red hair he has sticking out of him behind him like a furze bush. Wait for 9 months, my lad. Holy ginger, it's kicking and coughing up and down in her guts already. That makes you wild, don't it? Touches the spot.
He spits in contempt.
Spittoon!
I was indecently treated. I informed the police. 100 pounds. Unmentionable.
Would if you could, lame duck. A downpour we want, not your drizzle.
To drive me mad. Moll, I forgot. Forgive. Moll, we, still...
No, Leopold Bloom, all is changed by woman's will since you slept horizontal in Sleepy Hollow, your night of 20 years. Return and see.
Old Sleepy Hollow calls over the wold.
Rip Van Wink! Rip Van Winkle!
Bloom, in tattered moccasins with a rusty fowling piece, tiptoeing, finger-tipping, his haggard, bony, bearded face peering through the diamond panes, cries out,
I see her! It's she! The first night at Matt Dillon's. But that dress! The green. And her hair is dyed gold, and he...
Ho, 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 that's your daughter, you owl, with a Mullinger student.
Millie Bloom, fair-haired, green-vested, slim-sandaled, her blue scarf in the sea wind simply swirling, breaks from the arms of her lover and calls, her young eyes wonder-wide.
My, it's Papli. But, oh, Papli, how old you've grown.
Changed, eh? Our whatnot, our writing table where we never wrote, Aunt Haggerty's armchair, our classic reprints of old masters. A man and his men friends are living there in clover. The Cuckoo's Rest, why not? How many women had you, eh, following them up dark streets, flat-foot, exciting them by your smothered grunts? What, you male prostitute? Blameless dames with parcels of groceries, turnabout, sauce for the goose, my gander-o.
Bellow, cuttingly.
Their heel marks will stamp the Brussels carpet you bought at Wren's auction. In their horseplay with Moll, the romp to find the buck flea in their breeches, they will deface your little statue you carried home in the rain for art's sake. They will violate the secrets of your bottom drawer. Pages will be torn from your handbook of astronomy to make them pipe spills. And they will spit in your 10-shilling brass fender from Hampton Leadham's.
10 and 6. The act of low scoundrels. Let me go. I will return. I will prove.
A voice.
Swear!
Bloom clenches his fists and crawls forward, a bowie knife between his teeth.
As a paying guest or a kept man, too late. You have made your second-best bed, and others must lie in it. Your epitaph is written. You are down and out, and don't you forget it, old bean.
Justice! All Ireland versus one. Has nobody...
He bites his thumb.
Die and be damned to you if you have any sense of decency or grace about you. I can give you a rare old wine that'll send you skipping to hell and back. Sign a will and leave us any coin you have. If you have none, see you damn well get it, steal it, rob it. We'll bury you in our shrubbery jakes where you'll be dead and dirty with old Chuck Corn, my step-nephew I married, the bloody old gouty procurator and sodomite with a crick in his neck, and my mother 10 or 11 husbands, whatever the buggers' names were, suffocated in the one cesspool.
He explodes in a loud, phlegmy laugh.
We'll manure you, Mr. Flower.
He pipes scoffingly.
Bye-bye, Poldy, bye-bye, Popley.
Bloom clasps his head.
My willpower, memory, I have sinned, I have
He weeps tearlessly. Bellow sneers.
Cry, baby, crocodile tears.
Bloom, broken, closely veiled for the sacrifice, sobs, his face to the earth. The passing bell is heard. Dark, shawled figures of the circumcised, in sackcloth and ashes, stand by the wailing wall. M. Shalomowitz, Joseph Goldwater, Moses Herzog, Harris Rosenberg, M. Moisel, J. Gitron, Minnie Watchman, P. Mastiansky, the Reverend Leopold Abramovich, Chazen. With swaying arms they wail in pneuma over the recreant Bloom. The circumcised, in dark guttural chant, as they cast dead sea fruit upon him, no flowers.
Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Voices, sighing.
So he's gone. Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. Bloom? Never heard of him. No. Queer kind of chap. There's the widow. That so? Ah, yes.
From the sooty pyre the flame of gum camphire ascends. The pall of incense smoke screens and disperses. Out of her oak frame a nymph with hair unbound, lightly clad in tea-brown art colours, descends from her grotto, and passing under interlacing yews, stands over Bloom. The yews, their leaves whispering.
Sister, our sister. Shh.
The nymph, softly.
Mortal.
Kindly.
Nay, dost not weepest?
Bloom crawls jellily forward under the boughs streaked by sunlight, with dignity.
This position, I felt it was expected of me. Force of habit.
The nymph.
Mortal, you found me in evil company. High kickers, coasters, picnic makers, pugilists, popular generals, immoral panto boys in flesh tights and the nifty shimmy dancers, La Aurora and Carini, musical act, the hit of the century. I was hidden in cheap pink paper that smelt of rock oil. I was surrounded by the stale smut of clubmen, stories to disturb callow youth, ads for transparency, chewed-up dice and bust pads, proprietary articles, and why wear a toss with testimonial from raptured gentlemen? Useful hints to the married.
Bloom lifts a turtle head towards her lap.
We have met before, on another star.
The nymph, sadly.
Rubber goods. Never rip brand as applied to the aristocracy. Corsets for men, IKEA fits or money refounded. Unsolicited testimonials for Professor Waldman's wonderful chest exuber. My bust development 4 inches in 3 weeks, reports Mrs. Gus Rublin with photo.
You mean photo bits?
I do. You bore me away, framed me in oak and tinsel, set me above your marriage couch. Unseen one summer eve, you kissed me in 4 places, and with loving pencil you shaded my eyes, my bosom, and my shame.
Bloom humbly kisses her long hair.
Your classic curves, beautiful, immortal. I was glad to look on you, to praise you, a thing of beauty, almost to pray.
During dark nights I heard your praise.
Yes, yes. You mean that sleep reveals the worst side of everyone, children perhaps excepted. I know I fell out of bed, or rather was pushed. Steel wine is said to cure snoring. For the rest, there is that English invention, pamphlet of which I received some days ago, incorrectly addressed. It claims to afford a noiseless, inoffensive vent.
He sighs.
'Twas ever thus. Frailty, thy name is marriage.
The nymph, her fingers in her ears.
Any words? They are not in my dictionary.
You understood them?
The ewes. Shh. The nymph covers her face with her hands.
What have I not seen in that chamber? What must my eyes look down on?
I know.
Apologetically.
Soiled personal linen, wrong side up with care. The quoits are loose. From Gibraltar by long sea long ago.
The nymph bends her head.
Worse, worse.
Bloom reflects precautiously.
That antiquated commode. It wasn't her weight. She scaled just 11 stone 9. She put on 9 pounds after weaning. It was a crack and want of glue. Eh? And that absurd orange-keyed utensil, which has only one handle.
The sound of a waterfall is heard in bright cascade. The ewes mingling their boughs.
Listen. Whisper. She's right, our sister. We grew up a Pauli-Fuka waterfall. We give shade on languorous summer days.
John Wise Nolan, in the background, in Irish National Forester's uniform, doffs his plumed hat.
Prosper. Give shade on languorous days, trees of Ireland.
The ewes, murmuring.
Who came to Pauli-Fuka with the high school excursion? Who left his nut-questing classmates to seek our shade?
Bloom, scared.
High School of Pula? Nemno? Not in full possession of faculties. Concussion. Run over by tram.
The echo.
Sam.
Bloom, pigeon-breasted, bottle-shouldered, padded, in nondescript, juvenile, grey and black striped suit, too small for him. White tennis shoes, bordered stockings with turnover tops, and a red school cap with badge.
I was in my teens, a growing boy. A little then sufficed, a jolting car, the mingling odors of the ladies' cloakroom and lavatory, the throng, penned tight on the old royal stairs, for they love crushes, instinct of the herd, and the dark sex-smelling theatre unbridles vice. even a price list of their hosiery. And then the heat. There were sunspots that summer, end of school and tipsy cake, halcyon days.
Halcyon days. High school boys in blue and white football jerseys and shorts. Master Donald Turnbull, Master Abraham Chatterton, Master Owen Goldberg, Master Jack Meredith, Master Percy Apjohn stand in a clearing of the trees and shout to Master Leopold Bloom. The halcyon days.
Mackerel! Loose again! Hooray!
They cheer.
Hooray!
Bloom, hobbledehoy, warm-gloved, mama-mufflered, starred with spent snowballs, struggles to rise.
Again! I feel 16. What a lark! Let ring all the bells in Montague Street.
He cheers feebly.
Hurrah for the high school!
The echo.
Foo! Foo!
The ewes, rustling.
She is right, our sister. Whisper.
Whispered kisses are heard in all the wood. Faces of hamadryads peep out from the boles and among the leaves, and break, blossoming into bloom.
Who profaned our silent shade?
The nymph, coyly, through parting fingers.
There? In the open air?
The ewes, sweeping downward.
Sister, yes, and on a virgin sward.
The waterfall. The nymph, with wide fingers.
Oh, infamy!
Bloom.
I was precocious. Youth, the fauna. I sacrificed to the god of the forest. The flowers that bloom in the spring. It was pairing time. Capillary attraction is a natural phenomenon. Lindsey-Clark, flaxen-haired. I saw at her night toilette through ill-closed curtains with poor Papa's opera glasses. The wanton ate grass wildly. She rolled downhill at Rialto Bridge to tempt me with her flow of animal spirits. She climbed their crooked tree, and a saint couldn't resist it. The demon possessed me. Besides, who saw?
Staggering Bob, a white-polled calf, thrusts a ruminating head with humid nostrils through the foliage. Large teardrops rolling from his prominent eyes. Snivels.
Me, see?
Simply satisfying a need,
with pathos.
No girl would when I went girling. Too ugly, they wouldn't play.
High on Ben Howth, through rhododendrons, a nanny goat passes, plump-uddered, butty-tailed, dropping currants. The nanny goat bleats.
Nanny. Nanny.
Bloom, hatless, flushed, covered with burrs of thistledown and gorse-spine.
Regularly engaged. Circumstances alter cases.
He gazes intently downwards on the water.
32 head over heels per second. Press nightmare. Giddy Elijah. Fall from cliff. Sad end of government printer's clerk.
Through silver silent summer air the dummy of Bloom, rolled in a mummy, rolls rotatingly from the Lion's Head cliff into the purple waiting waters. The dummy mummy. Far out in the bay, between Bailey and Kish lights, the Erin's king sails, sending a broadening plume of coal smoke from her funnel towards the land. Councillor Nanetti, alone on deck, in dark alpaca, yellow kite-faced, his hand in his waistcoat opening, declaims,
"When my country takes her place among the nations of the earth, then, and not till then, let my epitaph be written. I have
done."
The nymph, loftily.
We immortals, as you saw today, have not such place, and no hair there either. We are stone cold and pure. We eat electric light.
She arches her body in lascivious crispation, placing her forefinger in her mouth.
Spoke to me, heard from behind. How then could you—
Bloom, pawing the heather abjectly.
Oh, I have been a perfect pig. Enemas, too, I have administered. 1/3 of a pint of quassia, to which add a tablespoonful of rock salt. Up the fundament, Ha! With Hamilton Long's syringe, the lady's friend.
In my presence, the powder puff.
She blushes and makes a knee.
And the rest?
Bloom, dejected.
Yes, Peccavi, I have paid homage to that living altar where the back changes name.
With sudden fervour.
For why should the dainty, scented, jewelled hand, the hand that rules...
Figures wind serpenting in slow woodland pattern around the tree stems, cooeeing. The voice of Kitty in the thicket.
Show us one of them cushions.
The voice of Laurie.
Here.
A grouse wings clumsily through the underwood. The voice of Lynch in the thicket.
Phew, piping hot.
The voice of Zoe from the thicket.
Came from a hot place.
The voice of Virag, a bird chief, blue-streaked and feathered in war panoply, with his assegai, striding through a crackling canebrake over beech mast and acorns.
Hot, hot. Where's Sitting Bull?
Bloom.
It overpowers me, the warm impress of her warm form. Even to sit where a woman has sat, especially with divaricated thighs, as though to grant the last favors, most especially with previously well-uplifted white sateen coat-pans. So womanly, full, it fills me full.
The waterfall. The ewes.
Shh, sister, speak.
The nymph. Eyeless, in nun's white habit, coif, and huge winged wimple, softly with remote eyes.
Tranquilla Convent, Sister Agatha, Mount Carmel, the apparitions of Knock and Lourdes, no more desire.
She reclines her head, sighing.
Only the ethereal, where dreamy, creamy gull waves over the water stall.
Bloom half rises, his back trouser button snaps. The button.
Beep.
Two sluts of the coombe dance rainily by, shawled, yelling flatly,
Oh, Leopold lost a pin in his drawers. He didn't know what to do to keep it up, to keep it up.
Bloom, coldly.
You have broken the spell, the last straw. If there were only ethereal, where would you all be? Postulants and novices, shy but willing like an ass pissing.
The ewes, their silver foil of leaves precipitating, their skinny arms aging and swaying.
Deciduously.
The nymph, her features hardening, gropes in the folds of her habit.
Sacrilege! To attempt my virtue!
A large, moist stain appears on her robe.
Sully my innocence! You are not fit to touch the garment of a pure woman.
She clutches again in her robe.
Wait! Satan, you'll sing no more love songs. Amen, 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 amen!
She draws a poignard, and, clad in the sheath mail of an elected knight of 9, strikes at his loins.
Nickam!
Bloom starts up, seizes her hand.
Hoy! Nimbercata! Cat o' 9 lives! Fair play, madam. No pruning knife. The fox in the grapes, is it? What do you lack with your barbed wire? Crucifix not thick enough?
He clutches her veil.
A holy abbot you want, or Brophy, the lame gardener, or the spoutless statue of the water carrier, or good mother Alphonsus, eh, Reynard?
The nymph, with a cry, flees from him unveiled, her plaster cast cracking, a cloud of stench escaping from the cracks.
Polly!
Bloom calls after her.
As if you didn't get it on the double yourselves. No jerks and multiple mucosities all over you. I tried it. Your strength, our weakness. What's our stud fee? What will you pay on the nail? You fee men dancers on the Riviera, I read.
The fleeing nymph raises a keen.
Eh? I have 16 years of black slave labor behind me. And would a jury give me 5 shillings alimony tomorrow, eh? Fool someone else, not me.
He sniffs.
Rut, onions, stale, sulfur, grease.
The figure of Bella Cohen stands before him. Bella.
You'll know me the next time.
Bloom, composed, regards her.
Passe, mutton dressed as lamb, long in the tooth and superfluous hair. A raw onion the last thing at night would benefit your complexion. And take some double chin drill. Your eyes are as vapid as the glass eyes of your stuffed fox. They have the dimensions of your other features, that's all. I'm not a triple screw propeller.
Bella, contemptuously.
You're not game, in fact.
Her sour cunt barks. Bloom, contemptuously.
Clean your nailless middle finger first. Your bully's cold spunk is dripping from your coxcomb. Take a handful of hay and wipe yourself.
I know you, canvasser, dead cod.
I saw him, kip keeper, pox and gleet vendor.
Bella turns to the piano.
Which of you was playing the Dead March from Saul?
Zoe.
Me? Mind your cornflowers.
She darts to the piano and bangs chords on it with crossed arms.
The cats ramble through the slag.
She glances back.
Eh? Who's making love to my sweeties?
She darts back to the table.
What's yours is mine, and what's mine is my own.
Kitty, disconcerted, coats her teeth with the silver paper. Bloom approaches Zoe. Gently.
Give me back that potato, will you?
Zoe.
Forfeits, a fine thing and a superfine thing.
Bloom, with feeling.
It is nothing but still a relic of poor Mama.
Give a thing and take it back. God'll ask you where is that. You'll say you don't know. God'll send you down below.
There is a memory attached to it. I should like to have it.
Stephen.
To have or not to have, that is the question.
Zoe.
Here.
She hauls up a reef of her slip, revealing her bare thigh, and unrolls the potato from the top of her stocking.
Those that hides knows where to find.
Bella frowns.
Here, this isn't a musical peep show. And don't you smash that piano. Who's paying here?
She goes to the pianola. Stephen fumbles in his pocket and, taking out a banknote by its corner, hands it to her. Stephen, with exaggerated politeness.
This silken purse I made out of the sow's ear of the public. Madam, excuse me, if you allow me.
He indicates, vaguely, Lynch and Bloom.
We are all in the same sweepstake, Kinch and Lynch. Dans ce bordel où tenons notre état.
Lynch calls from the hearth.
Daedalus, give her your blessing for me.
Stephen hands Bella a coin.
Gold. She has it.
Bella looks at the money, then at Stephen, then at Zoe, Laurie, and Kitty.
Do you want 3 girls? It's 10 shillings here.
Stephen, delightedly.
100,000. Apologies.
He fumbles again and takes out and hands her 2 crowns.
Pardon me, Bravi Manu, my sight is somewhat troubled.
Bella goes to the table to count the money, while Stephen talks to himself in monosyllables. Zoe bends over the table. Kitty leans over Zoe's neck. Lynch gets up, rights his cap, and, clasping Kitty's waist, adds his head to the group. Laurie strives heavily to rise.
Ow, my foot's asleep.
She limps over to the table. Bloom approaches. Bella, Zoe, Kitty, Lynch, Bloom. Chattering and squabbling.
The gentleman.
10 shillings.
Pay for the 3.
Allow me a moment.
This gentleman pays separate.
Who's touching it?
Ow! Mind who you're pinching.
Are you staying the night or a short time?
Who did?
You're a liar, excuse me.
The gentleman paid down like a gentleman.
Drink. It's long after 11.
Stephen, at the pianola, making a gesture of abhorrence.
No bottles? What, 11? A riddle.
Zoe, lifting up her petty-gown and folding a half-sovereign into the top of her stocking.
Hard earned on the flat of my back.
Lynch, lifting Kitty from the table.
Come.
Kitty.
Wait.
She clutches the 2 crowns. Laurie.
And me?
Lynch.
Hoopla!
He lifts her, carries her, and bumps her down on the sofa. Stephen.
The fox crew, the cocks flew, the bells in heaven were striking 11. 'Tis time for her poor soul to get out of heaven.
Bloom quietly lays a half-sovereign on the table between Bella and Laurie.
So, allow me.
He takes up the pound note.
3 times 10. We're square.
Bella, admiringly.
You're such a sly boots, old cocky. I could kiss you.
Zoe points.
Him? Deep as a draw well.
Lynch bends Kitty back over the sofa and kisses her. Bloom goes with the pound note to Stephen.
This is yours.
Stephen.
How's that? Lady Stray or absent-minded beggar?
He fumbles again in his pocket and draws out a handful of coins. An object falls.
That fell.
Bloom, stooping, picks up and hands a box of matches.
This.
Lucifer. Thanks.
Bloom, quietly.
You had better hand over that cash to me to take care of. Why pay more?
Stephen hands him all his coins.
Be just before you are generous.
I will, but is it wise?
He counts.
1, 7, 11, and 5. 6, 11. I don't answer for what you may have lost.
Why striking 11? Prepare Occitan. Moment before the next lesson says, thirsty fox. Burying his grandmother probably killed her.
That is £1.6 and 11. £1.7, say.
Oh, it doesn't matter a rambling dam.
No, but...
Stephen comes to the table.
Cigarette, please.
Lynch tosses a cigarette from the sofa to the table.
And so, Georgina Johnson is dead and married.
A cigarette appears on the table. Stephen looks at it.
Wonder. Parlour magic. Married.
He strikes a match and proceeds to light the cigarette with enigmatic melancholy. Lynch, watching him.
You would have a better chance of lighting it if you held the match nearer.
Stephen brings the match near his eye.
Lynx eye. Must get glasses. Broke them yesterday. 16 years ago. Distance. The eye sees all flat.
He draws the match away. It goes out.
Brain thinks. Near? Far. Ineluctable modality of the visible.
He frowns mysteriously.
Sphinx. The beast that has 2 backs at midnight. Married.
Zoe.
It was a commercial traveller married her and took her away with him.
Florrie nods.
Mr. Lamb from London.
Lamb of London who takest away the sins of our world.
Lynch, embracing Kitty on the sofa, chants deeply,
Dona nobis pacem.
The cigarette slips from Stephen's fingers. Bloom picks it up and throws it in the grate.
Don't smoke. You ought to eat. Cursed dog I met.
To Zoe.
You have nothing?
Is he hungry?
Stephen extends his hand to her, smiling, and chants to the air of the blood oath in the dusk of the gods.
Hangende Hunger, Fragende Frau, maakt uns alle kaputt.
Zoe, tragically.
Hamlet, I am thy father's gimlet.
She takes his hand.
Blue eyes, beauty, I'll read your hand.
She points to his forehead.
No wit, no wrinkles.
She counts.
2, 3, Mars, that's courage.
Stephen shakes his head.
No kid.
Lynch.
Sheet lightning courage, the youth who could not shiver and shake.
To Zoe.
Who taught you palmistry?
Zoe turns.
Ask my bullocks that I haven't got.
To Stephen.
I see it in your face. The eye, like that.
She frowns with lowered head. Lynch, laughing, slaps Kitty behind twice.
Like that, pandy bat.
Twice, loudly, a pandy bat cracks. The coffin of the pianola flies open. The bald, little, round jack-in-the-box head of Father Dolan springs up.
Any boy want flogging? Broke his glasses? Lazy, idle little schemer? See it in your eye.
Mild, benign, rectorial, reproving. The head of Don John Conmee rises from the pianola coffin.
Now, Father Dolan, now I am sure that Stephen is a very good little boy.
Zoe, examining Stephen's palm.
Woman's hand.
Stephen murmurs.
Continue. Lie. Hold me. Caress. I never could read his handwriting except his criminal thumbprint on the haddock.
What day were you born?
Thursday. Today?
Thursday's child has far to go.
She traces lines on his hand.
Line of fate. Influential friends.
Laurie, pointing.
Imagination.
Mount of the Moon. You'll meet with a...
She peers at his hands abruptly.
I won't tell you what's not good for you. Or do you want to know?
Bloom detaches her fingers and offers his palm.
More harm than good. Here, read mine.
Bella.
Show.
She turns up Bloom's hand.
I thought so. Knobby knuckles for the women.
Zoe, peering at Bloom's palm.
Gridiron. Travels beyond the sea and marry money.
Wrong.
Oh, I see. Short little finger. Henpecked husband. That wrong?
Black Liz, a huge rooster, hatching in a chalked circle, rises, stretches her wings and clucks.
Gara, clock, clock, clock.
She sidles from her new-laid egg and waddles off. Bloom points to his hand.
That wheel there is an accident. Fell and cut it 22 years ago. I was 16.
I see, says the blind man. Tell us news.
Stephen.
See? Moves to one great goal. I'm 22. 16 years ago, he was 22 too. 16 years ago, I 22 tumbled. 22 years ago, he 16 fell off his hobby horse.
He winces.
Hurt my hand somewhere. Must see a dentist. Money?
Zoe whispers to Laurie. They giggle. Bloom releases his hand and writes idly on the table in backhand, penciling slow curves. Laurie.
What?
A hackney car, number 324, with a gallant buttocked mare, driven by James Barton, Harmony Avenue, Donnybrook, trots past. Blazes Boylan and Lenihan sprawl swaying on the side seats. The Ormond Boots crouches behind on the axle. Sadly over the cross-blind, Lydia Douce and Mina Kennedy gaze. The Boots, jogging, mocks them with thumb and wriggling worm fingers.
Aha, have you the horn?
Bronze by gold, they whisper. Zoe to Laurie.
Whisper.
They whisper again. Over the well of the car, Blazes Boylan leans, his boater straw set sideways, a red flower in his mouth. Lenihan, in yachtsman's cap and white shoes, officiously detaches a long hair from Blazes Boylan's coat shoulder. Lenihan.
Oh, what do I hear? Behold, were you brushing the cobwebs of a few quims?
Boylan, seated, smiles.
Clocking a turkey.
A good night's work.
Boylan, holding up 4 thick, blunt-ungulated fingers, winks.
Oh, blazes, Kate. After a sample, or your money back.
He holds out a forefinger.
Smell that.
Lenihan smells gleefully.
Ha! Lobster and mayonnaise. Ha!
Zoe and Laurie. Boylan jumps surely from the car and calls loudly for all to hear.
Hello, Bloom. Mrs. Bloom dressed yet?
Bloom, in flunky's prune plush coat and knee breeches, buff stockings and powdered wig.
I'm afraid not, sir. The last articles.
Boylan tosses him 6pence.
Here, to buy yourself a gin and splash.
He hangs his hat smartly on a peg of Bloom's antlered head.
Show me in. I have a little private business with your wife, you understand.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Madam Tweedy is in her bath, sir.
Marion.
He ought to feel himself highly honoured.
She plops, splashing, out of the water.
Rule, darling, come and dry me. I'm on my pelt. Only my new hat and a carriage sponge.
Boylan, a merry twinkle in his eye.
Topping.
Bella.
What is it?
Zoe whispers to her. Marion.
Let him look, the fishhawk. Pimp and scorch himself. I'll write to a powerful prostitute, or Bartolomona, the bearded woman, to raise wheels out on him, an inch thick, and make him bring me back a signed and stamped receipt.
Boylan clasps himself.
Here, I can't hold this little out much longer.
He strides off on stiff cavalry legs. Bella.
Ho, 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 ho.
Boylan, to Bloom over his shoulder.
You can apply your eye to the keyhole and play with yourself while I just go through her a few times.
Thank you, sir. I will, sir. May I bring 2 men chums to witness the deed and take a snapshot?
He holds out an ointment jar.
Vaseline, sir? Orange flower? Lukewarm water?
Kitty, from the sofa.
Tell us, Florrie, tell us what?
Florrie whispers to her. Whispering love words, murmur. Lip-lapping loudly, popismic, plop-slop. Mina Kennedy, her eyes upturned.
Oh, it must be like the scent of geraniums and lovely peaches. Oh, he simply idolizes every bit of her, stuck together, covered with kisses.
Lydia Douce, her mouth opening.
Yum, yum. Oh, he's carrying round the room doing it. Ride a cock horse. You could hear them in Paris and New York, like mouthfuls of strawberry and cream.
Kitty. Boylan's voice, sweetly, hoarsely, in the pit of his stomach.
Go, Bletruch. Bruchachast.
Marian's voice, hoarsely, sweetly, rising to her throat.
Oh, wish was kiss na push na puik.
Bloom, his eyes wildly dilated, clasps himself.
Show! Hide! Show! Plower! More! Shoot!
Bella, Zoe, Florrie, Kitty. Lynch points.
The mirror up to nature.
Stephen and Bloom gaze in the mirror. The face of William Shakespeare, beardless, appears there, rigid in facial paralysis, crowned by the reflection of the reindeer-antlered hat-rack in the hall. Shakespeare, in dignified ventriloquy.
'Tis the loud laugh bespeaks the vacant mind.
To Bloom.
Thou thoughtest as how thou wastest invisible. Gaze.
He crows with a black capon's laugh.
Go. How my old fellow choke it his Thursday morning. Go.
Bloom smiles yellowly at the 3 whores.
When will I hear the joke?
Zoe.
Before you're twice married and once a widower.
Lapses are condoned. Even the great Napoleon, when measurements were taken next the skin after his death.
Mrs. Dignam, widow woman, her snub nose and cheeks flushed with death talk, tears, and Tunny's tawny sherry, hurries by in her weeds, her bonnet awry, rouging and powdering her cheeks, lips, and nose, a pen chivying her brood of cygnets. Beneath her skirt appear her late husband's everyday trousers and turned-up boots, large 8s. She holds a Scottish widow's insurance policy and a large marquee umbrella, under which her brood run with her. Patsy hopping on one shod foot, his collar loose, a hank of pork steaks dangling. Freddie whimpering, Susie with the crying cod's mouth, Alice struggling with the baby. She cuffs them on, her streamers flaunting aloft. Freddie.
Ah, Ma, you're dragging me along.
Susie.
Mama, the birthday is fizzing over.
Shakespeare, with paralytic rage.
Wait a second, who killed her first?
The face of Martin Cunningham, bearded, re-features Shakespeare's beardless face. The marquee umbrella sways drunkenly. The children run aside. Under the umbrella appears Mrs. Cunningham in merry widow hat and kimono gown. She glides, sidling and bowing, twirling Japanesely. Mrs. Cunningham sings.
And they call me the Jewel of Asia.
Martin Cunningham gazes on her, impassive.
Immense. Most bloody awful demirip.
Stephen.
Et exultabuntur cornua justi. Queens lay with prize bulls. Remember Pasiphae, for whose lust my grand old grossfather made the first confession box. Forget not Madame Grisel Stevens, nor the Suine scions of the house of Lambert. And Noah was drunk with wine, and his ark was open.
Bella.
None of that here. Come to the wrong shop.
Lynch.
Let him alone. He's back from Paris.
Zoe runs to Stephen and links him.
Oh, go on. Give us some parlez-vous.
Stephen claps hat on head and leaps over to the fireplace, where he stands with shrugged shoulders, finny hands outspread. a painted smile on his face. Lynch, oomeling on the sofa. Stephen gabbles with marionette jerks.
1,000 places of entertainment to expense your evenings with lovely ladies, sailing gloves, and other things. Perhaps hers heart, beer chops, perfect fashionable house, very eccentric, where lots cocottes, beautiful dressed, much about princesses like our dancing can-can, and walking their Parisian clowneries, extra foolish for bachelors' foreigns. The same if talking of poor English, how much smart they are on things love and sensations voluptuous. Mister's very selects, for his pleasure must to visit heaven and hell, show with mortuary candles and they tears silver which occur every night. Perfectly shocking, terrific of religion's things, mockery seen in universal world. All chic womans which arrive full of modesty, then disrobe and squeal loud to see vampire man debauch nun, very fresh young with dessous troublants.
He clacks his tongue loudly.
Oh la la, ce pif qu'il a!
Lynch.
Vive le vampire!
The whores.
Bravo! Parlez-vous?
Stephen, grimacing with head back, laughs loudly, clapping himself.
Ha ha! Great success of laughing! Angels much prostitutes-like, and holy apostles, big damn ruffians, demi-mondaine, nicely handsome, sparkling of diamonds, very amiable costumed. Or do you are fond better what belongs they modern's pleasure turpitude of old mans?
He points about him with grotesque gestures, which Lynch and the whores reply to.
Caoutchouc statue woman, reversible, or life-size Tom-Peep-Tom of virgin's nudities, very lesbic the kiss 5-10 times. Enter, gentlemen, to see in mirror every position, trapezes all that machine there besides, also if desire, act awfully bestial. Butcher's boy pollutes in warm veal liver, or omelette on the belly, pièce de Shakespeare.
Bella, clapping her belly, sinks back on the sofa with a shout of laughter.
An omelette on the... omelette on the...
Stephen, mincingly.
I love you, sir, darling. Speak you Englishman tongue for double entente cordiale? Oh yes, mon loup. How much cost? Waterloo, water closet.
He ceases suddenly and holds up a forefinger. Bella, laughing.
Omelette.
The whores, laughing.
Encore, encore.
Stephen.
Mark me, I dreamt of a watermelon.
Zoe.
Go abroad and love a foreign lady.
Lynch.
Across the world for a wife.
Laurie.
Dreams goes by contraries.
Stephen extends his arms.
It was here, streets of harlots. In Serpentine Avenue, Beelzebub showed her me, a fubsy widow. Where's the red carpet spread?
Bloom, approaching Stephen.
Look.
No, I flew. My foes beneath me, and ever shall be. World without end.
He cries.
Pater! Free!
I say, look.
Break my spirit, will he? Oh, merde alors!
He cries, his vulture talons sharpened.
Hola! Hilly-ho!
Simon Dedalus' voice, hilloes in answer, somewhat sleepy, but ready.
That's all right.
He swoops uncertainly through the air, wheeling, uttering cries of heartening, on strong, ponderous buzzard wings.
Oh boy, are you going to win? Hoop! Shot! Stay with those half-castes. Wouldn't let them within the ball and ass. Head up! Keep our flag flying, and eagle gules volant in a field argent displayed. Ulster king at arms. Hey hoop!
He makes the beagle's call, giving tongue.
Hi, boy!
The fronds and spaces of the wallpaper file rapidly across country. A stout fox, drawn from covert, brush-pointed, having buried his grandmother, runs swift for the open, bright-eyed, seeking badger earth under the leaves. The pack of staghounds follows, nose to the ground, sniffing their quarry, beagle baying, burbling to be blooded. Ward Union huntsmen and huntswomen, live with them, hot for a kill. From 6 Mile Point, Flat House, 9 Mile Stone, follow the foot people, with knotty sticks, hay forks, salmon gaffs, lassoes, flockmasters with stock whips, bear baiters with tom-toms, toreadors with bull swords, grey negroes waving torches. The crowd bawls of dicers, crown and anchor players, thimble riggers, broadsmen, crows and touts, Horse bookies in high wizard hats clamour deafeningly.
Card of the races, racing card. 10-1 the field. Tommy on the clay here, Tommy on the clay. 10-1 bar 1, 10-1 bar 1. Try your luck on spinning Jenny. 10-1 bar 1. Sell the monkeys, boys, sell the monkey. I'll give 10-1. 10-1 bar 1.
A dark horse, riderless, bolts like a phantom past the winning post. His mane moon foaming, his eyeballs stars. The field follows, a bunch of bucking mounts. Skeleton horses, Sceptre, Maximum II, Zinfandel, the Duke of Westminster's Shotover, Repulse, the Duke of Beaufort's Ceylon, Prix de Paris. Dwarfs ride them, rusty-armoured, leaping in their saddles. Last, in a drizzle of rain on a broken-winded Isabel nag, cock of the north, the favourite, honey cap, green jacket, orange sleeves, Garrett Deasy up, gripping the reins, a hockey stick at the ready. His nag on spavined white gaitered feet jogs along the rocky road. The orange lodges, jeering.
Get down and push, mister. Last lap. You'll be home the night.
Garrett Deasy, bolt upright, his nail-scraped face plastered with postage stamps, brandishes his hockey stick, his blue eyes flashing in the prism of the chandelier, as his mount lopes by at schooling gallop.
Per vias rectas.
A yoke of buckets, leopards all over him and his rearing nag, a torrent of mutton broth with dancing coins of carrots, barley, onions, turnips, potatoes. The green lodges.
Soft day, Sir John. Soft day, Your Honour.
Private Carr, Private Compton, and Sissy Caffrey pass beneath the windows, singing in discord. Stephen.
Hark! Our friend, noise in the street.
Zoe holds up her hand.
Stop.
Private Carr, Private Compton, and Sissy Caffrey.
Yes, I'm the sort of Yorkshire relish for.
Zoe.
That's me.
She claps her hands.
Dance! Dance!
She runs to the pianola.
Who has 2 pence?
Bloom.
Who?
Lynch, handing her coins.
Here.
Stephen, cracking his fingers impatiently.
Quick, where's my auger's rod?
He runs to the piano and takes his ash plant, beating his foot in tripudium. Zoe turns the drum handle.
There.
She drops 2 pennies in the slot. Gold, pink, and violet lights start forth. The drum turns purring in low hesitation waltz. Professor Goodwin, in a bow-knotted periwig, in court dress, wearing a stained Inverness cape, bent in 2 from incredible age, totters across the room, his hands fluttering. He sits tinily on the piano stool and lifts and beats handless sticks of arms on the keyboard, nodding with damsel's grace, his bow knot bobbing. Zoe twirls round herself, heel tapping.
Dance! Anybody here for there? Who'll dance? Clear the table.
The pianola, with changing lights, plays in waltz time the prelude of My Girl's a Yorkshire Girl. Stephen throws his ash plant on the table and seizes Zoe round the waist. Florrie and Bella push the table towards the fireplace. Stephen, arming Zoe with exaggerated grace, begins to waltz her round the room. Bloom stands aside. Her sleeve, falling from gracing arms, reveals a white flesh flower of vaccination. Between the curtains, Professor Magini inserts a leg, on the toe point of which spins a silk hat. With a deft kick, he sends it spinning to his crown, and, jaunty-hatted, skates in. He wears a slate frock coat, with claret silk lapels, a gorget of cream tulle, a green low-cut waistcoat, stock collar with white kerchief, tight lavender trousers, patent pumps and canary gloves. In his buttonhole is an immense dahlia. He twirls in reversed directions a clouded cane, then wedges it tight in his oxter. He places a hand lightly on his breastbone, bows, and fondles his flower and buttons. Magini.
The poetry of motion, art of calisthenics,
No connection with Madam Leggett Burns or Levinston's. Fancy dress balls arranged. Deportment. The Catty-Liner step. So, watch me. My Terpsichorean abilities.
He minuets forward 3 paces on tripping bees' feet.
Tout le monde en avant. Reverence. Tout le monde en place.
The prelude ceases. Professor Goodman, beating vague arms, shrivels, sinks, his live cape falling about the stool. The air in firmer waltz time sounds. Stephen and Zoe circle freely. The lights change, glow fine gold, rosy violet. The pianola.
2 young fellows were talking about their girls, 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 sweethearts they'd left behind.
From a corner the morning hours run out. Gold-haired, slim-sandaled in girlish blue, wasp-waisted, with innocent hands. Nimbly they dance, twirling their skipping ropes. The hours of noon follow in amber gold. Laughing, linked, high hair-combs flashing, they catch the sun in mocking mirrors, lifting their arms. Magini, clip-claps, glove-silent hands.
Carré, avant deux. Breathe evenly. Balance.
The morning and noon hours waltz in their places, turning, advancing to each other, shaping their curves, bowing vis-à-vis. Cavaliers behind them arch and suspend their arms, with hands descending to, touching, rising from their shoulders. Hours.
You may touch my...
Cavaliers.
May I touch your...
Oh, but lightly.
Oh, so lightly.
The pianola.
My little shy little lass has a waist.
Zoe and Stephen turn boldly with looser swing. The twilight hours advance from long land shadows, dispersed, lagging, languid-eyed, their cheeks delicate with cypria and false faint bloom. They are in grey gauze with dark bat sleeves that flutter in the land breeze. Magini.
Avant oui. Traversez. Salut. Coup de main. Croisez.
The night hours, one by one, steal to the last place. Morning, noon, and twilight hours retreat before them. They are masked with daggered hair and bracelets of dull bells. Weary, they curtsy under veils. The bracelets.
Hey-ho, hey-ho.
Zoe, twirling her hand to her brow.
Oh!
Magini.
Les truards. Chant des dames. La corbelle. Dos à dos.
Arabesquing wearily, they weave a pattern on the floor, weaving, unweaving, curtsying, twirling, simply swirling.
I'm giddy.
She frees herself, droops on a chair. Stephen seizes Laurie and turns with her. Magini.
Boulanger. Les rangs. Les points. Chevaux de bois. Escargot.
Twining, receding, with interchanging hands, the night hours link each with arching arms in a mosaic of movements. Stephen and Laurie turn cumbrously. Magini.
Dansez avec vos dames. Changez de dame. Donnez le petit beaucoup à votre dame. Remerciez.
The pianola.
Best, best of all.
Bam!
Kitty jumps up.
Oh, they played that on the hobby horses at the nearest bazaar.
She runs to Stephen. He leaves Laurie brusquely and seizes Kitty. A screaming bitten's harsh high whistle shrieks. Grown grouse gurgling Toft's cumbersome whirligig turns slowly the room right about the room. The pianola.
My girl's a Yorkshire girl.
Zoe.
Yorkshire through and through. Come on, all.
She seizes Laurie and waltzes her. Stephen.
Puzzle!
He wheels Kitty into Lynch's arms, snatches up his ash plant from the table, and takes the floor. All wheel, whirl, waltz, twirl. Bloom, Bella, Kitty, Lynch, Laurie, Zoe, Jujubee women. Stephen with hat, ash plant, frog splits in middle, high kicks with sky-kicking mouth, shut hand, clasp, part under thigh. With clang, tinkle, boom, hammer, Tally-ho, hornblower, blue, green, yellow, flashes, tofts, cumbersome, turns with hobby-horse riders, from gilded snakes dangled, bowels fandango leaping, spurn, soil, foot, and fall again. The pianola.
No, she's a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes.
Close clutched, swift, swifter, with glare, blare, flare, scudding they scoot, loot, shoot, lumbering by. Bara-boom. Tutti.
Encore! Peace! Bravo! Encore!
Simon.
Think of your mother's people.
Stephen.
Dance of death.
Bang, fresh barang bang of lackey's bell. Horse, nag, steer, piglings, con me on Christ-ass, lame crutch and leg sailor in cock boat, arm folded, rope pulling, hitching, stamp hornpipe through and through. Barabum! On nags, hogs, bell, horses, Gadarene swine, corny in coffin, steel shark stone, one-handled Nelson, two trickies, Frauenzimmer plum-stained from pram-filling, balling gum. He the champion. Fuse blue pier from barrel rev evensong. Love on hackney jaunt, blazes, blind cod doubled bicyclers. Dilly with snow cake, no fancy clothes. Then in last, switchback lumbering up and down, bump, mash tub, sort of viceroy, and rain relish, for tub lumber bumpshire rose. Bara-boom. The couples fall aside. Stephen whirls giddily. Room whirls back. Eyes closed, he totters. Red rails fly spacewards. Stars all around, suns turn roundabout. Bright midges dance on walls. He stops dead.
Ho!
Stephen's mother, emaciated, rises stark through the floor, in leper grey with a wreath of faded orange blossoms and a torn bridal veil, her face worn and noseless, green with grave mould. Her hair is scant and lank. She fixes her blue-circled hollow eye sockets on Stephen, and opens her toothless mouth, uttering a silent word. A choir of virgins and confessors sing voicelessly.
Liliata rutilantium te confessorum, jubilantium te virginum.
From the top of a tower, Buck Mulligan, in party-coloured jester's dress of puce and yellow, and clown's cap with curling bell, stands gaping at her, a smoking, buttered, split scone in his hand.
She's beastly dead. The pity of it. Mulligan meets the afflicted mother.
He upturns his eyes.
Mercurial Malachi.
The mother, with the subtle smile of death's madness.
I was once the beautiful May Golding. I am dead.
Stephen, horror-struck.
Lemur, who are you? No, what bogeyman's trick is this?
Buck Mulligan shakes his curling cap-bell.
The mockery of it. Kinch dog's body killed her bitch body. She kicked the bucket.
Tears of molten butter fall from his eyes onto the scone.
Oh, great sweet mother! Hippie oinapa ponton.
The mother comes nearer, breathing upon him softly her breath of wetted ashes.
All must go through it, Stephen. More women than men in the world. You too. Time will come.
Stephen, choking with fright, remorse, and horror.
They say I killed you, Mother. He offended your memory. Cancer did it, not I. Destiny.
The mother, a green rill of bile trickling from a side of her mouth.
You sang that song to me. Love's bitter mystery.
Tell me, Mother, if you know now. The word known to all men.
Who saved you the night you jumped on the train at Dorky with Paddy Lee? Who had pity for you when you were sad amongst strangers? Prayer is all-powerful. Prayer for the suffering souls of the Ulysses manual. And 40 days indulgence. Repent, Stephen.
The ghoul! Hyena!
I pray for you in my other world. Get Dilly to make you that boiled rice every night after your brain work. Years and years I loved you. Oh, my son, my firstborn, when you lay in my womb.
Zoe, fanning herself with the great fan.
I'm melting.
Florrie points to Stephen.
Look, he's white.
Bloom goes to the window to open it more.
Giddy.
The mother, with smouldering eyes.
Repent, oh the fire of hell.
His non-corrosive supplement, the corpse chewer, raw head and bloody bones.
The mother, her face drawing near and nearer, sending out an ashen breath.
Beware.
She raises her blackened, withered right arm slowly towards Stephen's breast with outstretched finger.
Beware God's hand.
A green crab with malignant red eyes sticks deep its grinning claws in Stephen's heart. Stephen, strangled with rage.
Shite!
His features grow drawn grey and old. Bloom, at the window.
What?
No, par exemple. The intellectual imagination. With me all or not at all. Non serviam.
Florrie.
Give him some cold water. Wait.
She rushes out. The mother wrings her hands slowly, moaning desperately.
O Sacred Heart of Jesus, have mercy on him, save him from hell, O Divine Sacred Heart.
No, break my spirit, all of you if you can. I'll bring you all to heel.
The mother, in the agony of her death rattle.
Have mercy on Stephen, Lord, for my sake. Inexpressible was my anguish when expired with love and grief and agony on Mount Calvary.
Nothing!
He lifts his ash plant high with both hands and smashes the chandelier. Time's livid final flame leaps, and in the following darkness, ruin of all space, shattered glass and toppling masonry. The gas jet. Bloom.
Stop!
Lynch rushes forward and seizes Stephen's hand.
Here, hold on. Don't run amok.
Bella.
Police!
Stephen, abandoning his ash plant, his head and arms thrown back stark, beats the ground and flies from the room past the whores at the door. Bella screams,
After him!
The two whores rush to the hall door. Lynch and Kitty and Zoe stampede from the room. They talk excitedly. Bloom follows, returns. The whores, jammed in the doorway, pointing.
Down there.
Zoe, pointing.
There's something up.
Bella.
Who pays for the lamp?
She seizes Bloom's coat tail.
Here, you were with him. The lamp's broken.
Bloom rushes to the hall, rushes back.
What lamp, woman?
A whore.
He tore his coat.
Bella, her eyes hard with anger and cupidity, points.
Who's to pay for that? 10 shillings. You're a witness.
Bloom snatches up Stephen's ash plant.
Me? 10 shillings? Haven't you lifted enough off him? Didn't he?
Here, none of your tall talk. This isn't a brothel. A 10-shilling house.
Bloom, his head under the lamp, pulls the chain. Puling, the gas jet lights up a crushed, mauve-purple shade. He raises the ash plant.
Only the chimney's broken. Here is all he...
Bella shrinks back and screams.
Jesus, don't!
Bloom, warding off a blow.
To show you how he hit the paper. There's not 6p worth of damage done. 10 shillings?
Florrie, with a glass of water, enters.
Where is he?
Bella.
Do you want me to call the police?
Oh, I know. Bulldog on the premises. But he's a Trinity student. Patrons of your establishment. Gentlemen that pay the rent.
He makes a Masonic sign.
Know what I mean? Nephew of the Vice-Chancellor. You don't want a scandal.
Trinity.
Angrily.
Coming down here ragging after the boat races and paying nothing. Are you my commander here? Or where is he? I'll charge him. Disgrace him I will. Zoe! Zoe!
And if it were your own son in Oxford?
Warningly.
I know.
Bella, almost speechless.
Who are? Incog.
Zoe, in the doorway.
There's a row on.
What? Where?
He throws a shilling on the table and starts.
That's for the chimney. Where? I need mountain air.
He hurries out through the hall. The whores point. Florrie follows, spilling water from her tilted tumbler. On the doorstep, all the whores clustered talk volubly. pointing to the right where the fog has cleared off. From the left arrives a jingling hackney car. It slows to in front of the house. Bloom, at the hall door, perceives Corny Kelleher, who is about to dismount from the car with 2 silent lechers. He averts his face. Bella, from within the hall, urges on her whores. They blow icky, licky, sticky, yum-yum kisses. Corny Kelleher replies with a ghastly, lewd smile. The silent lechers turn to pay the jarvey. Zoe and Kitty still point right. Bloom, parting them swiftly, draws his caliph's hood and poncho and hurries down the steps with sideways face. Incog. Haroun al-Rashid, he flits behind the silent lechers and hastens on by the railings, with fleet step of a pard strewing the drag behind him, torn envelopes drenched in aniseed. The ash plant marks his stride. A pack of bloodhounds, led by Hornblower of Trinity, brandishing a dog-whip, in tally-ho cap and an old pair of grey trousers, follow from far, picking up the scent, nearer, baying, panting, at fault, breaking away, throwing their tongues, biting his heels, leaping at his tail. He walks, runs, zigzags, gallops, lugs laid back. He is pelted with gravel, cabbage stumps, biscuit boxes, eggs, potatoes, dead codfish, women's slipper-slappers. After him, fresh found, the hue and cry zigzag gallops in hot pursuit of Follow my leader. 65C, 66C, Night Watch, John Henry Menton, Wisdom Healy, V.B. Dillon, Councillor Nanetti, Alexander Keyes, Larry O'Rourke, Joe Cuff, Mrs. O'Dowd, Pisser Burke, the Nameless One, Mrs. Riordan, the Citizen, Gary Owen, who do you call him, Strangeface, fellow that's so like, saw him before, chap with a wen, Chris Callinan, Sir James Cameron, Benjamin Dollard, Lenihan, Bartell Darcy, Joe Hines, Red Murray, Editor Braden, T.M. Healy, Mr. Justice Fitzgibbon, John Howard Parnell, the Reverend Tinned Salmon, Professor Jolie, Mrs. Breen, Dennis Breen, Theodore Purifoy, Mina Purifoy, the Westland Row Postmistress, C.P. McCoy, Friend of Lions, Hoppy Holohan, Man in the Street, Other Man in the Street, Football Boots, Pug-Nosed Driver, Rich Protestant Lady, Davy Byrne, Mrs. Ellen McGuinness, Mrs. Joe Gallagher, George Lidwell, Jimmy Henry on corns, Superintendent Laracy, Father Cowley, Crofton out of the Collector General's, Dan Dawson, Dental Surgeon Bloom with tweezers, Mrs. Bob Doran, Mrs. Kennefick, Mrs. Wise Nolan, John Wise Nolan, handsome married woman rubbed against white behind in Clonskeetram, the bookseller of Sweets of Sin, Miss Doobidat and She Did Bedad, Mesdames Gerald and Stanislas Moran of Roebuck, the managing clerk of Drimmy's, Weatherup, Colonel Hayes, Mastiansky, Kitron, Penrose, Aaron Figatna, Moses Herzog, Michael E. Geraghty, Inspector Troy, Mrs. Galbraith, the constable off Eccles Street corner, old Dr. Brady with stethoscope, the mystery man on the beach, a retriever, Mrs. Miriam Dandrade, and all her lovers, the hue and cry. Helter-skelter-pelter-welter.
He's Bloom! Stop, Bloom! Stop a Bloom! Stop a robber! Hi! Stop him on the corner!
At the corner of Beaver Street, beneath the scaffolding, Bloom, panting, stops on the fringe of the noisy quarrelling knot. A lot not knowing a jot what high row and wrangle round the who-what brawl all together. Stephen, with elaborate gestures, breathing deeply and slowly.
You are my guests, uninvited, by virtue of the 5th of George and 7th of Edward. History to blame, fabled by mothers of memory.
Private car to Sissy Caffrey.
Was he insulting you?
Stephen.
Addressed her in vocative feminine, probably neuter, ungenitive.
Voices.
No, he didn't. I seen him. The girl there. He was in Mrs. Cohen's.
What's up?
Soldier and civilian.
Sissy Caffrey.
I was in company with the soldiers, and they left me to do, and the young man run up behind me. But I am faithful to the man that's treating me, though I'm only a shilling whore.
Stephen. catches sight of Lynch's and Kitty's heads.
Hail, Sisyphus!
He points to himself and the others.
Poetic? Poetic.
Voices.
She's faithful, the man.
Sissy Caffrey.
Yes, to go with him. And me with a soldier friend.
Private Compton.
He doesn't half want a thick ear, the blighter. Biff him one, Harry.
Private Carr to Sissy.
Was he insulting you while me and him was having a piss?
Lord Tennyson, gentleman poet in Union Jack blazer and cricket flannels, bareheaded, flowing bearded.
There's not a reason why.
Private Compton.
Biff him, Harry.
Stephen to Private Compton.
I don't know your name, but you're quite right. Dr. Swift says 1 man in armor will beat 10 men in their shirts. Shirt is synecdoche, part for the whole.
Sissy Caffrey to the crowd.
No, I was with the privates.
Stephen, amiably.
Why not? The bold soldier boy, in my opinion, every lady, for example.
Private Carr, his cap awry, advances to Stephen.
Say, how would it be, Governor, if I was to bash in your jaw?
Very unpleasant.
Looks up to the sky.
Noble art of self-pretense. Personally, I detest action.
He waves his hand.
Hand hurts me slightly. Enfin, ce sont vos oignons.
To Sissy Caffrey.
Some trouble is on here. What is it precisely?
Dolly Gray, from her balcony, waves her handkerchief, giving the sign of the heroine of Jericho.
Rahab, cook's son, goodbye. Safe home to Dolly. Dream of the girl you left behind, and she will dream of you.
The soldiers turn their swimming eyes. Bloom, elbowing through the crowd, plucks Stephen's sleeve vigorously.
Come now, Professor, that carman is waiting.
Stephen turns.
Eh?
He disengages himself.
Why should I not speak to him or to any human being who walks upright upon this oblate orange?
He points his finger.
I'm not afraid of what I can talk to if I see his eye, retaining the perpendicular.
He staggers a pace back, Bloom propping him.
Retain your own.
My center of gravity is displaced. I have forgotten the trick. Let us sit down somewhere and discuss. Struggle for life is the law of existence, but human philorentists, notably the Tsar and the King of England, have invented arbitration.
He taps his brow.
But in here it is I must kill the priest and the king.
Biddy the clap.
Did you hear what the professor said? He's a professor out of college.
Cunty Kate.
I did. I heard that.
He expresses himself with such marked refinement of phraseology.
Indeed, yes. And at the same time with such apposite trenchancy.
Private Carr pulls himself free and comes forward.
What's that you're saying about my king?
Edward VII appears in an archway. He wears a white jersey, on which an image of the Sacred Heart is stitched, with the insignia of Garter and Thistle, Golden Fleece, Elephant of Denmark, Skinner's and Probin's Horse, Lincoln's Inn Bencher, and Ancient and Honourable Artillery Company of Massachusetts. He sucks a red jujube. He is robed as a grand, elect, perfect and sublime mason, with trowel and apron, marked Made in Germany. In his left hand he holds a plasterer's bucket, on which is printed Défense du Rhénane. A roar of welcome greets him. Edward VII. Slowly, solemnly, but indistinctly.
Peace. Perfect peace. For identification, bucket in my hand. Cheerio, boys.
He turns to his subjects.
We have come here to witness a clean, straight fight, and we heartily wish both men the best of good luck. Mahak Makar Abak.
He shakes hands with Private Carr, Private Compton, Stephen, Bloom, and Lynch. General applause. Edward VII lifts his bucket graciously in acknowledgment. Private Carr to Stephen.
Say it again.
Stephen, nervous, friendly, pulls himself up.
I understand your point of view, though I have no king myself for the moment. This is the age of patent medicines. Discussion is difficult down there, but this is the point. You die for your country. Suppose...
He places his arm on Private Carr's sleeve.
Not that I wish it for you, but I say, let my country die for me. Up to the present it has done so. I don't want it to die. Damn death. Long live life.
Edward VII levitates over heaps of slain, in the garb and with the halo of joking Jesus, a white jujube in his phosphorescent face.
My methods are new and are causing surprise. To make the blind see, I throw dust in their eyes.
Stephen.
Kings and unicorns.
He falls back a pace.
Come somewhere and we'll... What was that girl saying?
Private Compton.
Hey, Harry, give him a kick in the knackers. Stick one into Jerry.
Bloom, to the privates, softly.
He doesn't know what he's saying. Taking a little more than is good for him. Absinthe. Green-eyed monster. I know him. He's a gentleman, a poet. It's all right.
Stephen nods, smiling and laughing.
Gentleman, patriot, scholar, and judge of impostors.
Private Carr.
I don't give a bugger who he is.
Private Compton.
We don't give a bugger who he is.
Stephen.
I seem to annoy them. Green rag to a bull.
Kevin Egan of Paris, in black Spanish tasselled shirt and Peeper Day boy's hat, signs to Stephen.
Hello, bonjour. The vieille ogress with the dents jaunes.
Patrice Egan peeps from behind, his rabbit face nibbling a quince leaf.
Socialist!
Don Emile Patrizio Franz Rupert Pope Hennessy, in medieval hauberk, 2 wild geese volant on his helm, with noble indignation, points a mailed hand against the privates.
Serve those eggs to food Bowden. Big grand porkers of Johnny Yellow's toros covered of gravy.
Bloom to Stephen.
Come home. You'll get into trouble.
Stephen, swaying.
I don't avoid it. He provokes my intelligence.
Biddy the Clap.
One immediately observes he is a patrician of lineage.
The Virago.
Green above the red, says he. Wolf tone.
The Board.
The red's as good as the green, and better. Up the soldiers! Up King Edward!
A Rough laughs.
Aye, hands up to duet.
The Citizen, with a huge emerald muffler and shillelagh, calls,
May the God Bob send down a dove with teeth as sharp as razors to slit the throats of the English dogs that hunged our Irish leaders.
The Croppy Boy, the rope noose round his neck, gropes in his issuing bowels with both hands.
I bear no hate to a living thing, but I love my country beyond the king.
Rumbold, Demon Barber, accompanied by 2 black-masked assistants, advances, with Gladstone bag, which he opens.
Ladies and gents, cleaver, purchased by Mrs. Piercy to slay Mogg. Knife, with which Voisin dismembered the wife of a compatriot, and hid the remains in a sheet in the cellar, the unfortunate female's throat being cut from ear to ear. Phial, containing arsenic, retrieved from body of Miss Baron, which sent Seddon to the gallows.
He jerks the rope. The assistants leap at the victim's legs and drag him downward. Grunting, the Croppy Boy's tongue protrudes violently. He gives up the ghost. A violent erection of the hanged sends gouts of sperm spouting through his death clothes onto the cobblestones. Mrs. Bellingham, Mrs. Yelverton Barry, and the Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys rush forward with their handkerchiefs to sop it up. Rumbold.
I'm near it myself.
He undoes the noose.
Rope which hanged the awful rebel. 10 shillings a time, as applied to her Royal Highness.
He plunges his head into the gaping belly of the hanged, and draws out his head again, clotted with coiled and smoking entrails.
My painful duty has now been done. God save the King.
Edward the Seventh dances slowly, solemnly, rattling his bucket, and sings with soft contentment.
On Coronation Day, on Coronation Day. Oh, won't we have a merry time drinking whiskey, beer and wine?
Private Carr.
Here, what are you saying about my king?
Stephen throws up his hands.
Oh, this is too monotonous. Nothing. He wants my money and my life, though want must be his master for some brutish empire of his. Money I haven't.
He searches his pockets vaguely.
Gave it to someone.
Who wants your bleeding money?
Stephen tries to move off.
Will someone tell me where I am least likely to meet these necessary evils? Ça se voit aussi à Paris. Not that I... But by St. Patrick!
The women's heads coalesce. Old Gummy Granny in sugarloaf hat appears seated on a toadstool, the death flower of the potato blight on her breast.
Aha! I know you, Gammer! Hamlet, revenge! The old sow that eats her farrow!
Old gummy granny, rocking to and fro.
Ireland, sweetheart, the King of Spain's daughter, Irlanda. Strangers in my house, bad manners to them.
She keens with banshee woe.
Oh, Johnny, silk of the kine.
She wails.
Ah, you met with poor old Ireland, and how does she stand?
How do I stand you? The hat trick! Where's the third person of the Blessed Trinity? Soggarth Aroon, the Reverend Carrion Crow.
Sissy Caffrey, shrill.
Stop them from fighting!
A rough.
Our men retreated.
Private Carr, tugging at his belt.
I'll wring the neck of any fucker says a word against my fucking king.
Bloom, terrified.
He said nothing, not a word, a pure misunderstanding.
The Citizen.
Erin Gobrach.
Major Tweedy and the Citizen exhibit to each other medals, decorations, trophies of war, wounds. Both salute with fierce hostility. Private Compton.
Go it, Harry. Do him one in the eye. He's a prober.
Stephen.
Did I? When?
Bloom, to the Redcoats.
We fought for you in South Africa, Irish missile troops. Isn't that history? Royal Dublin Fusiliers, honoured by our monarch.
The navvy, staggering past.
Oh, yes. Oh, God. Yes. Oh, make the guar growar. Oh, oh.
Casqued halberdiers in armour thrust forward a pentis of gutted spear points. Major Tweedy, moustached like Turco the Terrible, in bearskin cap with hackle plume and accoutrement, with epaulettes, gilt chevrons, and sabre-tache. His breast bright with medals toes the line. He gives the pilgrim warrior's sign of the Knights Templars. Major Tweedy growls gruffly.
Rorke's Drift! Up, guards, and at 'em! Mahar, Solo, Hashbaz.
Private Carr.
I'll do him in.
Private Compton waves the crowd back.
Fair play here. Make a bleeding butcher shop of the bugger.
Massed bands blare Gary Owen and God Save the King. Sissy Caffrey.
They're going to fight. For me.
Cunty Kate.
The brave and the fair.
Biddy the Clap.
Methinks yon stable knight will joust it with the best.
Cunty Kate, blushing deeply.
Nay, madam, the gules, doublet, and merry St. George for me.
Stephen.
The harlot's cry from street to street shall weave old Ireland's winding sheet.
Private Carr, loosening his belt, shouts.
I'll wring the neck of any fucking bastard says a word against my bleeding fucking king.
Bloom shakes Sissy Caffrey's shoulders.
Speak, you. Are you struck dumb? You are the link between nations and generations. Speak, woman, sacred life-giver.
Sissy Caffrey, alarmed, seizes Private Carr's sleeve.
Am I with you? Am I your girl? This is your girl?
She cries,
Police!
Stephen, ecstatically, to Sissy Caffrey.
White thy fambles, red thy gan, and thy quarons dainty is.
Voices.
Police!
Distant voices.
Dublin's burning! Dublin's burning! On fire! On fire!
Brimstone fires spring up. Dense clouds roll past. Heavy Gatling guns boom. Pandemonium. Troops deploy. Gallop of hoofs. Artillery. Horse commands. Bells clang. Backers shout. Drunkards brawl. Whores screech. Foghorns hoot. Cries of valour. Shrieks of dying. Pikes clash on cuirasses. Thieves rob the slain. Birds of prey, winging from the sea, rising from marshlands, swooping from eyries, hover, screaming, gannets, cormorants, vultures, goshawks, climbing woodcocks, peregrines, merlins, black grouse, sea eagles, gulls, albatrosses, barnacle geese. The midnight sun is darkened, the earth trembles. The dead of Dublin, from Prospect and Mount Jerome, in white sheepskin overcoats and black goat-fell cloaks, arise and appear to many. A chasm opens with a noiseless yawn. Tom Rochford, winner in athlete's singlet and breeches, arrives at the head of the National Hurdle Handicap and leaps into the void. He is followed by a race of runners and leapers. In wild attitudes they spring from the brink. Their bodies plunge. Factory lasses with fancy clothes toss red-hot Yorkshire borough bombs. Society ladies lift their skirts above their heads to protect themselves. Laughing witches in red cutty sarks ride through the air on broomsticks. Quaker Leicester plasters blisters. It rains dragon's teeth. Armed heroes spring up from furrows. They exchange in amity the pass of Knights of the Red Cross, and fight duels with cavalry sabres. Wolfe Tone against Henry Grattan, Smith O'Brien against Daniel O'Connell, Michael Davitt against Isaac Butt, Justin McCarthy against Parnell, Arthur Griffin against John Redmond, John O'Leary against Lear O'Johnny, Lord Edward Fitzgerald against Lord Gerald Fitzedward, the O'Donoghue of the Glens against the Glens of the O'Donoghue. On an eminence, the centre of the earth, rises the felled altar of St. Barbara. Black candles rise from its gospel and epistle horns. From the high barbicans of the tower, 2 shafts of light fall on the smoke-palled altar stone. On the altar stone, Mrs. Mina Purifoy, goddess of unreason, lies naked, fettered, a chalice resting on her swollen belly. Father Malachi O'Flynn, in a lace petticoat and reversed chasuble, his 2 left feet back to the front, celebrates camp mass. The Reverend Mr. Hugh C. Haynes Love, M.A., in a plain cassock and mortarboard, his head and collar back to the front, holds over the celebrant's head an open umbrella. Father Malachi O'Flynn.
Introibo ad altare diaboli.
The Reverend Mr. Haynes Love.
To the devil which hath made glad my young days.
Father Malachi O'Flynn takes from the chalice and elevates a blood-dripping host.
Corpus meum.
The Reverend Mr. Haynes Love raises high between the celebrant's petticoat, revealing his grey, bare, hairy buttocks, between which a carrot is stuck.
My body.
The voice of all the damned. From on high, the voice of Adonai calls.
Dog.
The voice of all the blessed.
Alleluia, for the Lord God omnipotent reigneth.
From on high, the voice of Adonai calls.
God.
In strident discord, peasants and townsmen of orange and green factions sing Kick the Pope and Daily, Daily Sing to Mary. Private Car, with ferocious articulation.
I'll do him in, so help me fucking Christ. I'll ring the bastard fucker's bleeding blasted fucking windpipe.
Old Gummy Granny thrusts a dagger towards Stephen's hand.
Remove him, Markusla. At 8:35 a.m. you will be in heaven, and Ireland will be free.
She prays.
Ah, good God, take him.
The retriever, nosing on the fringe of the crowd, barks noisily. Bloom runs to Lynch.
Can't you get him away?
Lynch.
He likes dialectic, the universal language. Kitty!
To Bloom.
Get him away, you. He won't listen to me.
He drags Kitty away. Stephen points.
Exit Judas. At Lockwales is suspended.
Bloom runs to Stephen.
Come along with me now before worse happens. Here's your stick.
Stick? No. Reason. This feast of pure reason.
Sissy Caffrey, pulling Private Car.
Come on, you're boost. He insulted me, but I forgive him.
Shouting in his ear.
I forgive him for insulting me.
Bloom, over Stephen's shoulder.
Yes, go. You see he's incapable.
Private Car breaks loose.
I'll insult him.
He rushes towards Stephen, fist outstretched, and strikes him in the face. Stephen totters, collapses, falls, stunned. He lies prone, his face to the sky, his hat rolling to the wall. Bloom follows and picks it up. Major Tweedy, loudly,
Carbine in bucket. Ceasefire. Salute.
The retriever barking furiously. The crowd.
Let him up! Don't strike him when he's down! Air! Ooh, the soldier hit him! He's a professor! Is he hurted? Don't manhandle him! He's fainted!
A hag.
What call had the red coat to strike the gentleman, and he under the influence? Let them go and fight the Boers.
The board.
Listen to who's talking. Hasn't the soldier a right to go with his girl? He gave him the coward's blow.
They grab at each other's hair, claw at each other, and spit. The retriever, barking.
Woof! Woof! Woof!
Bloom shoves them back. Loudly.
Get back! Stand back!
Private Compton, tugging his comrade.
Here, bugger off, Harry. Here's the cops.
2 rain-capped watch, tall, stand in the group. First watch.
What's wrong here?
Private Compton.
We were with this lady, and he insulted us, and insulted my chum.
The retriever barks.
Who owns the bleeding tyke?
Sissy Caffrey, with expectation.
Is he bleeding?
A man, rising from his knees.
No, gone off. He'll come to, all right.
Bloom glances sharply at the man.
Leave him to me. I can easily...
Second watch.
Who are you? Do you know him?
Private Carr lurches towards the watch.
He insulted my lady friend.
Bloom, angrily.
You hit him without provocation. I'm a witness. Constable, take his regimental number.
Second watch.
I don't want your instructions in the discharge of my duty.
Private Compton, pulling his comrade.
Here, bugger off, Harry, or Bennett will shove you in the lockup.
Private Carr, staggering as he is pulled away.
God fuck old Bennett. He's a white-ass bugger. I didn't give a shit for him.
First watch. Takes out his notebook.
What's his name?
Bloom, peering over the crowd.
I just see a car there. If you give me a hand a second, Sergeant.
First watch.
Name and address.
Corny Kelleher, weepers round his hat, a death wreath in his hand, appears among the bystanders. Bloom, quickly.
Oh, the very man.
He whispers.
Simon Dedalus' son. A bit sprung. Get those policemen to move those loafers back.
Second watch.
Night, Mr. Kelleher.
Corny Kelleher, to the watch, with drawling eye.
That's all right. I know him. Won a bit on the races. Gold cup. Throw away.
He laughs.
20-1. Do you follow me?
First watch. Turns to the crowd.
Here, what are you all gaping at? Move on out of that.
The crowd disperses slowly, muttering, down the lane. Corny Kelleher.
Leave it to me, Sergeant. That'll be all right.
He laughs, shaking his head.
We were often as bad ourselves, aye, or worse. What? Hey, what?
First watch. Laughs.
I suppose so.
Corny Kelleher nudges the second watch.
Come and wipe your name off the slate.
He lilts, wagging his head.
With my touraloom, 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 touraloom. What, eh? Do you follow me?
Second watch. Genially.
Ah, sure we were too.
Corny Kelleher, winking.
Boys will be boys. I have a car round there.
Second watch.
All right, Mr. Kelleher. Good night.
I'll see to that.
Bloom shakes hands with both of the watch in turn.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
He mumbles confidentially.
We don't want any scandal, you understand? Father is a well-known, highly respected citizen. Just a little wild oats, you understand?
First watch.
Oh, I understand, sir.
Second watch.
It's all right, sir.
First watch.
It was only in case of corporal injuries I'd have to report it at the station.
Naturally.
Nods rapidly.
Quite right. Only your bounden duty.
Second watch.
It's our duty.
Corny Kelleher.
Good night, men.
The watch, saluting together.
Night, gentlemen.
They move off with slow, heavy tread. Bloom blows.
Providential you came on the scene. You have a car?
Corny Kelleher laughs, pointing his thumb over his right shoulder to the car brought up against the scaffolding.
2 commercials that were standing, Fizz and Jarmut. Like Princess Faith. One of them lost 2 quid on the race, drowning his grief, and were on for a go with the jolly girls. So I landed them up on Behan's car and down to Night Town.
I was just going home by Gardner Street when I happened to...
Corny Kelleher laughs.
Sure, they wanted me to join in with the mots. No, by God, says I, not for old staggers like myself and yourself.
He laughs again and leers with lacklustre eye.
Thanks be to God, we have it in the house. What? Hey, do you follow me? Ha ha ha.
Bloom tries to laugh.
Yes, matter of fact, I was just visiting an old friend of mine there, Virag. You don't know him. Poor fellow, he's laid up for the past week. And we had a liquor together, and I was just making my way home.
The horse neighs.
Oh,
Sure, it was Behan or Jarvey there that told me after we left the 2 commercials in Mrs. Cohen's, and I told him to pull up and got off to see.
He laughs.
Sober hearse driver's a specialty. Will I give him a lift home? Where does he hang out? Somewhere in Cabra, what?
No, in Sandy Cove, I believe, from what he let drop.
Stephen, prone, breathes to the stars. Corny Kelleher, a squint, drawls at the horse. Bloom, in gloom, looms down. Corny Kelleher scratches his nape.
Sandy Cove.
He bends down and calls to Stephen.
Eh?
He calls again.
Eh, he's covered with shavings anyhow. Take care they didn't lift anything off him.
No. I have his money and his hat here, and stick.
Ah, well, he'll get over it. No bones broken. Well, I'll shove along.
He laughs.
I've a rendezvous in the morning. Burying the dead. Safe home.
The horse neighs.
oh.
Good night. I'll just wait and take him along in a few.
Corny Kelleher returns to the outside car and mounts it. The horse harness jingles. From the car, standing.
Night.
Night.
The Jarvey chucks the reins and raises his whip encouragingly. The car and horse back slowly, awkwardly, and turn. Corny Kelleher on the side seat sways his head to and fro in sign of mirth at Bloom's plight. The Jarvey joins in the mute, pantomimic merriment, nodding from the farther seat. Bloom shakes his head in mute, mirthful reply. With thumb and palm, Corny Kelleher reassures that the 2 bobbies will allow the sleep to continue, for what else is to be done. With a slow nod, Bloom conveys his gratitude, as that is exactly what Stephen needs. The car jingles touraloom round the corner of the touraloom lane. Corny Kelleher again reassuralooms with his hand. Bloom, with his hand, assuralooms Corny Kelleher that he is reassuraloomte. The tinkling hoofs and jingling harness grow fainter with their touraloo-loo-loo-loo-lay. Bloom, holding in his hand Stephen's hat, festooned with shavings and ash-plant, stands irresolute. Then he bends to him and shakes him by the shoulder.
Hey, ho!
There is no answer. He bends again.
Mr. Daedalus!
There is no answer.
The name if you call, somnambulist.
He bends again and, hesitating, brings his mouth near the face of the prostrate form.
Stephen!
There is no answer. He calls again.
Stephen!
Stephen groans.
Who? Black Panther. Vampire.
He sighs and stretches himself, then murmurs thickly with prolonged vowels.
Who drive Fergus now, and pierce wood's woven shade?
He turns on his left side, sighing, doubling himself together. Bloom.
Poetry. Well educated. Pity.
He bends again and undoes the buttons of Stephen's waistcoat.
To breathe.
He brushes the wood shavings from Stephen's clothes with light hand and fingers.
£1.7. Not hurt, anyhow.
He listens.
What?
Stephen murmurs.
Shadows. The woods. White breast. Dim sea.
He stretches out his arms, sighs again, and curls his body. Bloom, holding the hat and ash-plant, stands erect. A dog barks in the distance. Bloom tightens and loosens his grip on the ash-plant. He looks down on Stephen's face and form. Bloom communes with the night.
Face reminds me of his poor mother, in the shady wood, the deep white breast. Ferguson, I think I caught. A girl. Some girl. Best thing could happen him.
He murmurs.
Swear that I will always hail, ever conceal, never reveal, any part or parts, art or arts.
He murmurs.
In the rough sands of the sea, a cable tow's length from the shore, where the tide ebbs And flows.
Silent, thoughtful, alert, he stands on guard, his fingers at his lips in the attitude of secret master. Against the dark wall, a figure appears slowly. A fairy boy of 11, a changeling, kidnapped, dressed in an Eton suit with glass shoes and a little bronze helmet, holding a book in his hand. He reads from right to left, inaudibly, smiling, kissing the page. Bloom, wonder-struck, calls inaudibly,
Rudy!
Rudy gazes unseeing into Bloom's eyes and goes on reading, kissing, smiling. He has a delicate mauve face. On his suit he has diamond and ruby buttons. In his free left hand he holds a slim ivory cane with a violet bow knot. A white lambkin peeps out of his waistcoat pocket,